recognized symbol of excellence.
The WWF, what the world is watching.
Turn it on and rip the knob off.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Wrestling Memory Grenade. And it is time, everybody, for the WrestleMania IV Review. And welcome back to the program. I am your host, Ray Russell, going to take you through WrestleMania IV. Going to go back in time, take a look at that giant 20-man over-the-top rope battle royal. All 6 first-round matches as part of the WWF Championship Tournament. And then the Ultimate Warrior collides with the Mighty Hercules in the Battle of the Century. Or at least the battle of March 27th, 1988, guys. We're going to talk about all of that and so much more here this week. Going to jump into things of course, part 1. We're also going to take a deep dive back and look at everything going into WrestleMania IV. What set it up? What was going on behind the scenes the day of and all of that fun stuff. And of course, as promised, going to have at least a couple of guests join the show here this week to talk about their memories of WrestleMania IV, including one Jammie Ward, who was at the event himself. First-hand experiences from one Jammie Ward, so stay tuned for that. But first, guys, just a quick reminder that you can listen to shows like the Wrestling Memory Grenade and our sister shows like the Regional Wrestling Podcast, where we talk the territories, the Wrestling Stoop with the legend himself, Bob Roop. Coming soon, it's the Pro Wrestling Academy with the professor of Pro Racer himself, Mr. Dan Giannetti. And of course, be sure to check out Barry Rose and Captain Nick Massey and their Glory Days Grapple Concast, where they give you all the latest up-to-date information on the upcoming Glory Days GrappleCon taking place Orlando, Florida, April the 20th. Also, Nick and Barry continue to share their past memories in professional wrestling, and of course, you never know who the special guest is going to be from week to week there. And you can listen to all of those shows and more, all part of the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, located over at WrestleCopia.com. That's WrestleCopia.com, and anywhere your podcast streaming needs are met, from Apple to Spotify, Pocket Cast, and beyond. And hey, while you're at it, why not subscribe to my social media, guys? You can follow me on X, formerly Twitter, at Wrestling Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade. Also, follow and like me, Facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. And while you're at it, why not subscribe to YouTube.com/Wrestling Grenade? All sorts of good stuff there on my YouTube. Subscribe today. And last but most definitely not least, now would be a phenomenal time to become a WrestleCopia patron. And you can find me over there at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That address again, patreon.com/WrestleCopia. Talking about that $5 all access tier, guys. Get you so many gifts for just $5, including all of my insanely detailed book-like show notes, pages and pages of show notes for every episode of the Regional Wrestling Podcast, Monday Warfare, and this right here, the Wrestling Memory Grenade. Check out my show notes here for WrestleMania IV. Pages and pages, I promise you. You guys will also get early access to many of the podcasts here on WrestleCopia, where you can listen days and sometimes as much as a week earlier than the rest of the listeners. Then from there, it's remastered versions of the earliest episodes of The Grenade Show, covering the 1989 NWA project. Includes enhanced sound quality, plus new content and conversation never heard before. But that's still not all. You also get digital downloads for your viewing and reading pleasure, random bonus video drops, and of course, our Patreon exclusive Watch Along series, covering many past WWF and WCW events. And you get all of that for the low, low price of just $5. No subscription, cancel anytime, give it a try for a month. I think you'll like all the content that I offer, and every penny of it goes right back here. Your support to keep the WrestleCopia Podcast Network and all of the great shows here up and running for the months and the years to come. And we can certainly use your help. The web hosting fees, the podcast hosting fees, the annual editing software bills, they pile up on me. So if you truly support the brand, you really want to help out, keep this thing going, I'd greatly appreciate your support by joining patreon.com/WrestleCopia. But enough of that for now. Going to get all of that out of the way in order to jump into things here this week. As promised, it is WrestleMania IV Part 1.
The WWF, what the world is watching.
All right, guys, no turning back now. Away we go. The time for talking is done. All of the hype, all of the build, all of the anticipation is boiling over, and it all comes to a head right here, right now. It's WrestleMania! WrestleMania IV, Sunday, March 27th, with a 4 p.m. Eastern start time, live on pay-per-view and closed-circuit television. Atlantic City, New Jersey, guys, reportedly at Trump Plaza. More on that in just a little bit. But a sold-out crowd here. Now, depending on who you want to believe, it could have been 19,199 fans, or according to The Observer, 18,165 fans with a paid attendance of 17,000. So just a little over 1,000 comp there to the high rollers around ringside. And for those not in the know, what's a high roller, Ray? Well, people that like to spend a whole lot of money at the casino. Donald Trump buying up the closest seats to the ring, which will become abundantly clear as the pay-per-view gets rolling, and gifting them to his high rollers out there. Got to keep the money spenders happy. And here's the first thing, guys. Remember I said Trump Plaza, that's the way they've been building it for the last couple months on TV. Well, the first thing to blow your mind here on the WrestleMania IV review is that the pay-per-view itself, WrestleMania, live at Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino, was not held at Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino because, believe it or not, Trump Plaza was not an arena venue. It was a hotel and casino. But rather, WrestleMania IV was indeed held at Atlantic City's Convention Hall, aka Boardwalk Hall, though Donald Trump's nearby Trump Plaza was the main sponsor of the event, and thus it was promoted for the event. And this place, Convention Hall, it had already stood the test of time by 1988 here at WrestleMania IV. It was actually named a National Historic Landmark the year before in 1987. That's how long this building had been around, hosting a variety of musical performances over the years, from the Beatles on their very first U.S. tour to the Rolling Stones, from The Who to the Boss, Bruce Springsteen, Madonna, Bon Jovi, you name it, they played there. This venue also marked the site of at least 4 of Mike Tyson's world title defenses back in the 1980s, including one shortly before this in January of 88 over Larry Holmes, and then he's going to defend it again later in June of 88 here against the, at the time, undefeated Michael Spinks. Wow, 2 title defenses in 6 months. Different times, people. Cooler times, if you ask me. But now this venue also hosted a ton of other fights, including the Evander Holyfield-George Foreman bout in 1991. It's even hosted UFC events, and most recently, AEW even been to Convention Hall. And according to Bruce Pritchard on his podcast, the WWF brought everything you see here in this venue, all of the lighting, everything. It was just a bare bones building when the WWF got there the week prior. And it certainly had a unique look for a wrestling event. Let's talk about the venue a little bit here. As according to Bruce, they turned chicken shit into chicken helper. Let's face it here. It's not the greatest look of all time, but certainly unique, and I'm not going to complain. I enjoyed it the first time I saw it. And some of the overhead shots look really cool when we see them on camera, but in others, you can tell the venue for what it is, a glorified event center, event hall, if you will. And a lot of people ask, so why the convention center? Why Atlantic City? which was at the time a wannabe East Coast version of Las Vegas. Well, after kicking off in the Garden in 1985 and topping Jim Crockett, who was doing 2 arena simulcasts for Starrcade, they go with 3 cities at WrestleMania 2, obviously, and then, of course, the attendance record at WrestleMania 3. But WrestleMania 4, quite the enigma in and of itself, and in many ways, a bought show by Donald Trump. A lot of the floor seats comped out to those high rollers, the gamblers, and a way to get Donald's public perception over as an all-around good guy, so that someday, maybe, he could do things like make a cameo on Home Alone 2, host the Celebrity Apprentice, and that whole being president thing as well. Nevertheless, WrestleMania 4 confirmed, sold out weeks in advance, and thus for the last few weeks on TV, they've pushed hard for pay-per-view and closed-circuit TV. And just a couple of those closed-circuit locations, one being Madison Square Garden in New York City, another being the Omni in Atlanta, Georgia, straight into NWA country and one of their main buildings. Another shot fired by Vince McMahon. And we'll talk about shots fired here. Let's do it right now. After the Thanksgiving fiasco with Survivor Series versus Starrcade, remember the pay-per-view company said, you're never going to do this to us again. If you ever try to both pull this, put a pay-per-view on the same day again, we're not going to air either one of them. Now, I don't know how true that would have been, but they weren't going to take the gamble. And thus, Vince got cute as Jim Crockett returned to pay-per-view in January with his Bunkhouse Stampede event. Vince went head-to-head with him live and free on the USA Network with the very first Royal Rumble. So Vince continuing to attack Jim Crockett Promotions. But finally here, Crockett gonna fire back, promoting the first ever Clash of the Champions live on basic cable TV, TBS, the Superstation. Ric Flair versus Sting for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. Bet Vince didn't see that coming. And the Clash, it did not only take place March 27th, the very same day as WrestleMania, but it also went head-to-head at the same time as WrestleMania for about 2.5 hours. So take that, Vince. You got to figure it had to cost Vince McMahon at least some cash from people who were on the fence about getting the pay-per-view. I could see parents also telling their kids, well, watch this one, honey. It's free. Save a couple bucks there. But this WrestleMania also marks the first Mania to be sold as a 4-hour event. Remember, WrestleMania 3 just went a little over 3 hours, as did WrestleMania 2. So we're expanding here, guys, the time slot of the big WrestleMania pay-per-view, given 4-hour window here on pay-per-view and closed-circuit TV. But very interesting. Jim Crockett says, if you can do it, Vince, I can do it too, running the very first Clash of the Champions up against WrestleMania 4, and that won't be the last time we see that happen. But the main selling point here of WrestleMania, of course, the big 14-man single elimination battle royal for the vacant WWF Championship. And this story actually began all the way back at WrestleMania 3, if you think about it. The near pinfall by Andre the Giant, proclaiming himself to be the uncrowned champion for the rest of 1987. Andre returns and survives at the Survivor Series, demands another title shot with Hulk Hogan. Enter Ted DiBiase, who also tries to purchase the WWF title, to which Hulk Hogan responded,
Hell no!
Hell no, brother! So Ted DiBiase, he finds a backup plan and purchases the services of one Andre the Giant, leading us to February 5, the main event. Andre the Giant defeating Hulk Hogan with the help of twin Hebners.
How much money did the plastic surgery cost, man?
You guys remember the old twin Hebners ordeal? Well, by WrestleMania here, we're kind of ignoring that now. It's just that a referee was paid off. Nevertheless, Andre the Giant was indeed announced the WWF champion, and there was nothing President Jack Tunney could do about it. However, when Andre surrendered the title to Ted DiBiase, sold the belt to the $1 Million Man, somewhere in those WWF rule books says you can't do that. You can't buy the WWF championship, Ted DiBiase. So as he turns the belt over to Ted, President Jack Tunney stripping DiBiase of the championship and holding it up, pending this 14-man single elimination tournament. Now, I know what some of you are asking out there. Shouldn't DiBiase have top-level attorneys who read the bylaws in advance? Shouldn't he have known he couldn't purchase the championship? Plus, couldn't they find a loophole in Andre surrendering the title? Since he did refer to it as the tag team title, after all. Man, I should have been Ted's lawyer. Nevertheless, a new champion to be crowned here tonight at WrestleMania, with Hulk and Andre drawing buys into the quarterfinals against each other. And I gotta ask, if they're the last two champions and the number 1 and number 2 seeds, so to speak, why is the bye against each other in the quarterfinals rather than in opposite brackets? Plus, Andre getting a bye, even though he cheated to win? It is Jack Tunney after all, and the decision is final. Hulk and Andre to kick off the quarterfinals. Now, in regards to promoting the pay-per-view in advance, Bruce Pritchard has talked about sending out pressers that mentioned a few months in advance, going all the way back to the fall of 1987, that WrestleMania IV would be for the vacant WWF Championship, alluding to a Hulk-Andre debacle leading in to the pay-per-view. Bruce said he knew it was breaking kayfabe royally, and he was a little against it, but it was business and it needed to be done in order for the proper advertising to be put out and the show to be sold.
Big business, pal.
And interestingly enough, at least until the last couple weeks leading in, the Macho Man not really promoted super hard for this tournament, just another one of the big names involved, though in the final weeks leading in, there was a lot more leading on the Macho Man squashes, more promos, factoring Elizabeth in as his inspiration. And we discussed the story already, but just a quick refresher here. Remember, all the way back to the main event, it was supposed to be Randy Savage recapturing the IC title from the Honky Tonk Man, but they get to the show and Honky says, that ain't going to happen, brother, not in front of 33 million fans watching at home. You're not burying me here. I'll do the job when the time is right, but the time is not tonight. And thus kind of screwed up everything because Savage had already been promised a championship belt. But so had the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. The rumor was that DiBiase was going to take it to the finals against the WWF champion Hulk Hogan, which could have happened had you guys look at the original bracket for WrestleMania IV. DiBiase at the bottom of the brackets and Hogan at the top, of course. And the story goes, according to Teddy, that he was supposed to go over Hogan by disqualification. Talk about a fart in church. In the finals of the championship tournament at WrestleMania, initially crowning DiBiase, the new WWF champion, and he was thus going to drop the belt back to the Hulkster when he returned from making movies at the end of the summer. Now, all of that changed thanks to the Honky Tonk Man, who refused to drop the IC title, and Randy Savage, a trooper here in the company since 1985. Vince wanted to keep his word, and thus he pivoted. He flip-flopped the bracket around a little bit, and clearly some shenanigans were going on there, as Randy Savage now promised a different title belt. You guys know where I'm going with that. And thus leaving Ted DiBiase out in the cold. And we'll touch on that more when we get there later in the WrestleMania review. But let's also remember in the March news edition of the Wrestling Memory Grenade show that a recent WWF magazine, there was a spread on the Macho Man's manager, the lovely Elizabeth. And in that, a caption read, Elizabeth was managing the new WWF champion. Was it a typo, a red herring, or an oversight? We'll have to wait and see. Now, WrestleMania also known for some of its celebrities in past years, and this year no different, as Mr. Baseball Bob Uecker will return, guest ring announcer once again here this year, and everything else, color commentator, backstage interviewer, jack of all trades, and I sure ain't complaining. We also know that Wheel of Fortune's Vanna White going to be here as the guest timekeeper for the main event, and she'll monitor the tournament brackets with Mean Gene as well. Sort of a throwback to the Wrestling Classic pay-per-view there. Just a week or two ago on TV, it was announced that Gladys Knight and her Pips were here, reportedly, to sing America the Beautiful. Now, we will see Gladys Knight appear, but her Pips, that's another story. And of course, Robin Leach of the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous here, going to be the presenter of the WWF Championship Gold to the winner of the tournament. And WrestleMania IV also marked the very first ever WWF Fan Fest. Before the pay-per-view event, we'll see clips of autograph signings, a 5K run on the boardwalk, fans meeting with some of their favorite wrestlers, and Bruce Pritchard said this was done after realizing all the money that they were losing due to the tailgating that was going on outside the building at WrestleMania 3. So let's give these people something to do before the show, was the thought going into this Fan Fest, if you will. And let's talk about the Coliseum video version of WrestleMania before we get going. By this point, we were accustomed to a whole lot of editing to fit in those 3-hour WWF events on a 2-hour VHS tape. But with WrestleMania 4 being sold as a 2-tape set, they were essentially able to keep the entire show, minus intermission, intact, and even add some bonus Coliseum exclusives with Craig DeGeorge. So this may be the only WWF pay-per-view to be released pretty much complete until the latter half of 1989. And before we get rolling with the show, just a fun story I want to share with everyone out there. I want to go back in time for anybody who knew the struggle of getting to the local video store to rent out some of your favorite wrestling tapes. This story actually going to take me back to a Blockbuster video back in the day, WrestleMania IV, the dual cassette box. You open it up, and in the middle, there's a head, Hulk Hogan's body in the middle of the tape set, and his head would pop up out of the middle there, kind of like a children's pop-up book. Hulk Hogan's head would pop up out of the boxes when you opened it up. Well, the fun story here is we would always go to Blockbuster, and of course, I would rent WrestleMania IV from time to time, but also in between various other wrestling videos. But every time I went, I always wanted to open up the tape set and kind of present the box to other people walking through. Hey, maybe I'll do the WWF a solid and get a rental out of WrestleMania IV by making it look pretty. But the problem was it had been opened and closed so many times and screwed with so many times that Hulk's head, it just kind of hung there. And you could tell somebody at some point had tried to tape his head back up, but it just wasn't working. Floppy-headed Hulk Hogan inside that VHS tape. So anybody who still has this video and a working Hulk head, kudos to you. As it is finally time, guys, we're going to roll on now. The WWF presents WrestleMania IV. And we are live, March 27th, 1988, 4 p.m. Eastern, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Trump Plaza. And since I mentioned the Coliseum video and the exclusives being part of this event, this is a great time to talk the different openings from the home video and the original live broadcast of the event. Very different, as the Coliseum video version actually presents a full, quote-unquote, WrestleMania IV intro video, complete with random shots of Atlantic City-type things mixed in with the wrestlers preparing for the event. Like, well, I'm going to take heat for this, but as a kid, when I saw the dock here at Atlantic City at this time of year, it wasn't really pretty. It wasn't really flattering to me, but from there, Coliseum video intro, the arena from Gorilla and Jesse Ventura welcoming us, an exclusive welcome to WrestleMania IV, the videotape, as Gorilla informs us of more exclusive bonus material that will air throughout the video cassette, hosted by, who else but Greg DeGeorge. Gorilla's never going to get his name right. And of course, it's WrestleMania, folks, which can only mean two things. Well, it can mean a lot of things, but one, you can best believe Jesse Ventura is pumped up. And Gorilla Monsoon referring to this pay-per-view as a happening. As they then cut to Craig DeGeorge, hosting the 5K run event on the boardwalk the day prior. Of course, it's frickin' March in New Jersey, guys, so the weather, not ideal for a frickin' 5K run, or however long the run really was. They literally air a lady on tape here complaining about the windy, cold weather, but she also questions her finish time in the race. She said they were off by maybe a minute. I still have no idea how this interview made air. Obviously, the entire idea, it didn't cost much money to slap together a 5K run across the public boardwalk. Doesn't seem to be very thought out, though. Right, March in New Jersey? I don't know. We also see brief clips of the Fan Fest activities around town. Wrestlers signing some autographs, maybe taking a couple pictures. But the funniest part of the Coliseum footage here, Craig DeGeorge, who has apparently lost his voice, and yet he's still used here in all of the bonus segments, sounding hoarse as he can be. Now, in interviews since that time, Craig DeGeorge, Craig Minervini, his real name, he's done some interviews in recent years and actually blamed the weather during that 5K run for losing his voice. The Craiger here also going to promote WrestleMania is airing in 35 countries. Wow. Including the country of Africa, guys. Okay. Well, I guess if Pluto can be downgraded from being a planet, I suppose Africa can be downgraded to a country. Maybe. I'm not sure. But with the Coliseum exclusive intro running down, we go off now to the actual pay-per-view intro. And it's WrestleMania IV. And right away, a brand new intro and slogan for the WWF. No longer the recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment, but rather
the WWF, what the world is watching.
The WWF, what the world is watching. It's going to take some getting used to. Now, I loved it as a kid, but after going through 1987 week by week, I'm really stuck on the old intro at this point. So it may take me a little getting used to, but I'm here for it. And then we're straight into the pay-per-view intro. We see a slot machine on the screen, slot lever pulled, and we roll all cherries as the machine reads WrestleMania 4 Jackpot. And here we are. It's finally arrived. We see a high shot over top the crowd, definitely different from the previous WrestleManias. And at first look from afar, the shot does look like your typical large arena. But as we get closer, as we pan in, you see the long steps at the aisleway, a unique looking venue, and in attendance here, lots of future names on hand for this one, including Lance Storm, the Blue Meanie, Jersey Zone, Chris Kanyon, and WrestleCopia Zone, Jammie Ward. And right now, to help describe the atmosphere, rather than just watch it on TV, I'm going to bring in a guy who attended WrestleMania 4 and 5 for some first-hand experiences and memories. And you've heard him as part of the Georgia 1981 project on regional wrestling. He's also been part of the Stick to Wrestling podcast with John McAdam, and now part of the WrestleMania 4 review right here on the Grenade. Welcome on, Jammie Ward, to the program.
Hello, Ray. I've been chomping at the bit ever since you mentioned this to me. It's great to be on.
Oh, man, it's good to have you here on the Grenade. I don't think you've been on here since the 100th episode, so it's great to have you back to talk more WWF action.
Yeah, it's nice to change up the subject matter every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. See, that's one thing I got on you. I can talk about whatever I want, whenever I want. Poor Jamie, I kind of stuck him in the, well, he chose Georgia 81 as well, but yeah, I know the feeling. It's good to
No, I volunteered for that when you were
did.
looking for people.
You did. In fact, you were like, yeah, Georgia 81's not a bad idea. I said, okay, that's where we're going. But this has been a long time coming too, because I think it was like in November, you asked me, hey, what are you doing after you finish up 87 in the WWF? And I said, I'm pretty sure we're going to continue to roll into 88. And you said, well, let me know when you get close to WrestleMania 4, because I was there. And I said, you were at WrestleMania? Yeah, I went to WrestleMania 4 and 5, you told me. And I said, oh, we're definitely going to have you on as part of that big blockbuster event of WrestleMania 4. And I'm so happy to have you here to kind of share some of your firsthand memories.
Yeah, and like I said a couple moments ago, I've been chomping at the bit to do this. Unlike many people who watch the show, I had a great time being at the show.
Yeah, that's
so. I can't wait to discuss it.
I can't either, because that's what we want. We want positivity here. Absolutely. Looking forward to it. This has been months in the making, so it's good to have you here. I'm glad, way back in November, who knew for sure when I'd get to WrestleMania or if you'd still be down or if time would permit, but it did, and I'm happy for that. So many questions here for you, Jamie, so we'll jump into things. I guess my first question would be, when did you decide you were going to WrestleMania, or should I even ask, how did you get the WrestleMania tickets? Who did you roll with to Atlantic City?
Actually, it wasn't my idea to go to WrestleMania.
Wow.
Once again, I've told the story several times about how my parents always supported my wrestling habit, for lack of a better term. And my dad just went ahead and got WrestleMania tickets for us.
Now, did he get the tickets before he asked you, or did he make sure first before he went and made that purchase?
Well, like, I'm going to say no.
I was just curious. I didn't know if he surprised you with the tickets, or if he said, hey, Jamie, okay, very cool.
No, he surprised me with the tickets.
That's awesome. So you get to roll with your old dad down to Atlantic City for a WrestleMania of all things. Of course, still in its infancy. It's not quite near 40 yet in 1988, but still it's a WrestleMania, and you're heading there for the big tournament. And that was another selling point you've told me about in the past. You were huge on going to see this tournament.
Yeah. Now, while the WWF did the Wrestling Classic, what was it? A couple years before, I had never seen a live tournament. I spent all those years, reading the magazines, and like you and I are covering Georgia in 81 here. That was a big deal, that Thanksgiving night tournament. It really captivated me that they would have all these matches in one night, and teams or individual wrestlers would be wrestling over and over again on the same card.
Well, this is a pretty big deal in general, because the WWF title had never, to the public, had never been vacated before. It had never been held up, and certainly never been placed in a tournament, a single elimination tournament like this. So it was a pretty big deal all around.
And as it worked out, I had never seen a world title change live before. I saw at least 3 Dusty false finishes, the old Dusty finish,
of course,
at the NWA Civic Center and the Philadelphia Veterans Stadium, which my dad and I went too. And we used to go all the NWA.
Only 3 Dusty finishes in all those years? Wow, not bad.
At least 3. I still remember the one from the Civic Center, or not Civic Center, Vet Stadium. It was Flair against Road Warrior Hawk. And when Hawk pinned Flair, my dad must have jumped 3 feet off the ground. And I grabbed him by his shoulder. And I said, calm down, wait for it.
wait for it.
And there it was. And he laid out, "Oh, ain't this a bunch of bullshit?"
Jammie Ward, smart mark. I love it. Even cursing here on the Grenade. We can't get you to do that on regional wrestling, but it's all right. We can do that here on the Grenade show.
It was there, right? It was a layup.
That's an excellent memory to have, and I know you've told this story a couple times, especially over on regional wrestling, but it's never been told here before on the Grenade. I was hoping you could share your story about one July 4th, 1981 with the fans here on the Grenade show.
Yeah, we had my friends across the street from me. We both got cable around the same time in 1978. But in early 1981, he had a different cable company than I did. His cable company got TBS. My cable company didn't. So for several months, I was sneaking over to his house. Not sneaking, going over to his house on Saturday nights as often as it allowed. I mean, if he wasn't home, I couldn't go to his house. So we watched TBS as much as we could, Georgia Championship Wrestling. Well, on July 1st, 1981, my cable system gets WGN out of Chicago and WTBS out of Atlanta.
So you don't need your friend anymore.
No, I don't need my friend anymore. I can watch it on my own. And actually, that friend, he drifts away from wrestling after that. I kind of dragged him into it, I guess. But now I can watch every Saturday night. I can watch 6:05 WTBS Georgia Championship Wrestling. However, that first time, July 4th, 1981, my parents remind me that we have a party to go to that day. Needless to say, I was not a happy camper because I'm like 14 at the time, and I'm not thrilled about going to a party with relatives when I'm going to miss Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Right.
So we're there a couple hours. I'm having my food, and I'm getting along with everybody. And then all of a sudden, my dad comes out, taps me on the shoulder, and says, "Let's go." I said, "Where are we going?" He says, "You're going home. You're not missing Georgia Championship Wrestling. I know that's what you want. Let's go home." So we made the 15-minute ride back to the house. He dropped me off. He went back to the party. I didn't see them till later in the night, and I got to watch Georgia Championship Wrestling.
What a pops. That is pretty damn cool, man. I've heard you tell the story before, but I just love that. They totally supported your wrestling fandom, and they understood what it meant to you to get home and watch that very first episode of Georgia on your own home TV screen. So I'm sure that...
And a matter of fact, I don't know if I've told you this story before. The first time I ever went to a wrestling show was in August of 1980, and my dad knew I wanted to go to see Spectrum Wrestling live. I mean, we watch it every month on Prism, and he had a friend that he was just having me talking to who said he knew Gorilla Monsoon.
Wow.
And he got tickets from Gorilla Monsoon through the friend, and Monsoon wanted me to know that they were what he considered the best seats in the house. They were the first row behind the penalty box.
Wow. Okay.
Behind the hockey boards, and they were perfect eye level with the ring. So you got to see over everybody underneath. So again, that was my dad knowing people and got those tickets for us.
Pretty damn cool. Good stuff. And you rolled with Dad down here to WrestleMania 4. How'd you guys get down there?
Well, Dad was in his 60s at this point and really didn't feel like driving down to Atlantic City. And the local the shopping mall that he ran his photography store out of had casino buses. Oh. Because the casino started in 1978, I believe, in Atlantic City. Okay. And that became a big thing. So we ended up taking the casino bus down to WrestleMania, and we each got $25 free to go gamble with, which we didn't use.
That's the best part of the story so far. So you took a bus down. How did that work as far as taking the bus back? It wasn't coming down there specifically for WrestleMania. So did you guys have to wait a while to catch a bus? Did you have to stay overnight there?
No, actually we timed it pretty well. My dad had the bus schedule and everything, and I forget what time we got out of the building, like 8:30, 9 o'clock around there somewhere. Okay. He had the bus schedule, and we waited maybe a half hour tops.
Wow. It was like...
to board the bus for the hour and a half ride home. Because it was nonstop. It went right from the shopping mall to Atlantic City. It didn't have any other stops in between.
That's not bad at all. And it was, like I just said, it was kind of meant to be then, just perfect. Everything went your way to get you down there. And did you guys get there early enough in the day to kind of enjoy the scenery, take a walk there on the boardwalk, the infamous boardwalk?
Yes, we did. I want to say, what was it, like a 3 o'clock show?
4 o'clock.
So we were 4 o'clock. Okay. So we were down there, I want to say by 11 or 12, because my dad was one of those guys. He was a wedding photographer. So he was never late for anything. He was one of those guys. So we were down there plenty early. We took a walk on the boardwalk. Back when he was like a teenager, he worked on the Atlantic City boardwalk on a steel pier.
Wow. Okay.
And actually got to meet the Three Stooges several times and got involved. And I guess they wanted to take advantage of a teenage boy, and not in that manner, people, and got him into one of their poker games.
Wow, that had to be a fun time. Could you imagine?
Play poker with the Three Stooges on the steel pier in Atlantic City.
Man, if camera phones were around to get a picture of yourself playing poker with the Three Stooges of all people, that would have been kick-ass to have. But
yeah, I mean, he had their autographs. It was very simple. It was all on the same page. Curly, Larry, and Moe.
Yeah, I'm sure that would all fit on one page. That's cool
it's
stuff.
Just a shame
man.
They didn't have, like you said, camera phones back then.
Oh,
and he wasn't even a photographer at that point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, good point. I didn't even put that into it. Yeah. So
this is probably the late 1930s. It was before World War II.
Okay, yeah. Wow. Yeah, that has started to be pretty damn cool to live through. So that time of year, March 1988, March of any year in Atlantic City on the ocean, I discussed a lady from the Coliseum video version that was part of the 5K run they did the day before. She was mentioning how cold and windy the weather was during the 5K. Was that your experience on the day of WrestleMania as well?
That was one of the coolest experiences of my life, walking on that boardwalk.
Wow, okay.
You've heard of wind whipping? That wind was whipping right down the Atlantic City boardwalk, and we had walked, not the entire length of it, but we walked up and back with him pointing out different, things that he remembered from years ago, including Mr. Peanut.
Nice.
They had the Mr. Peanut store there.
Yeah, I can only imagine how how cold it could have been with the wind whipped in there, because I lived on the lake for many years up in the Cleveland area, Lake Erie, and you get up to the lake and that's no joke. You go to the Browns Stadium, that is not a joke. It is pretty damn cold, and the wind really adds to it. I can only imagine. I haven't had a lot of experience on the west or east coast. I've been there, but not for long periods of time, and certainly not that time of year. And
I went down in a spring jacket that day. I wasn't thinking. Of course, I'm now 21 years old, so I know it all at this point. But my dad was prepared. He had his hat, gloves, and coat for the boardwalk. I'd never experienced that, the boardwalk at that time.
Okay, so you froze your ass off. You got to see a few sights out there on the boardwalk area. But now let's get into the building. Let's get into, what they call Trump Plaza, but I've already explained here earlier that this was not Trump Plaza, but rather Convention Hall, just a hop, skip, and a jump from nearby Trump Plaza, but Donald Trump sponsoring the event. Thus, it gets the name Trump Plaza, whether it's a hotel and casino. Here, we're pretending it's an arena. And that's basically the setting for the show that everybody sees, WrestleMania IV, and kind of a unique venue. We'll talk about how it was laid out in just a minute, but I was just curious, where were you sitting inside now I ask you that, I saw a picture, you actually texted me a picture from, I'm assuming somewhere around your seats, but I couldn't really tell where that would have been per se. So I'm just curious.
It was at the, I want to say halfway up the lower section.
Okay. So halfway up lower level, near the aisleway, near the announcers.
The picture I sent you was of Jesse Ventura and Gorilla up in the booth. So we were kind of in a corner. Okay. Where it gets straightened out a little bit. Maybe you could post a picture when you post the...
Yeah, we can do that. We'll post Jamie's picture to
it's not the clearest, and that's an original picture, but it's not the clearest. But
well, no, it's a 1988 camera. Your father would be disappointed in you, though. No, but, believe me, Jamie, I took pictures in the mid-1990s that didn't come out that good. So I'm not, it's like I've got Shawn Michaels and Razor third row in a ladder match practicing for WrestleMania 10, and you can make it out, but it's still kind of a little bit blurry. But yeah, it's just, I thought it was pretty damn cool that you even had a picture from the event.
Yeah, I wish I had taken more that day, but that was the only one. I mean, being that far back, you're not getting any good pictures of the ring or anything, so I didn't even bother to waste my time taking any of those. But I did take that picture.
Well, I already mentioned that this is not Trump Plaza, but rather Convention Hall. We talked about that earlier on the show before you joined in regards to its background, its history with the boxing fights. Even AEW recently had a show there, and you've talked to me a little bit about it too, some of the background that you knew of the venue. But let's talk about how it looked, how it was shaped, kind of an odd building. As the wrestlers came out, you would see the aisleway. It was kind of long stairs, really weird built, and it almost felt like it dipped underground. So I don't know how tall the building actually was, but it made the ceiling look really high by the time you got to the ring.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it for a moment, the main doors are at the level of the boardwalk. And the boardwalk, like Ocean City, Maryland, the boardwalk is on the sand level.
Right.
The boardwalk in Atlantic City is built up 10, 15 feet.
Okay.
So that's why it kind of has that sunken in appearance. Kind of like if you've ever been to certain major league stadiums, you go walking in ground level,
right,
and here the field is below you. So it was basically the same exact kind of setup.
Well, definitely a unique structure, to say the least. I mean, it really feels like the floor does drop down. So like you said, you kind of confirm that to a degree. But I want to go back to the WrestleMania IV podcast that Bruce Pritchard did, and it's been quite a few years since I listened to it. But I remember him talking about when they arrived there about a week before the event, that it was bare bones in there. There was nothing going on. It was just an empty building, and anything you saw there, they actually put in there, including 99% of the lighting, the trusses and everything that were hanging from the rafters, if you will, to quote Gorilla Monsoon. And he said they left all of that in there when they left. They didn't feel like taking it down, and they continued to use it, and they probably used it at WrestleMania V if it was still there by that point in time. But I was just curious, you looking around when you got in there, did it feel like an actual wrestling arena, or could you tell it was kind of like a glorified gigantic bingo hall or whatever? I don't know what term I'm looking for here, but definitely not, say, the Philly Spectrum.
No, right. The layout was definitely bigger than the Philly Spectrum. While Philly Spectrum would seat 20,000 for wrestling, it was a tight 20,000, and this was more of a spread out 20,000, more like a football stadium.
So a bigger building
would be.
Okay.
Yeah, a bigger building that, right. Instead of being everybody real tight, like I said, the Spectrum, the seats would cascade back.
Right.
Kind of like
it did have a different
Ohio
theater.
State or Michigan, where it just kind of, their stadium just kind of pushed back.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And it kind of had like that same feeling for me.
All right. So, but the building itself, did it come off to you like an actual arena feel, or did it feel like something different than your typical arena outside of the larger structure?
I mean, basically it was your normal arena. It wasn't you walk in and you're wowed, because you could tell it was an older place.
Right.
They definitely had put some money into it and gave it a new paint job and probably new drywall here and there, but it didn't wow me. Let's just put it that way. But it didn't disappoint either.
Okay, well, that's cool. And they got the big WrestleMania sign up there, so I was focused on that really when I first saw the event. But another thing that I focused on a lot as a kid, me and my cousins, my brother, we would kind of joke about it from time to time, would be the carpeting. And I don't know where all it was laid in this structure here, but it was definitely in the aisleway where the wrestlers made their way out. And Bruce Pritchard had told Conrad on their podcast that anything you saw, the WWF put in there. But this carpet looked a little too old to be brand new. I could be wrong. But I always referred to it as a diarrhea carpet, the color, I mean. And then really at the end of the day, it just reminded me of old 1970s, 1980s hospital lobby carpet, just a ugly color, just kind of crappy looking, really, to be honest with you. I didn't know if that was laid out everywhere, if you paid attention to something like that, but it always stuck out to me because it was probably the only time wrestlers came out on a bed of carpet.
Watching it over again, that carpet color looked like it was like Golden's mustard.
Yeah, okay.
However, being there live, it was more like looking at the yellow brick road, if you ask me.
Okay.
I thought live it looked a little more vibrant, but definitely on TV, I can see how anybody would think that was something, left over from the 1960s. Hey, they did have enough of Miss Americas there. They had 75 of them there before they moved it out of
Was
Atlantic
it that
City.
many? Wow, okay.
Yeah, it went back to the 20s, I believe.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I knew they held the event there. I had no idea how many. That's amazing. So you just talked about how it appeared on TV. Let's talk about something else in regards to TV. Let's talk about the sound or lack thereof. When I referenced the fans here, specifically the high rollers around ringside. And I've told you this story off here, but I'm going to tell it here for everybody too. When I was a kid, there was the set of WrestleManias 1 through 6 trading cards. And on the WrestleMania 4 and 5 trading cards, because both from Trump Plaza, but I really vividly remember the WrestleMania 4 ones, we would sit there and make fun or question, actually, why are the fans in the first several rows? Because you got all these great ring shots. So you can see the fans blatantly really, really well in the first several rows. None of them are paying attention to the wrestling that's going on in the ring. You have Hulk Hogan in there, the Macho Man, whatever the case may be. They're looking to the left, they're looking to the right, they're looking at the floor, they may be talking to somebody, but nobody is reacting to anything that's going on in the ring. And that was because those were the Donald Trump high rollers that weren't necessarily wrestling fans. But I wanted to get into that, but I also wanted to get into, because you've told me this in the past, that I've mocked the fact that there's really no sound, there's no real fan reaction. Now there is some, don't get me wrong, but not to the level that you would expect specifically in an event like this. But you said, no, there was actually quite a bit of sound, at least in your area. I wanted you to explain to everybody what you were talking about.
Yeah, I thought I was at just like a normal wrestling show. I wasn't looking at the people at ringside when I was there.
Right. No, I get that.
So I can't base what their reactions was until I got home and rewatched the show.
Right.
But yeah, sitting where we were, I thought it was just a normal, I won't say rabid, but a normal wrestling crowd watching the show. And I didn't really notice that the sound was down or not, a great reaction. Now, when I watched it over the first time on television off the live recording.
Right. And that's important.
If you watch the live recording, the crowd reaction isn't that good there. My theory for that is, if you look at the faraway shots, notice how high the rounded ceiling is.
Mm-hmm.
For those that are train aficionados of old railroad stations and stuff, notice how the old railroad places all had that big curved roof. And this basically had the same thing. So the sound kind of just like takes forever to get to that roof before it bounces back down. So with a wrestling crowd that isn't overly loud, it's going to lose a lot of that sound.
So you're saying it was the height and the structure. On television. So the combination of the height and the structure. Okay.
Yeah.
I could see that. I can buy into that. Now, like you said, though, you watched the original live version or maybe even the Coliseum video version. They weren't really crowd sweetening things to crazy degrees back then. But as you watch it develop over the years, the WWF home video version and now the Peacock version, go listen to it now. It was an amazing event in regards to crowd reaction.
Yeah. When I just watched this back over for when we go over the first round, the reaction is quite different. They have it cranked up pretty well. And because it's cranked up pretty well, the show actually comes off better watching it this time around than I remember watching it the other times.
Right. Yeah. The crowd always aids in, making the show more exciting. But, and some of us are lucky enough to have or maybe not lucky by having the original copy. I have mine. And yeah, there's it's the crowd reaction, and they didn't really mic the rings and things like that back then either. So that didn't help a whole lot. But
no.
Yeah, it was very, I don't want to call it dead because some guys did get a pretty damn good reaction regardless. Bam Bigelow did, for instance. A lot of people did, to be honest with you, until Jake and Rude came out, but that's another story. We'll save that for when we get to it here later in the show. But I appreciate you stopping by early on to cover some of the firsthand memories of what you experienced there at WrestleMania, just getting into the building, taking your seat. You took your very first picture there. We got everything ready to go. And just a quick note, guys, Jammie Ward will return here later in this episode of The Grenade to discuss all of the first round action with us. So, Jammie, looking forward to having you back here in, say, 45 minutes or so.
I look forward to it also, Ray. Like I said, I've watched the show over again, so I'm ready to go.
Can't wait. Boy, that was fun. Thank you once again so much, Jammie Ward, for joining the show, lending us your firsthand memories. And Jamie's going to be back a little later in the program to talk about some of the first round matches in the tournament. But right now, it's off to the ring. And Mean Gene Okerlund, not Vince McMahon, but rather Mean Gene, welcoming us to WrestleMania 4 as the crowd goes mild. Fucking high rollers. You guys know how casinos will make you listen to timeshare pitches to get free tickets to the shows in Vegas? I feel like they suckered these gamblers into WrestleMania in place of a timeshare pitch. Promise some bonus plays if they'd fill these seats here tonight. As the fan response right around ringside seems pretty much dead. Now, we heard Jammie say a little bit of the opposite. The wrestling fans were alive, and he blamed maybe the acoustics, the reason why we didn't really hear it on the video. However, at the same time, you can visibly see these well-to-do gamblers around ringside, not necessarily invested in what's going on in the ring, which is, truly unfortunate, especially for a WrestleMania. These people around ringside looking disinterested, but they're not truly wrestling fans, so you have to expect that. Is Mean Gene going to introduce Gladys Knight? Sans Pips. Hey, where'd the Pips go? They promised us Pips, damn it. But it is Gladys Knight singing America the Beautiful. Everybody thinks she's finished. We get a big applause, but she continues on. A second trip. A little My Country 'Tis of Thee thrown in there. One more time around. And you have to presume Gladys Knight probably had a gig in Atlantic City around this time because, for one, she was there. But she's also rocking a sequin jacket of sorts that has more ads on it than NASCAR. Unbelievable. You got to check this out. There's ads all over her jacket. I'm not really sure what that was about. I've never seen that before on a performer, but maybe I just haven't watched enough performers, I suppose. So we cut away from Mean Gene Okerlund. We head off to the host of the show, Gorilla Monsoon, and Jesse the Body Ventura welcoming us. Once again, we saw it on Coliseum Video. Now we see it for the live event, welcoming us to WrestleMania. And it's at this point in the program, Bob Uecker going to join Jesse and Gorilla shortly as guest commentator for the opening matchup. And right now joining me here on the Wrestling Memory Grenade guest commentary for the opening matchup. Going to bring him on right now. His very first time, I do believe, on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. You may have heard him on Memphis 85 on the Regional Wrestling Podcast. Looking forward to hearing his side of things here for the big upcoming Battle Royal. We're going to bring him here for the first time ever, I do believe, on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. Correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome, Gene Jackson, to the program.
That's right. This is, in fact, the very first time I have had the honor of being on the Wrestling Memory Grenade, but I have certainly watched, or not watched, I guess I should say listened to my fair share of the Memory Grenade, and I'm so excited to be here. I'm babbling and don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm excited to be here, and usually, Ray, we spend our time in 1985, so to be
right.
here in 1988, this is a whole new experience.
Yeah, we're usually in that WMC TV5 studio in front of 50 fans, and I'm being generous there. But here, it's a happening, to quote Gorilla Monsoon. They are literally hanging from the rafters here at Trump Plaza, or Convention Hall, call it what you will. But we're here. It's WrestleMania IV, and I couldn't think of a better... Well, the WWF, they had Bob Uecker join in for the guest hosting here for the Battle Royal, and I thought, man, nobody better than Gene Jackson to do the same here for the Grenade.
Oh, well, thank you. That's kind words because, man, Uecker has some great lines throughout this Battle Royal.
He sure does, and we've got a ton of the sound bites queued up. I can't wait to get to those. As we cut to ringside before the matchup, we see referees Joey Morella and a very young Jimmy Corderas out there carrying out that giant 7-foot trophy for the Battle Royal, as Gorilla does indeed inform us, Gene, that it is going to be a happening, in which Jesse the Body responds, he's beyond pumped up. So this must be WrestleMania.
That's right. When Gorilla lets us know it's going to be a happening, it's WrestleMania time.
And the Body always pumped up for the big event as well. As we see the wrestlers begin to make their way down to ringside for the Battle Royal, it's the opening match. They announced it on TV. We didn't hear that a lot back then, telling you what they're going to kick the show off with. They promised on TV it was going to be the Battle Royal, and they kept their word.
They did, yeah. Like I said, very rarely do they ever give you any insight to what to expect to start WrestleMania. But we knew we were starting with this Battle Royal, the let's get them all on the card Battle Royal here. But hey, they went as far to make a big trophy for it. So
they sure did.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk a little bit more about that trophy in just a minute as we see Joey Morella standing ringside, directing the baby faces and heels in different directions upon entering the ring here. Baby faces on the left, heels on the right, which made no sense to me, Gene, since they're all going to wind up in the ring together anyway for the introductions.
Exactly. Yeah, that's fun. They go their separate ways and immediately they all converge in the ring and then have to kind of stand there to be introduced. So it was all for nothing.
And we touched on it already, but just as you join here the grenade for the Battle Royal, unannounced, out of nowhere, Bob Uecker joins the announce team, which makes this all the more better. Bob Uecker part of this Battle Royal to kick off WrestleMania.
Absolutely. He was a fun part of WrestleMania 3, and I dare say he was even more fun in the build-up and here at WrestleMania 4.
Yeah, you gotta love it. The Uke out here to kick off the show. And for as good as he was last year at WrestleMania 3, even more on this year. I thought lots of vignettes on TV leading in, kicking things off here with fun banter with Jesse Ventura back and forth. They exchange some sneers, and he even refers to Gorilla as Gino here.
Yeah, that was fun, and that was what really stood out to me is, if Uecker would have wanted to transition into the WWF, man, it would have been a very smooth transition. He felt right at home. He, all the vignettes he did leading into WrestleMania and all the stuff he did at WrestleMania at 3 and 4 just felt so natural. He felt just like, he was comfortable around the wrestlers and knew exactly what his role was and how to play it up and be scared when he needs to be and be funny when he needs to be. And man, I would love to have seen a lot more Bob Uecker in the WWF.
Yeah, I wish he had stuck around. I wish, Mr. Belvedere had been a flop and he got booted from the baseball world so that we would be forced to see Bob Uecker here more in the WWF. It would have been a fun time. I wish they just kept bringing him back year after year because he really got it. And this is a guy who likely probably didn't follow the business that deep. But man, he just comes in and he just turns it right on. They talk about how he ad-libbed all of his lines in the Major League movie, but it feels like he does the same. And we know he does during commentary here, which is just tremendous. We'll get to that in just a minute. But Bob Uecker, man, just another world. Certainly here on commentary for this one as we begin things with the 20-man over-the-top rope Invitational Battle Royal. And the invites include Bret Hart, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, the Hart Foundation, the Young Stallions, Jimmy Powers and Paul Roma, the Wild Samoan Sika, Dangerous Danny Davis, the Killer Bees, Jumpin' Jim Brunzell and B. Brian Blair, Bad News Brown, one of the recent stars here, the WWF. Also, Sam Houston in this one, Jacques and Raymond, the Rougeau brothers, Olympic strongman Ken Patera, Outlaw Ron Bass, he's got Miss Betsy with him down there ringside. The Junkyard Dog is here, as well as Nikolai Volkov and Boris Zukov, the Bolsheviks, Hillbilly Jim, the King, Harley Race, and George, the Animal Steel. Gene, can I take you back in time? Who was your original pick to win this thing?
So back then, when I was a kid, I genuinely thought that as we went into this, I really did think that Junkyard Dog was going to win this, which shows you how little I was clued in back in those days.
Well, I'm going to double down on that. That was my pick heading in as well. In fact, when it came down, well, I don't want to spoil too much, but when it comes down to the final three, I still thought even then it was JYD all the way. So I'm with you. Again, I've told the story on some of my other past shows, though. He was one of my top favorites, when I first started getting into the WWF scene, 84, 85, the dog just arrived. He was still getting that push. He was my favorite thumb wrestler as a kid as well. So love me some JYD. And even though it's very obvious here at 87 and 88, not the dog of old, but still in my heart as a kid, I loved him. And I was rooting for JYD in this one.
Well, that's great to hear because I thought, man, I'm kind of, as I was about to get ready to say it, I'm sure he's going to be like, really? You thought JYD was going to win in 88? But man, I did. And I was a big JYD fan too. He was one of the first LJNs to have an accessory. He had his chain and his dog collar on, and I thought that was just really cool when I was a little kid. So, yeah, man, I was pulling for him. And, as far as just being an invitational battle royal, looking back on it, you'd almost think some of these invitations were sent out by Herb Abrams, perhaps.
It could have been. I'll tell you what, though, our pick of the JYD, a much better pick than one Dave Meltzer, and we'll touch on that in just a little bit as we get going here. During the introductions of the wrestlers, they put over the monster 7-foot trophy at ringside as a huge deal when Bob Uecker says this.
That's right. Did you get a look at the size of that trophy, Gorilla?
Oh, 6.5, perhaps 7-footer.
That thing's taller than Uecker's ever been in high heels.
You got one like that at home, Ueck?
Yeah, I paid, as I said before, anybody with any kind of desire at all, and if you want to pay a price, Gorilla can have those kinds of trophies. Some of the bigger ones I have cost me well over $100.
I love it.
Oh, the prestige here, Gene. As Bob Uecker says, he's had a few of those made for himself. He says anybody who wants to have one made can. They can do so by paying just a little over $100. I wrote, Womp, womp. I know he wasn't trying to bury it, but I had to LOL. Gorilla putting this trophy over huge, and Ueker's like, yeah, you can have those made for about $100.
I mean, that's just vintage old school comedy right there. And I tell you, I love me some Jesse Ventura in this era, but man, if you could have got a show, pick just any random show. If it had been a Boston Garden show or something with Gorilla, Bobby, and Bob Uecker all together at the announce table, or a couple episodes of Prime Time with Uecker sitting in, can you imagine?
Oh my God, the ad lib between Uecker and Heenan alone would just be priceless. Uecker's not too bad with Mean Gene either, but him and Bobby and the little time they have together here, not bad. But I also like his stuff with Jesse, who seems to feed off. Jesse's having a different time, a more fun, not so serious time here when he's talking with Uecker. And we're going to hear that as the sound bites continue on. As up next, we're going to hear Uecker mentioning that he was surprised that he got a call from one Vince McMahon to return to WrestleMania here this year. And then Gorilla quickly wanting to change the subject.
I know, Ueck, that I had a great time last year with you, and I'm looking forward to having another great time here this year.
Al, I couldn't believe it, Gorilla, when I got the call from Vince McMahon asking me if I'd love to participate
there it is.
In WrestleMania 4. There it is, the trophy you guys just talked about a minute ago.
Look at the size of it.
Oh, man. I tell you, I couldn't wait to get here.
Ixnay on the Insfay, the Gorilla Monsoon changing the subject once again to the size of the trophy. Oh, look at the size of that trophy, will you guys? Not wanting to acknowledge Vince McMahon's power within the company.
Exactly. That was a big no-no back then. I'm surprised Gorilla didn't go, you mean when Jack Tunney called you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it was just that weekend's TV too. Jesse Ventura pointing out on Superstars, hey, Vince, what are you going to do for WrestleMania? Because I'm doing commentary with Gorilla and they're all sold out at Trump Plaza. So you're not going to be there. And Vince McMahon, well, I hope to be there, pal. So yeah, but it's just funny listening to Uecker talk about getting the call from Vince, which even by 1988 standards, I'm a little surprised that Vince himself made the call.
Yeah, that is very surprising, honestly. Just hearing that again, watching it recently, I thought, man, even though, I know they didn't love him saying that regardless, but yeah, just to think that Vince McMahon's calling the celebrities to be at WrestleMania at that point is kind of shocking.
Well, as they try to get pretty much everyone a payday here on the show, as you already mentioned, this match was added last. A Battle Royal added to a tournament card. That's a lot of wrestlers, as we have 9 heels and 11 baby faces in this matchup. And get this, 5 tag teams involved. 10 men take up half the field. 5 tag teams. I never really paid attention in the past until I did this here. I was like, wow, half the field is just tag teams.
Yeah, that I didn't pick up on that when I was a kid, really. But when I watched it recently, because I knew we were going to be doing this, I was like, man, a lot of tag teams here. That's kind of odd, but yeah, it worked out. Like I said, when you look down that lineup and you start looking for a winner, JYD really stood out. We were early on, in some of those guys' tenure in WWF, so that's why I really didn't consider them, because as a kid, I didn't know much about them, and even later on, I probably wouldn't have really thought, well, are they pulling the trigger on them? But as we'll get to, it's kind of surprising to see, some of the people that stick around and who doesn't.
And I took a few notes here before we head into the matchup. This also marks the King Harley Race's final match for something like 7-8 months. Harley going to go down to serious surgery. He's going to have a foot and a half of his intestines removed after recently being injured on Saturday night's main event. That headbutt dive off the apron going through the table, the steel from the rim of the table shoving up into Harley's gut, giving him a hernia in the process. And unbelievably, well, actually, it's Harley Race, so I do believe it. He makes WrestleMania for that final payday on the way out.
Man, you got to respect the manhood of Harley Race when you hear how that turned out to still make WrestleMania. And, a lot of people think that table spots, originated with ECW and Sabu and Public Enemy. And I think a lot of people are shocked to know that Harley Race was out there going through tables on Hulk Hogan on Saturday night's main event, brother.
That's right. Just a couple other notes here. Oh, Harley Race and JYD in the same match 2 years in a row, 1-on-1 last year at WrestleMania 3. Both guys here part of this Battle Royal. Also, I noticed a quarter of the field here, a little reminiscent to WrestleMania 2 Battle Royal. A quarter of the field, 5 men, part of the WrestleMania 2 Battle Royal, back here for the Battle Royal at WrestleMania 4, including Hillbilly Jim, the Hart Foundation, and the Killer Bees.
That's a fun stat that I didn't pick up on. I like it.
This match also marks the Wild Samoan Sika's final night with the company, giving him a WrestleMania payday on the way out. We're going to say goodbye to the father of Roman Reigns after this one.
Yeah, and he is sporting some new tights. I don't remember seeing him wearing those.
Yeah, it's in my notes.
leopard
I'm glad you noticed that too. So it was also about this time. Listen to this one. About a year ago, I reported in around March, April of the news here in the World Wrestling Federation. At least DeMelt stated there was early plans for WrestleMania IV. Talk was the main event was going to feature then WWF champion Hulk Hogan versus Ken Patera. Yet here Ken is in the Battle Royal. I wrote wishful thinking meets reality.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
No, definitely not. In fact, I think they gave up on that a very long time ago. I don't know what they were thinking heading in, before Patera even made his return from prison, but yeah. Definitely not. Maybe if he brought a boulder along with him, it'd have been a little more effective. This one also
have been a barbershop window back then to throw it through.
That would have been great. That would have been excellent. This also marks George Steele somehow managing to appear on his third WrestleMania in a row. Of course, he wrestled the Macho Man for the IC title at WrestleMania 2. He was in the corner of the Dragon, played a pivotal part once again in a Macho Man match. The Dragon scoring the win in the IC Championship at WrestleMania 3. And now here he is, once again, WrestleMania IV in the Battle Royal. Is George on the outside for the introductions? And a lot of people, George told this story, Jim Myers, told this story about, I don't know, let's just say 20 years ago in a shoot interview. Everybody wanted to know, why did you never get in the ring, George? And his story was, you remember the stairs at WrestleMania IV, Trump Plaza, the steps. He claims he twisted his knee on the way down, so he simply never got in the ring, didn't want to aggravate the injury any further. And I bought that, when I first started. Well, that makes sense. Finally, we have a reason. And it made sense. Okay, cool. Now I know why he never got in the ring. But then I get to the notes here. I started doing research for 1988, and there's multiple Bunkhouse Battle Royals back in January where George Steele does the same exact thing, standing around ringside. And in fact, when DeMeltz got cute and started predicting some of the things to happen at WrestleMania when they announced the Battle Royal, the first thing he said was, I predict that George Steele won't get in the ring. So this was pretty much a far-gone conclusion before it even happened, and I didn't even know it at the time.
So, this is, you can only speculate. I don't expect you to have an actual answer to this, but, do you think that Jim Myers just remembers it that way, and he really thinks that that's how that played out, or is that just top of his head thinks that's a good explanation when he's telling the story? Or maybe he just didn't remember. He was up in age by the time those shoot interviews happened. But
I'm not arguing. Maybe he did have a knee injury at the time. Maybe that's really the legitimate reason why he was doing this for the last few months. But he was also, and I use this term loosely, but working some matches in between as well. So who knows? Maybe he just don't want to take that bump over the top rope. Like Sheik at WrestleMania 17. Story goes, he only won the match because he couldn't take the bump out of the ring.
Yeah, I'm sure if it came down to it, and they're like, well, look, we're going to have to let Steele win this thing because he can't go over the top rope, and somebody's like, yeah, just let him stand outside.
Yeah, so
we're good.
It's pretty cool. Miss Betsy makes her WrestleMania debut, her one and only, out here with the Outlaw Ron Bass. George Steele out there during introductions, removing his shirt for business, but he remains on the outside for the duration. I wrote, what a waste. Should have given that spot to Outback Jack.
I would have popped for it. I was an Outback Jack fan when I was a kid, I have to admit. I still am. I got an autographed picture of Outback Jack. I'm proud to say.
I need me one of those. Sadly, Outback will never make it to WrestleMania. We also see the usually smiling Hillbilly Jim, but I noticed here, he just kind of throws his hands up for the introduction, doesn't even really look at the camera. I wrote, he must have got word of his payday beforehand here. Didn't look too happy to be out there, did Hillbilly?
Yeah, maybe he wanted the standing outside the ring and getting paid spot instead of George. Yeah, he did not look like his jovial hillbilly self. Yeah,
kind of weird. As we also see Sika going all glitz and glamour, as you referenced, upgrades his attire here for WrestleMania. Looks like some of my wife's tiger print pajama pants. Looking dapper, though, for this spectacle is the Wild Samoan. Wouldn't it be cool if Roman Reigns busted that out at WrestleMania 40?
Yes, that would be a great homage to Pops.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Gorilla Monsoon, as the action gets going, he ponders if Bob Uecker ever saw anything like this in baseball, to which the Uecker responds,
unbelievable.
Well, you're more than welcome, I'm sure.
And we're off and running.
Bell's gone. We're underway here. What a dangerous type match, Jess.
Well, I'll tell you what, Uke, you'll never see nothing like this in baseball, will you?
This looks like the final day of cut-down day in spring training to me.
I love it.
Looks like the final cut down day in spring training. Never misses a beat. I mean, talk about ad-libbing at its finest. Just blurts that out without even needing time to think about it, process it.
Yeah, I mean, he reminds me a lot of Heenan, where he's just so quick and sharp. You know, he's got these lines just ready to throw them out
and to
there
be out of
drop
his element.
that.
You know, to be out of his element. It'd be one thing if it's like a MLB All-Star Weekend, you know, where you kind of, you know, you've been around baseball your whole life. You've got all these jokes, you know, saved up in the back of your head. But here in wrestling, he's ready to go. As the bell sounds, we heard it right there. The action begins, and Sam Houston goes right after his rival, Dangerous Danny Davis, right away. But the outlaw Ron Bass attacking Houston from behind, whipping him into Davis, who backdrops Sam over the top rope and out of the floor in just 43 seconds. As Sam was Dave Meltzer's favorite to win this thing. Can you believe that? Sam Houston out first.
Well, there goes Meltzer's credibility years ago. But, yeah, I have to say it's sad that Sam Houston's hot spot was getting his little dance in during the intro.
Certainly with a little two-step.
He managed to cut a rug across the ring real quick as they named his name.
He sure did. So I wrote, was it a shot at the Melts to throw Houston out first, or simply a way to show everyone that Sam is where he is on the card? I think I'll go with the latter there. I don't think Vince really gave two shits about Dave Meltzer back in 1988 or any time for that matter. But is Jesse Ventura going to point out that, well, Sam, he's kind of a lighter weight, Gene, and this match may not have been meant for a guy his size, but no sooner than Jesse gets that line out that Sam Houston, he's too light for such a match, that we see the 300-pound Sika also eliminated seconds into this encounter by a handful of guys.
What did we start with?
There it is.
Sam Houston.
Sam Houston gone.
Well, you know, Sam, this
there goes Sika.
This wasn't the kind of match for Sam Houston because he's kind of light and possibly very easy to put over the top rope.
Well, Sika certainly isn't light, Jess, and he's a goner.
So Jesse contradicted immediately there. In fact, you know, Sika was already gone before Body puts over the fact that Sam's kind of a lightweight. And, you know, he just wasn't built for this matchup. But Sika, 300 pounds, out the door as well.
Poor Jesse. He's actually trying to help save face for Sam Houston, which is out of character for him. And then immediately Gorilla's like, well, Sika's not light, so shut up. You know?
So a lot of work for that payday on the way out. Sika finishing up here after less than a minute in the Battle Royal. But he did make it to WrestleMania. So I guess you could acknowledge that one, Gene.
Wow, what a shame. You break out some brand new britches and you're out of there in under a minute. Goodness.
I think that's why he held a grudge against Vince McMahon. He goes out and spends another $50 at K&H Wear, gets himself a brand new pair of Tiger trunks, and you're out the door. See you later, Sika. Didn't even get reimbursed, I bet.
I'm sure he didn't.
As we continue on, Jesse Ventura wanting to know what's going on with Animal Steele outside the ring.
What did we start with in this, 20?
20.
Well, we're down to 18. What's with Animal Steele outside the ring?
He's outside. I'm not sure he ever got in there.
You know, that guy might be smarter than everyone thinks. Maybe he's going to wait for everyone to eliminate each other, then he'll climb in there.
Gorilla Monsoon, not so sure Animal ever got in the ring just yet. And remember that, Gene. We're going to revisit that in just a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
As the action barrels on, as we see a cool shot of Bret Hart trying to eliminate the King Harley Race. I wrote that would have been a fun match.
Yeah, it would have. I was noticing that a couple of times that some people paired off and thinking, man, I don't really remember seeing that outside of, you know, this battle royal and maybe a couple other odd, you know, battle royals here and there. But yeah, that definitely would have been a great singles match to have seen.
As the action goes on, Animal Steele going to get cute, reaching in to grab hold of Jim Neidhart. But the Anvil has none of it, reaching over the top rope, swatting at the Animal's head. But George Steele reaching up from the outside floor and grabbing the Anvil by his goatee, yanking Jim Neidhart over the top rope and out of the ring in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I wrote bummer, and that shouldn't have been legal.
No, definitely not. But what a great spot to feature the Animal there, pulling him over the top with his goatee. But, you know, considering some of the people's in there, I would have liked to have seen the Animal stick around longer, but... You know,
you and me both. In fact, I never really, good point. I never really understood that as a kid. Why did the Anvil go out before Paul Roma, Jimmy Powers, this person, that person? And then it becomes obvious, you know, as we get older and we start, you know, developing that booking mind sort of to where, oh, okay, I see. We need these two separated as far as we can for the story we're trying to tell here. as the ramifications of this match are huge. So important that Jesse and Uecker go into a spiel about Vanna White.
Oh, she's definitely here, you.
Yeah, I'm supposed to meet her. That's my main reason for being here.
That's your main reason for being here, Uecker? Vanna White?
Yeah, I'm supposed to meet her here someplace.
Well, do you have any idea that she's in love with me?
I saw something about that in some tablet. No, that's not her.
It was, in fact, the National Examiner, you.
Is that where it was?
Page, yes.
She wouldn't come here unless she got a date from me. And I was very upset about that. Jack Tunney never asked me.
Yeah, she's got a little better taste than that,
look at
baby.
that, George, the animal. Whoa! Pulled from the outside, the anvil right out of there. I think that the animal's already out of there as well.
Well, you know, Uke, if Vanna has good taste, you know she's less filling then.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Will you two stop?
Woo!
Let's get back to wrestling.
The big Russian, Boris Zubkov, being worked over there.
These guys having some fun for sure. Bob Uecker says they tricked him last year with the fabulous moolah, but this year, and that always confused me too, way back at watching WrestleMania 3, but he says this year, he knows what he's looking for. Bob Uecker then alludes that he's supposed to get with Vanna White, but Jesse brings up being linked to Vanna in a recent issue of the National Examiner, as they joke about Vanna maybe having great taste and being less filling. Making reference, obviously, to their Miller Lite commercial and likely some sexual innuendo there as well. As Gorilla pulls out the old, "Will you stop it?"
As George Takei would say, "Oh my." Yeah, they tiptoed right up to the line there for 1988 standards anyway, so that was fun.
And I'm going to correct myself. That was the old Bobby Heenan, like Gorilla, "Will you stop it?" But here he has to put it to both of them. "Will you two stop?" And of course, they kind of, and then Jesse even has to go back into wrestling. "All right, let's get back to wrestling." You know, he's like, "All right, Bob, let's do this." And they're trying to get back on track. So Uecker immediately after that shouts, "Whoa!" like he just saw something cool happen, but nothing going on in the ring. So everybody trying to get back on focus here as the Killer Bees both repeatedly tossed over the top rope, but they flutter to find their way back inside. See what I did there? Finally, though, Brian Blair jumped to the apron, and bad news, with the unlikely help of one Jacques Rougeau, gets rid of B. Brian Blair, sending him packing back to Hazel's Honey Hut. As we get some brief revenge for the Bees, Jim Brunzell eliminating Ray Rougeau, but Jacques laying in wait and will effectively eliminate Jim Brunzell, doing away with both Killer Bees early in the match. I think the writing's on the wall for the B team.
Yep. They're going to be following Sika out the door, it seems, by the way things are going there.
Sooner or later, they'll stick around for a little bit, but unfortunately, the story goes anyway, that the Bees were the first ones offered the option to turn heel around this time, and they declined, and thus that's going to go to the Rougeau brothers, and the Bees, well, they're going to pay for it.
I was always kind of baffled by that whole, it was featured on a couple of Coliseum videos, and I think they even showed it on Prime Time, where there was this lumberjack match with DiBiase and Hogan, and the Bees were out there in the mask as lumberjacks, and they did that spot at the end, and Hogan beats them up and all that, and I was always confused, like, okay, was that supposed to actually be the Bees, or is that a couple of heels dressed up like the Bees? And it never really got explained.
No, they never followed through with it. It confused the hell out of me as a kid as well. I was waiting for the payday. I couldn't really figure anything out. There was no internet. I couldn't go look it up. Like, did they turn heel? And I just don't remember it because, they don't make it to pay-per-view, many more pay-per-views after this. I think Jim Brunzell going to fill in at Survivor Series 88 or something along those lines. But the Bees, for all intents and purposes, they're not done yet, but they might as well be as the Battle Royal continues on. Directly thereafter, the Bees are eliminated. It's the Junkyard Dog dumping Outlaw Ron Bass right at the feet of the Animal. George Steele immediately getting into it with the Outlaw. I wrote, "Man, where's Miss Betsy when you need her?"
Yeah, definitely.
And remember, Gorilla Monsoon, he argued earlier that the Animal never got in the ring. Well, he does a complete 180 at this point in the match.
Referees are having a hard time getting the Animal out of there.
Hey, Animal Steele ain't even been in there yet.
Well, I think he has. I think he's been put out over the top already, Jess.
He was never in, Gorilla.
You think so? He was in for the introduction. Somebody else just went.
Gorilla trying to throw everybody off there. Somebody else just went. I got news for you. Nobody else just went, Gene. He's trying to change the subject there. Gorilla saying that George Steele never got in the ring earlier, and now he had to be in the ring. And fun story here as a kid. I don't know how many times me and my cousins, my brother, we would rewind the tape and try to see where Steele went in and went back out because Gorilla Monsoon told us so, and Gorilla wouldn't lie to you. I wrote, "Damn you, Gorilla."
Yeah, because he flat out said, I don't think he ever got in. And then there he said, oh, yeah, he was in there during the introduction. And so I have a theory on this. You know, a lot has been said in more recent years about McMahon being in the headset, producing people and demanding lines be said. Do you think this is an early example of this, where maybe Vince is in the headset and like, damn it, pal, he was in, he got thrown out.
I don't see Vince ever directing Gorilla. I don't know that he could have directed Gorilla, but also at the same time, I'm not sure they were doing the headset deal back then. So I'm not sure, but it would have been interesting to know. As a Gorilla Monsoon, he tries to change the subject. We heard it there. Somebody else just went, although nobody did. That is until Boris Zukov, of all people, dumps out Hillbilly Jim. After about 4.5 minutes, we learned that Hillbilly was Uecker's favorite to win this thing. And it's at that point I realized that Bob has now called both Hillbilly Jim matches in back-to-back WrestleManias, the midget match and now the Battle Royal. So talk about the making the best out of back-to-back shitty situations. I mean Uecker, not Hillbilly.
Maybe that's why Hillbilly looked so cranky in the beginning, because he knew Boris was going to be tossing him out, and that's told him all he needed to know about his future bookings here in WWF.
Yeah, well, I know Hillbilly made a good little chunk of change even for the mixed tag match at WrestleMania 3, but his track record, not really great. I mean, he goes from a Battle Royal. Well, he was injured. He likely would have been part of WrestleMania 1. There was a pretty big push for Hillbilly at that point in time. Blows out his knee, and he's done for months. And then he comes back to work a Battle Royal at 2, does the mixed tag with the midgets at WrestleMania 3, and here he is back to the Battle Royal at 4. And that's it for Hillbilly until he's back for a Battle Royal again at WrestleMania X7.
Wow. Yeah, his career never got back on track after that injury, unfortunately, because it seemed they had a lot more in store for him before the injury, and it just never got back on track. And unfortunately, Uncle Elmer was long gone by this time. I wish he'd have been here for the Battle Royal.
Should have kept the Playboy around. Should have kept him around. It's at this point in the matchup, though, the referees, they've had enough of George Steele's antics at ringside, forcing him to leave the ringside area, eliminating him in the process. George Steele leaving right behind Hillbilly Jim. Now, some say he was never officially in the match, but as Gorilla said, he was in for the introductions. So I always took it as this was where he was officially eliminated by the referee's decision, Gene. Still weird, but it worked because it was the animal, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and for the viewing audience, we just assumed that, okay, something happened off camera that we didn't see, but for the people there in the arena that could see everything, they had to kind of bewilder them, like, okay, he stood by the ring, and now they're just making him leave. Like, they let him eliminate Jim Hart, Neidhart. They didn't reverse that or anything, and now he's just going away. But then again, it's George Animal Steele. I don't think anybody was really hung up on it, like, oh man, like
no, yeah, obviously if it was like Jimmy Powers or Boris Zukov doing this, it would be a little more questionable.
Yeah, it is what it is. He got his WrestleMania paycheck, he eliminated the Anvil, he was a talking point, so yeah. Good for him.
Action goes on. Going to see Dangerous Danny Davis out next to a pretty good pop. The fans really hate the former referee. Eliminated here by young stallion Paul Roma, as even Bob Uecker sees it coming, saying Davis is gone. Davis is gone. Danny dumped from a fireman's carry by Roma, as we are now halfway through the field. 10 men eliminated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ring, Bad News Brown tossing the other stallion, Jimmy Powers, from the match. As we continue on, we get some baseball talk here from Uecker and Jesse Ventura. Jesse having some fun with Bob's batting average, as Uecker expressing the guys going out early getting their money.
Nikolai comes over and stops him immediately. Whoa! From behind, Boris Zukov did a number there.
At least the guys that went out early got their per diem money.
Well, that's...
You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I know what you mean.
It's the only way to go.
Please. I'm going to have trouble, I can tell, here at WrestleMania 4, sitting between the Uke and the body.
Gorilla trying to keep control of this commentary, while much like Bobby Heenan, Gorilla trying not to laugh, even though he can't help himself but to laugh, as Uecker pointing out that maybe they went out early, but at least they got their guarantee.
Yeah, it gives you a little insight into Uke's mindset there. And have we already gotten past the third base comment that he made?
No,
coming up?
Nope. I don't think I have that one on soundbite. So if you want to discuss it, you're more than welcome to.
I enjoyed that one because Jesse made reference to third base coaches. And
yes.
You said, most of my conversations with third base came from the dugout.
Right, yeah. It was a great line. It definitely was a great line, a baseball line for sure. Anybody out there who knows even a slightest a bit about baseball will have a laugh at that one. Well, we get a rematch here in the middle of this battle royal, a WrestleMania III showdown as the Junkyard Dog and Harley Race duking it out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ring, the Olympic strongman Ken Patera dips his shoulder and dumps out the big Russian Nikolai Volkov. And then it's Boris Zukov over to exact some revenge on Patera, but Kenny gonna dump Zukov out as well as Bob Uecker shouts, "Yeah, USA is in!" Only for Bad News Brown to come from behind and assist the Bolsheviks in pitching Ken Patera out of the ring at 5 minutes and 50 seconds as the Body quickly responds.
Go! There goes Nikolai! The big 300-pounder over the top at the hands of Patera.
Hey, USA is in! Yes, sir!
And Zukov and looking at Nikolai from the outside.
Yes!
Yeah, there went USA, Uecker.
Patera with him.
Yeah, there went USA, Uecker. God, so many memorable lines. And this is just the first match on the pay-per-view.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay. No Mike Sharp here in this battle royal. It's unfortunate.
That's a shame.
Oh, I'm not on WrestleMania. Oh, okay. Wrestling challenge job. Oh, okay. Okay.
I bet he was on standby back there in the showers, just waiting. If somebody went down, Iron Mike was going to tear down it all.
Yeah, I had to pop the final week of TV leading in to the WrestleMania IV Battle Royal. It's a tag match. It might have been against the Bulldogs. It really doesn't matter. But Mike Sharp gets in the ring, and Jesse Ventura on commentary says, a lot of people call Mike Sharp a dirty wrestler, but I happen to know he showers 3 or 4 times a day. I had to pop, dude.
That's so funny that's such a thing throughout his career.
Went over my head as a kid, but I totally got it last week, so I loved it. As we get back to the action here, Gorilla Monsoon proclaiming we're down to 4. As the hard camera showing the full ring, we clearly see there's way more than 4 guys in there. Is Harley Race going to backdrop Jacques Rougeau out to the floor? And now Gorilla says, and we're down to 5. So something wrong with Gorilla's math. We were actually down to 6, and Jacques' elimination does make it down to 5, but I always got a laugh out of that.
I've heard the term addition by subtraction, but I don't think that's what that means, Gorilla.
Yeah, I've heard Scott Steiner math, but there's also Gorilla math.
That's right.
As Junkyard Dog gonna blast Harley Race, eliminating him, sending him backwards over the top rope and out to the floor as Bob Uecker claims.
Oh, there goes the king! The king is out of there!
Wow. You talk about a crown for a king. What a blast he took.
What a blast he took indeed. What a bump. And you got to put it into context. Harley Race, he's taking, his typical backflip bump out of the ring. And it does look like, came a little closer than usual to busting his head on the apron. But if you watch the splat, he's clearly laid out flat to land on his stomach. Now remember, he's getting ready for fucking surgery. He's getting ready to have part of his intestines removed. And he's taking a bump like this.
That dude's a freaking warrior, man. I know he's widely recognized as a tough guy, but he still doesn't get enough credit, especially in
he did not have to do this. He did not have to do this in the middle of a battle.
He could have went out there, eased over that top rope out to the floor, and man, this is how he goes out. Like, he's a hell of a man.
Yeah, sadly, guys, this is going to mark Harley Race's final match before that surgery, and he won't return until the fall. It'll never be the same. Obviously, it will never go back to a full-time in-ring competition. So, got to thank Harley Race for everything he gave here, even in his run as the king in the WWF.
Yeah, it was, it was a good run, and I think it was a good gimmick for him. I know a lot of people hate on it, and, they wanted their NWA Handsome Harley, but I think for the era of WWF we're in, I think it was a good gimmick for him, and he did all he could do with it.
No, I agree. A lot of people do dump on Harley Race for this time here in the WWF, but at that point in his career, it was the best thing they could do, give him kind of a gimmick to work with, and he got it over, and he was, yes, he didn't move at the pace he did once upon a time, but man, his bumps were still second to none all the way out the door.
Absolutely, and why shouldn't Harley get to pad his bank account like everybody else was doing?
He certainly deserved it after all those
money,
years.
Harley.
Yeah, of washing Happy Humphrey's ass and all that good stuff. Yeah, so it pays off here. We're going to see the king, or maybe not the king when he returns, but we'll have to wait and see. That's a long ways off. But right now we're down to the final 4 as young stallion Paul Roma's still in there unloading on Bad News Brown. but Bad News going to duck a shoulder and backdrop Roma out of the match with relative ease at 6 minutes and 23 seconds. And now we're down to the final three, Gene, as a story begins to be told. A 2-on-1 beatdown. The heels of Bret Hart and Bad News Brown taking on the Junkyard Dog, all Stampede alumni.
Yeah, that's a very fun fact there, the link between the three of them, and especially, Bret and Bad News. And,
right.
Man, I can't say, even with Meltzer's odd prediction of Sam Houston, you can't tell me there was a living soul on earth, even a member of his family, who would have predicted Paul Roma would have been in the Final Four, as briefly as it was still on the record book, the Final Four.
Do you think that was by accident? I slightly recall Bruce Pritchard telling a story about Royal Rumble 88. I can't remember if it was Bret Hart or Tito Santana. I think it was Bret, but I'm not sure. They gave everybody the cue who's supposed to throw them out when they're supposed to go out during that Rumble match, and they forgot to give one of them the cue. So finally, they're like, what the hell's Bret Hart still doing in there? And they had to tell somebody to go out there and throw him out. So I'm wondering if there was a forgotten cue here to tell Paul Roma to hit the bricks earlier. And of course, Roma being Roma just stayed in there until he absolutely had to hit the bricks.
I would like to think so, because nothing they did with him prior or post WrestleMania really seemed to justify him getting this far in this Battle Royal.
But Vince was always a big fan of booking these Battle Royals. Usually you'd have a guy or two near the end that typically wasn't going to win it, but they would still be in there, showing you that anything can happen. I mean, I remember watching Antonio Inoki take out Ron Shaw and Charlie Fulton to win one at the Gardens. So anything's possible. Yeah. Hey, Paul Roma, he's gone now. It's down to 3. It's the Hitman and Bad News Brown beating down the JYD. The heels double-teaming Dog until Brown accidentally walloping the Hitman and Dog down with a series of crawling headbutts on both men, which looks stiff but awesome.
Yes, I mean, he a lot of people dump on, we talked about Harley, and a lot of people dumped on JYD, and Lord
and
knows,
for good reason.
Harley and JYD at WrestleMania 3, wasn't anything any of us wanted to see again when they ended up here together, and this one's like, oh God, let's not revisit that, please. But for a fleeting moment here, he looked a bit like the JYD of old, and really fired me up as a kid to think, yeah, he's going to do this. He's got it.
Yeah, the Dog laying in the headbutts to both of the heels, but the numbers game going to work against JYD. The odds here in Atlantic City, and the heels going to take back over. High fives all around as they double team the Dog and gang up on JYD, who can't escape being cornered. Dog tries to fight his way out, but the heels wind up dumping him over the top rope in a surprise elimination for me as a kid. The Dog out at 8 minutes and 39 seconds. So there goes our pick, Gene.
Yep, our pick's out, and I'm sitting there like, okay, we got the new heel and a tag team wrestler. Like, what are we doing here? I was even as a kid, I used a little bit of logic in that. I'm like, wow, he's one half the tag team there. Like, and there's two heels. Like, this is weird.
Yeah, and Bret had been here for years, and he was even down. Remember the end of the Battle Royal with Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 2. Here we are again. It's down to the Hitman. Maybe he's going to pull it off this time. I was a big Hart Foundation fan. Now, I was a bigger fan as baby faces over heels, but I always loved just the dynamic, their cool look. The pink really stuck out for me, once they picked that part of their gimmick up as well. So I was always a Hart's fan. I know I was rooting for Bret Hart here between these two. Bad News still fairly new. I wasn't really into him yet. I don't know that I ever got into Bad News Brown, but, it was certainly a character you bought into as time went on. As it appears, though, that Bad News and the Hitman looks like they're planning to split the purse, split the money, Gene, as even the announcer's going to buy into it. Hey, you keep the trophy at your place for a year, and then I'll keep it in mine. So the heels appear to celebrate their co-win. And then, Bad News with a ghetto blaster out of nowhere, laying Bret Hart flat out in an awesome spot.
I think maybe these guys have decided to split the purse money, Jess.
Yeah, but how are they going to split the trophy?
Well, you keep it at your place for a year, and I'll keep it at mine for a year.
Well, maybe that's what they got in mind.
I'm sure that a bond has been made here.
They're obviously going to have to tell the referee, or one of them's going to have to step up.
Oh, a double cross by Bad News.
That's the last time I'm listening to you guys. I thought these guys were really friends.
Well, when money's involved, there ain't no friend,
You would know about that, wouldn't you, big boy?
Definitely.
Boy, did he do a Pearl Harbor job on the Hitman.
Oh, my.
Bad News double-crossed him,
That just shows you can't trust anybody in a battle royal.
Can't trust anybody in a battle royal, especially Bad News Brown, as down goes the Hitman, and Bob Uecker upset at the announcers for fooling him. But there is no friends in a battle royal, specifically when money's involved.
I love that. I'm never going to listen to you guys again. I thought these guys were really friends. Oh, that was great.
Yeah, it was
but
good
yeah,
stuff.
you know, this established the Bad News character, and this was something that they would continue to double down on, you know, in the next couple of Survivor Series. You know, they really established how Bad News couldn't be trusted and he couldn't get along with anybody.
Right.
And so this was one of the first times I really remember that they really started to play out this whole Bad News as a loner, and he'll double cross anybody to get the win. And is the first, you know, step in the direction of sending Bret down the road towards being a babyface.
That's right. You know, it all works out. It all makes sense. It all plays together. But at the time, I was a little surprised. The first time I saw this, they fooled me like they fooled Bob Uecker. Hey, I thought these guys were friends, but apparently not. Bad News going to turn on the Hitman here, busting out the Ghetto Blaster out of nowhere. Loved it. Bret Hart, probably the first big name that he levels it on outside of a few squash matches, and Hitman sells it well.
He certainly does. You know, it comes out of nowhere, and he sells it well. And as a kid, like, I dug the Ghetto Blaster. Like, I thought that was a cool move, but I mean, how are you ever really going to get behind or even really get mad at a dude whose go-to line in every promo he's ever done is beer belly sharecroppers and spineless cockroaches?
That's it.
I was like, dude, I dare you to do a single promo without saying one of those two lines. Like, ugh.
Oh, so he busts out the Ghetto Blaster. Down goes the Hitman. Brown then working over Hart briefly. We even get that nasty chest bump into the corner taken by the Hitman here, as he's pitched out over the top rope and down to the feet of one Donald Trump at ringside. Bret Hart eliminated. Is Bad News Brown going to go over 9 minutes and 43 seconds? Thus, the Hitman tastes his first screw job here in the WWF, all thanks to the Harlem native.
I got screwed by Bad News Brown.
Lousy stinking hyena in the ring, Bad News.
Oh, man. And what
the referees turned a blind eye to it. Gorilla Monsoon turned a blind eye to it. Wah. What a whiny.
If only we could have got that cussing fit promo that we got years later at
Would that have been
WrestleMania
something?
4. Attitude Era could have started 10
my
years
God.
early.
Yeah, the Hitman starts the Attitude Era WrestleMania 4, all because of Bad News Brown. But I love the chest bump spot here. Bret always took that awesome, but I think I would have preferred just blasting him with that Ghetto Blaster, no pun intended, and then pitching him straight over the top rope. I think the boom boom would have been more cool.
Yes, I thought that rewatching it over the weekend, I was like, man, Ghetto Blaster straight over the top rope. It would have been a lot more effective in my opinion. Absolutely, I agree.
So Brown turns on the Hitman, pitches him out, and then he raises his hand in a solo victory as he is presented that beautiful 7-foot trophy. But a bitter, vengeful Bret Hart, in any era, returns for revenge, drop-kicking Bad News from behind, sending him out to the floor. And the Hitman then begins smashing and tearing apart the trophy, stepping on it. There goes $100, ripping it apart, tossing what's left of it out at a large ashtray can ringside. Still don't know why that was there. I guess Morella was using that to direct that traffic earlier. But excellent aim, I may add, as the trophy hits the can and splits in half. You couldn't have booked that better. The trophy destruction or the finish of the match.
Exactly. Yeah, he nailed that spot on. And, yeah, I did not expect when they carried out, when it took two guys to carry out the big 7-foot trophy, I thought, this one probably won't get wrecked. You know,
right.
They put some money into this one. No,
yeah, exactly.
Bret Hart destroyed it.
He certainly did. You know, in hindsight, looking back at it now, of course, we talked about picking JYD back in the day, but when you look back at it, Bad News Brown, clearly a level above everyone else in this match, outside of maybe the Hart Foundation. But again, like you said, they were a tag team, at least at this point. So it kind of made sense to fast track Bad News here. Not bad for a 2-month run in the company to go over in a battle royal at WrestleMania.
Heck no. I mean, that's strong, you know, and basically it was a match that existed, as we said, to get everybody on the card, get them a payday, but to really strap a rocket to Bad News and send him up the card.
And as we know, the Hart Foundation soon going to go babyface and split up into singles for a while anyway. We'll revisit these two, Bad News and Bret, at upcoming house shows throughout the spring, perhaps into the early summer. But a fun opener with a great finish, great visual of the Hitman getting his heat back and starting that babyface turn that you alluded to.
Yes, a very good start to that, and it got people to start getting behind him. So, well done. Even in a battle royal, they told a story and kicked things off with a bang. More so than those old Andre the Giant battle royals years later that, had 55 people in them and served no purpose other than just, somebody getting the trophy at the end.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't know how, but I did. Anywho, so Bob Uecker, he's going to leave. He's going to bid adieu to Gorilla and Jesse Ventura. He's off to find Vanna White. As Jesse and Gorilla, they say they know where she is, but they're not telling. So we're 20 minutes into the show, and I wrote Bob Uecker already looking at greatest celebrity host of all time.
Without question. I absolutely agree with that wholeheartedly.
I said that after WrestleMania 3, and I meant it then, and I knew I'd seen WrestleMania 4 plenty of times, but going back and watching it here, realizing everything he did vignette after vignette for every episode of Wrestling Challenge and Superstars with various people from Bobby Heenan to Mean Gene to Slick to Jake the Snake and beyond, and he did that for a couple months leading in. He didn't have to, but he did. And then, of course, here at WrestleMania, they announced him as the guest ring announcer again for the main event, but they realized the potential he has. So he did so well in that mixed tag last year, they bring him back for a battle royal. He doesn't let us down, but he's also going to be conducting all of the heel interviews backstage throughout the duration of the pay-per-view.
Yeah, there was some fun interactions there as well. When they pulled him out of the booth, I was like, oh man, I was hoping he'd stick around longer. But then when he started doing the heel interviews, I was like, okay, I can do this. This is good. Yeah,
and of course the Andre the Giant promo specifically lives on in infamy forever. God, I love Classic. That one. Yes, indeed. But Gene, I want to thank you so much for being a part of this WrestleMania 4 review, part 1 here this time around, and maybe we'll bring you back for part 2 if time permits.
Awesome, man. Thanks for having me. This was a lot of fun, and of all the matches to get to comment on, I'm glad it was this one because there was some fun stuff there, especially with Bob Uecker being involved. So
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, Gene, for joining the show. Oh, man, it was great to have Gene here as part of the show and do the Battle Royal. That went exactly as planned. Had a great time between the Bob Uecker sound bites and Gene live right here on the program. But we're going to continue on here with WrestleMania. As up next, we get a Coliseum video exclusive. Craig DeGeorge standing by in the quote-unquote locker room of the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
All right, thank you very much, Gorilla and Jesse. And we are in the plush locker room of the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Virgil alongside me. Of course, moments away now for the big matchup against Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the first step in your parade in the championship tournament.
Well, little man, I have graciously allowed you and the rest of you penny-pinching peons out there the opportunity to come into my locker room and take a look around and see what true class really lives like. That's right, it's something else. You'll never find the $1 Million Man in some stinking, dingy locker room with a bunch of bubbling buffoons. I have too much class, character, and dignity to lower myself to that level. This is a locker room fit for a king, and a king I will be today. Today, I will be the undisputed World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion.
Let's get into that a little more detail now. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the first step, and of course you know about the next one after that, if you get by, Hulk and Andre.
If, little man, let me tell you something. Hacksaw Jim Duggan is probably the lowest class of all of them. And he steps in the ring with me, he is just stepping in way over his head, and there is no if in my dictionary, little man. I graciously allowed you to come in here, and you're disputing what I say. As far as I'm concerned, this interview is over, and I'm going to go take care of business right now.
All right, Mr. DiBiase, thank you very much. Right now, let's get to ring announcer Howard Finkel with more on the tournament and the rules.
So DiBiase and Virgil standing by there with DeGeorge in what they call a palatial locker room. Looks more like a fancy hotel room there. Plants and everything laying around. As DiBiase states, Hacksaw Duggan is the lowest class of them all. Everyone involved in the tournament. DiBiase draws, well, in real life, his good buddy Jim Duggan for the first round. And as the action continues on, we see Donald Trump seated ringside, front row center, facing the hard camera. And on Donald's right, we see wife Ivana, who would rather be anywhere else but WrestleMania, it would appear. Unless you're really straining your ears and purposely listening to Howard Finkel explain the tournament rules in the backdrop to Gorilla and Jesse speaking, you'd never know the time limits here for the tournament. This tournament has time limits, guys. Makes sense. We can only go 4 hours. First round, going to get a 15-minute time limit. Second round, quarterfinals, I do believe he said 20. The semifinals with a 30-minute time limit, and the finals are to a positive finish. No time limit for the finals here tonight. And speaking of the championship tournament, before we jump into the first round, let's bring back Jammie Ward to share with us more of his firsthand memories of some of the round one action. Thanks for joining us again, Jammie.
All right, thanks for having me again, Ray.
All right, we are getting ready to go here. Round number one of the WWF Championship Tournament. From Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous out here first, it's Robin Leach, and I don't know why, as he reads the WWF Championship Tournament proclamation off of one of those genius-like scrolls here, using the word whereas to begin every sentence, just a ridiculous amount of times. Whoever wrote this sucked at it, by the way, Jammie, but Gorilla's response pretty much even backs that up here on commentary, as the crowd simply doesn't seem to care about anything that's going on right now. High rollers and wrestling fans alike, they don't seem to care for Robin Leach. Do you remember Robin Leach in the ring? What were your thoughts?
I couldn't believe they actually had him in there. I don't know if it was before or after they did the Ted DiBiase Lifestyle of the Rich and Famous.
I couldn't tell you if it was before or after. I would guesstimate after, because DiBiase hadn't been there. Can't say that he wasn't there long enough, but it just seems like
he was there 8 months, because he arrives in June of '87.
Yeah, he starts in the summer of '87 with the vignettes and whatnot. It just seems like they would have built him up a little longer. Things used to take a little longer to get going in that era, but you could be right. It could have already aired at this point.
My dad's a wrestling fan. He knows, as far as the smart part is, he knows what I tell him, but he had his own views, but the behind the scenes stuff, I would tell him different things. But my dad and mom would, every Sunday night, I think it came on like at 8:00 on channel 17 or 29 of the Lifestyles of Rich and Famous.
Right.
And they would watch it every week. So my dad got it, in his own words, he was tickled pink over seeing Robin Leach.
It would have been cool to hear the voice, obviously a very famous voice of that time period live like that. That would have been pretty damn cool. But looking back on it, man, it just doesn't age well for me. It's like, okay, you have him out here to do what? Just to hand over a belt and read this proclamation. Just seemed like a bit much with all this rich people overtone on this show, because you have Donald Trump basically sponsoring this show. You got all his high rollers sitting around ringside in a quote-unquote casino setting, the way they're billing this anyway. And then you have Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous' Robin Leach out here as well. It's almost fitting that Ted DiBiase should win this tournament at this point, right? He should hobnob with these guys.
Exactly. I mean, probably some people were looking at it, hey, this is all laid out for DiBiase to win this thing, because you got the Robin Leach and you got the Donald Trump in the front row at the time.
Yeah, it's his people. In fact, I wouldn't have been surprised if Donald had jumped the guardrail and helped DiBiase. Who knows?
I mean, now these high rollers are different than the Vegas high rollers. You're talking more New York, Connecticut kind of high rollers.
You can tell too by the way they're dressed. Yeah, it's a little bit different. They're here for it's like 1930s wrestling. Everybody's in a suit, nice dress. It's not so much having a great time in Vegas. It's more, you're right, it's a little more ritzy, a little more upscale as far as the clientele and the way they're dressed here, the Connecticut type people and things. At least that was my take anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely not Vegas, that's for sure.
Very more snobbish. I've been to Vegas several times with my wife.
Great words.
Yes.
Snobbish, yes.
Well, it is Connecticut after all. Vince McMahon, Triple H, remember that gimmick. But we get going here. Jesse Ventura tries to say something on commentary, but he's thrown off because Hacksaw Jim Duggan immediately making his way down to ringside for the opening matchup, which is going to see Duggan take on the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, with Virgil and Andre the Giant in his corner. And right out of the gate, we learned that DiBiase apparently plans to use both Virgil and Andre in his corner here tonight. And we saw what that meant for Randy Savage just a couple weeks before this on Saturday night's main event, Andre and Virgil. Virgil got booted from ringside. Meanwhile, Andre remained, and it was Andre playing the factor, causing the Macho Man to lose on a countout. So we could see that play into effect here multiple times tonight as well, with DiBiase somehow managing to have two people in his corner.
Everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man.
Apparently, 2 manager licenses out here. Now, in real life, guys, these two, DiBiase and Duggan, they've been friends for a long time. And I'm not sure if they first met in DiBiase's first run in the WWF, because Duggan was doing prelim stuff there at that point, but they definitely worked together in Georgia, as we know, Jammie, back in 81.
That's right.
And of course, eventually they would go on to form the Rat Pack in the Mid-South with Matt Bourne and a couple of very good friends. Now, that's in real life, but back in the Mid-South days, these guys also had a hell of a war against each other once upon a time.
Oh, absolutely. And a matter of fact, when I first saw the revamped tournament,
where they switched the bracketing around?
Yeah. And I saw it was Duggan versus DiBiase. That was one of the matches I was most excited for to see in the tournament. Well, knowing that these two guys had known each other for so long.
Right.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be one hell of a match. It wasn't bad. I mean, they only had so much time to.
That's one of the problems here, and I do have that in my notes. But on paper, when you look at the first round, maybe the biggest match of the first round, name-wise, the $1 Million Man, who was a top main event heel at this point, and Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who was basically kind of fighting for third place still at this point in time underneath Hogan and Macho on the face side. So it's a hell of a match for the first round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And years later, the Eric Bischoff used to put the cruiserweights on first so that people would have a good match. Mm-hmm. And I guess that's probably the thinking here. A lot of people who are more than just your average WWF fan would be attracted to a match like this.
All right, so we're going to get going here. Jesse Ventura teasing Gorilla Monsoon, asking him what he did to win 4 comp tickets for the event. I assume that's what everybody got, because here on commentary, Ventura teasing Gorilla about his 4 comp tickets. Did he sell them? But being so close to home and being where he was in the company, you'd think Monsoon would get more tickets than everybody else. But I just thought that was funny on commentary, Ventura letting Gorilla have it there before we get going with the matchup. It's referee Jack Kruger, Happy Jack in this one, is Hacksaw getting some hoes from the fans. So there are some wrestling fans out there, or as Gorilla calls them here on commentary, yos. Or if Chris Cruz was here, he would call them hey-yos. But I guess everybody hears it differently. As Duggan, he beefed up. Remember back in the Georgia stuff we were talking about, he really beefed up back in 1981, but he sort of trimmed down here for his WWF run, at least in 87, 88.
Yeah, he got himself, especially after the incident with the Sheik.
Yeah,
he was a good boy. He wasn't going to.
He was on his best behavior.
Screw up that job. Exactly, best behavior.
Now he'll beef up again and become the big beefy hacksaw we all know and love. But here he's trimmed down and he can really move around the ring at this point in time. As DiBiase with a surprising clean break to start off the match. But Teddy, he tries a cheap shot on second attempt, but Duggan ready for it, blocking the shots and then unloading on DiBiase, finishing with an atomic drop, sending DiBiase over the top rope and down onto the floor. As you can hear, Happy Jack Kruger shout the count, Jamie. You gotta love Jack Kruger. 4, 5. You could never mistake what was going on in the ring when Jack Kruger was referee.
Yeah, I forgot his name. I appreciate you saying that, because when I was watching it back, I'm thinking, I can't remember what this guy's name is. But Jack Kruger with the bad hairdo.
Yeah, and he was a wrestler prior to this. For those who don't know, Jack Kruger actually did jobs right before he became referee here. He was the guy that Kamala put out on a stretcher with the big splash off the top back at the end of 86. He even cut a promo when he returned saying he would never step in the ring with Kamala again. But he even got a push out in Portland doing a Sheik gimmick prior to this as well. But Jack Kruger had been around the block a little bit. I don't know how he got this job, other than I guess, from my understanding, him and Rick Hunter, they worked the referee here for Kruger, and then Hunter kept doing jobs way into, it seemed like he's 50 years old, but I guess because they were part of the ring crew.
Yeah, Hunter was around forever. I swear he was doing jobs in 1998.
It's possible. As Ted DiBiase got to re-enter the ring here while Jack Kruger laying on the count, but soon runs into a hacksaw clothesline. Tough guy, followed by the 10 punches of doom in the corner. Finally, Duggan runs into the boot in the face in the corner of Ted DiBiase, and finally the $1 Million Man going to take over in this one, as Ted lands a stiff clothesline and comes off the middle rope with a standing elbow, and then is patting his fist drop. Going to get him a 2 count. DiBiase, however, telegraphing a backdrop, and Duggan counters with a sunset flip. You know, the first time I saw that, I won't say I popped, I couldn't believe it. Jim Duggan busting out a wrestling move. Even Jesse Ventura on commentary. Jim Duggan with a wrestling move?
You know what? Jesse was on his game. This may have been his best outing ever.
You know, I was going to say, and I was going to save it for later.
A major pay-per-view.
But I'll say it right here. There are more sound bites, and I didn't realize this till I just, did the review and did all my notes. There may be more sound bites out of this wrestling. There were better WrestleManias that these two were at. Don't get me wrong. But this may be the one with the most sound bites that everybody can relate to if you watched during this era. These two were on their game all night, Jesse and Gorilla. Oh, yeah,
this was, while I always thought Heenan and Gorilla were better together,
Oh, yeah.
This was their greatest night together, these two guys.
I always preferred Gorilla and Ventura on the pay-per-view, but I love Bobby and Gorilla, obviously on Primetime and even on Wrestling Challenge. I didn't mind them doing TV stuff, but when it got to the pay-per-views, and it wasn't bad in the early 90s when Bobby and Gorilla got together on pay-per-view either, but man, I don't know. It was something about Jesse and Gorilla. Shit got real when those two were out there for a pay-per-view, I always thought.
And, Jesse was over. Yes, he was a heel, but as you'll probably cover with someone else a little bit later on, when he gets up on the desk and poses, and they announce him to the crowd.
I've heard people refer to that as the loudest pop of the night.
That was deafening. It was louder than when Savage wins at the end. Spoiler, but the
crowd was probably dead by that point. That's probably why.
A smart move, bring it back to life.
Oh, man.
It worked for me. I mean, I always loved Jesse, and that was. I wish I could have had like a radio in my ear as I was watching the show live, just so I could hear him.
Yeah, it's that's the one shame about being there live is you don't get this great commentary, but you get to go back and watch it later. And again, just an amazing job all night by both guys. I mean, they were really on their game here for this one in an era where you only got to do this, at this point a couple times a year. Gorilla and Ventura working together, man, and they were ready to roll. As Ventura can't believe it, like I said, Duggan busting out a sunset flip, only going to get himself a 2 count, though. Hacksaw then reversing a suplex, catching DiBiase coming off the middle rope with a punch to the gut, and Teddy takes that awesome flip bump that he used to do. Always loved that when DiBiase, you knew he wasn't going to connect, and Duggan lets him have it right in the abdomen. DiBiase taking the flip bump to the mat as Hacksaw down in the 3-point stance, looking to put away DiBiase for good with that clothesline when he's tripped up from the outside by Andre the Giant. And Duggan then immediately turning around, grabs hold of the Giant, but DiBiase from behind with a knee to the back, while Andre simultaneously clocks Duggan with a punch to the face. And I'm pretty sure Jack Kruger saw that, but I guess he wasn't supposed to, Jamie. So Duggan, he takes the shot from Andre and the knee from DiBiase and the kidneys all at the same time. Down goes Hacksaw, and Ted following up with that falling fist drop to make the 1, 2, 3. Match only goes 5 minutes and 2 seconds as DiBiase will advance to the quarterfinals. Jim Duggan eliminated early, as we knew one of them had to be, but I would have liked to have seen these two go at it in the quarterfinals. But again, like you talked about already, these matches were made before the brackets were flipped around.
Yeah, exactly. And it is the proper finish to have DiBiase, while not clean, have him pin Duggan in this situation.
And to have Andre get involved because it's a foreshadowing things to come later in the night.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
But I'll say this much. I would have liked to have seen this take place in the quarterfinals, Duggan and DiBiase. Like, what's to stop Duggan from going over on Dino Bravo in the first round and DiBiase going over on Muraco? It wouldn't have hurt anybody involved. I'm just nitpicking here, obviously. And again, when they came up with this match, the brackets were completely different as well. But it is what it is too short to be good of a match, but it wasn't bad either. But just insane amount of matches scheduled for this show. You talked about it causing some of the matches that may have been good cut a little short.
See, going into it, like I said, I had never seen a tournament live, so I didn't even think about matches going to be short. I was thinking some would be short, some would be long.
Right.
I had no idea that every match was going to be short.
Well, but there's one match that wasn't short that needed to be out. We'll get to that before you leave.
But if they didn't have them shorter matches, I'd probably still be sitting there watching it 40 years later.
That's very possible. As we continue on, we know DiBiase advancing into the next round. Before we head back to the ring, though, it's Mean Gene Okerlund standing by with Brutus, the Barber Beefcake.
All right, Brutus, the Barber Beefcake. Please, you've already given me my haircut. Brutus, take a look at this. Brutus, this is incredible. What a package. Where do you buy these clothes? Where do you get something like this? What is that, fishnet?
You don't get these down on the boardwalk, brother. It's beefcake. It's Brutus the Barber Beefcake. And I know you won't forget that, honky tonk man. You'll never forget that. After tonight's all over with and done, I will be the new champion.
What about Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South manager for the Intercontinental Champion? He has interjected himself into one of the Honky Tonk Man's matches more than once.
Yeah, he's interjected himself, and I've got the fine steel blade honed to the sharpest edge. And it's ready and waiting for Jimmy Hart if he was to get in the way of these blades. Snip, snip, snip. A little off the side, a little off the top. Oh. You never know. It could happen to you.
All right, so here it is. Tonight is the Intercontinental Championship match. The Barber taking on the Honky Tonk Man. He says when everything is over, all said and done, he will be the new champion. Hey, he rhymed, Jamie. Wonder if Lenny Poffo wrote that for him.
Very possible.
So the Barber, and just in the last few weeks, he's really fine-tuned his look, his gimmick. He's got the hair. It's a little more longer now. It's a little more puffed out. He looks more like the Barber we would know over the later 80s into 1990 now. He's really got a little bigger in the body as well.
He's somebody who I never thought was going to get over as a face. You know, it had been a year since WrestleMania 3 and the turn. Right. I didn't think he'd get over. I thought he would just wind up being one of those guys you get pushed down the card and you wind up forgetting about him. But I guess being Hulk Hogan's little brother.
Well, that'll do it. That was the story,
helps
right?
Out once in a while.
It does. But you got to admit, people just love that Barber gimmick. They loved watching the job guys get their hair cut. The Pops, they told a story.
Oh, yeah.
Evil fans. How about that, too? Beefcake cutting that promo there with Mean Gene. But how about that brand new backdrop that we're going to see for the next few months here on WWF TV for the local promos and whatnot? The map of the world, maybe some continents, the ocean back there behind the scenes. I always thought that was cool.
Yeah, I enjoyed that background. Yes, I did.
Yeah, it was a little different. We don't get it for too long, but it's cool while it lasts as we head back to the ring for the next match. Whoever wins this one going to be taking on the $1 Million Man. It's Rock Don Muraco with superstar Billy Graham in his corner, taking on the Canadian strongman Dino Bravo with Frenchie Martin. And the referee for this one, a very young Jimmy Corderas here. As the first match of the tournament had no entrance music, this match features both Bravo's new French anthem as well as Jesus Christ Superstar for The Rock. Heading to the ring, of course, taking Superstar Graham's music there. It's like looking in the mirror, though, across the ring from each other with all the roids in the ring right now. But you got to admit, Jamie, the edge has to go to Muraco because of his hoses, dude. Look at the hoses in the chest of Muraco.
I mean, he was ripped here. He was definitely taking the special vitamins.
I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that, even on bodybuilders. I don't know what that is going on up there, but I posted pictures, and people say what I've thought for years. It's amazing out of everybody that's alive that somehow he survived that.
Yeah, really. I mean, hell, it's a perfect pair, him and Billy Graham. God knows what they did before, after, and during the show.
Good call. Good call. As the bell sounds, Don Muraco driving Dino back in the corner, then delivering a scoop slam on the massive Canadian like a feather. Literally clean jerked Dino Bravo into the air and dumped into the mat like a baby.
You see the difference in Muraco. Mm-hmm. He's not as agile as he was around 79, 80, 81.
Sure.
He's not. But Dino Bravo.
Oh, my God.
I remember when I first started watching in around 78.
Right.
And that guy could throw drop kicks. And
oh, yeah.
I like that Dino Bravo.
Me too.
Even when he first came back and he was the WWF Canadian champion.
Right.
On the All-Star Wrestling shows. Mm-hmm. He could still work, but once they put him with, I don't know if it was Johnny Valiant disease or something.
Johnny Valiant, I love it. I need a new T-shirt. Johnny Valiant disease.
You know, him and look what happened to Valentine when he went with Johnny Valiant.
True that.
It just went down the hill for Bravo. And by the time they get him with Frenchie Martin, who, I mean, I knew who he was,
right.
Pierre Martel.
Right.
But I thought that gimmick was just the pits. And there was no doubt in my mind that who was going to win this match. I mean,
And it still didn't play out the way I wanted it to, but we'll get to that at the end. But yeah, I think Dino Bravo was the definition of muscle bound here for the remainder of his career.
Yeah, that is an excellent analogy also, right? Very muscle bound, yeah. He was so big he couldn't move.
So the Rocco, he winds up going up to the middle rope, looking for a Vader Bomb pump splash here, channeling his former partner, Cowboy Bob Orton. But Dino, out of position for the move, and Muraco, he kind of has to try to adjust his body in midair on the way down to land the spot, and it comes off pretty sloppy. Gorilla defends it by saying that Muraco must have slipped on the ropes. As Dino Bravo, though, runs into a backdrop by The Rock. Muraco whiffing on an arm drag, taking a bump to the mat. Dino going to capitalize on the fallen Rock by planting a pair of big elbow drops there. Then it's a gut-wrench suplex by Dino that follows, whipping Muraco from corner to corner. Gorilla and Jesse then going to spend most of the matchup arguing about that damned bench press record from the Royal Rumble. Jesse swearing, "I only put 2 pounds of pressure on the bar, Gorilla." To which Gorilla asks, "How could you possibly know exactly how many pounds of pressure you use, Jess?" To which Jesse responds, "When you've been lifting as long as I have, Gorilla, you know exactly how much." Just fun banter between the two. It saves the match anyway, at least for watching at home.
It made it very palatable when I watched it back.
Well, it's like you said, Jesse was on his game. A lot of the
matches, the whole show, Jesse saves the show.
He does.
Live is one thing. You're not hearing that, and you're watching it, and just like any live show you go to, you have your ebbs and flows, and there's no announcer to save you. At least Jesse was there to save the people watching on television.
Absolutely. If you just kind of zone out on the match, not that it was the worst match of all time, but if you just zone out and listen to these two, it's like heaven, man. You can just kind of go to sleep to this. As Jesse talks about only using his 2 little pinkies to help Dino Bravo with the bar as we go back to the action. Dino missing a running high knee in the corner, and the Magnificent One then begins to work over Bravo's leg, kicking Dino's leg out of his leg here. Spinning toe hold applied by The Rock as Frenchie Martin trying to climb up on the apron, but he has second thoughts when Billy Graham comes walking around the corner. Dino finally escapes the toe hold by kicking Muraco off, and Don with his infamous head caught in the rope spot, the same spot that Mick Foley will use years later, get his ear ripped off in WCW. But Muraco, he did that often as a heel, and I guess he just wanted to get that in here because it was WrestleMania, Jamie.
Yeah, it's one of his patented spots. So,
right.
Yeah, he definitely had to get that in. Whether he was a face or not, he had to get it in.
I was going to say, that's not really a baby face spot per se. I mean, unless you have the heel go over there and hook you in it. I could see that, but the way Muraco used to do it, it was great for a heel. You want to pop for it.
Exactly. And you're waiting for the good guy to come over and
right.
pound him while he's caught, and hopefully he breaks his neck while he's
or gets his ear ripped off.
Or gets his ear ripped off.
Well, it certainly didn't get the response here that it deserved. I'll tell you that much, Jamie. This crowd not really popping for Muraco and his head caught in the ropes, but he does get freed as Dino Bravo going to take control, delivering a pile driver, but he's slow to cover, and it only gets a 2 count. So Bravo sets The Rock up for a second pile driver attempt, but this time Don going to counter with a backdrop. Both men back up as we get the old Big Hoss double clothesline, taking both men down, but only briefly, thankfully. Then both men back up, trading punches immediately. They must have got the go-home signal from Tony Gurria there at ringside, Jamie, because Muraco wins the fist fight, rocking Bravo against the ropes, then plastering him with a flying forearm. The Rock then setting Dino up for a second forearm, but this time Bravo yanking the referee in his path. Muraco blasting Corderas with a flying forearm, sending the ref down, and as Don checks on the referee, Dino from behind, landing his patented side suplex, Jess. And Dino Bravo going to make the cover. Jimmy Corderas, holy shit, it's a miracle, Jamie, recovering from a Muraco forearm. Unbelievable. He manages to crawl over and tap Dino Bravo on his shoulder. Bravo jumping up, celebrating with his manager, Frenchie Martin. They believe they won the match. I didn't see a 3 count. Could Muraco have been disqualified for hitting the referee? No, we learned that Jimmy Corderas, he may be young, but he's not stupid. He realized that Bravo pulled him in the way, disqualifying Dino in the process. Don Muraco going to score the win here, 4 minutes and 53 seconds.
Well-deserved win for Don Muraco in that one. I think that was Vince paying back Muraco for his years of service.
I just assumed that it was Vince paying Muraco back for getting on the gas the way he did here, looking the way, oh, that looks great, pal. I love the hoses. Instant advance to the quarterfinals.
He wasn't paying Billy Graham back because Billy Graham did nothing but steal money from the time he came back. I mean,
my God,
it was Vince's fault for hiring damaged goods.
Right.
But he never got it. His money's worth out of Billy Graham.
I'll tell you what, for everybody that wants to, give Vince crap for what's going on right now, I'm totally in support of that. But going back there and all the complaints that Billy Graham made over the years off and on, I got to say, they did everything they possibly could to keep this guy in business, with the company. From wrestling to this managing spot. When that didn't work out, they gave him a job as an announcer, which was not very good either. So he's going to hang around here for the rest of the year.
And when he turned up on that Donahue show that time, right. I was shocked Billy Graham was on there.
Well,
because I thought he was firmly in McMahon's pocket.
Right.
From there on out, it was a love-hate relationship.
Right. He loved him every time he had a job, and he hated him every time.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Don Muraco is going to go on to meet the $1 Million Man in the quarterfinals in the top bracket. Thus begins the inexplicable refusal of Vince McMahon to job Dino Bravo out on pay-per-view by pinfall for the next couple of years.
those two results should have been reversed. It should have been Duggan protected,
right?
Not Dino Bravo. I mean, yes, Duggan outside interference does the job, but it should have been the other way around.
No, I agree. And again, I would have just flip-flopped the matches. I would have gave DiBiase Muraco, since he's going to work him anyway, and gave Duggan Dino Bravo here. Not that it would have been a good match, but I think the right people would have advanced. Also, at the same time, I agree with you. Like, it would protect Dino or Duggan over Dino, but at the same time, I think they wanted to build the credibility of DiBiase up, and also the whole point of what Andre is as a factor at ringside. So I get what they were going with there, but I do agree with you also. Both ways win-win, I guess, as far as the booking in the DiBiase match. But here, at least Muraco advances. That's all I can really say about this. Is Dino Bravo going to screw himself out of advancing in the tournament so early in the match as well? It felt like a primetime finish to me. I mean, the fucking world title is on the line, and you're yanking the referee in front of a fucking forearm.
Yeah, this is more like a Spectrum or an MSG finish.
There you go. So I don't know what I've ever when I've ever actually sat through this match and studied it before. Probably never. And it's never been something that intrigued me for obvious reasons. But honestly, it wasn't really that bad. Of course, now 5 minutes in, the guys looked like they were getting gas. So it probably couldn't have went a whole lot longer. I still would have liked to have seen Muraco get a pin here. Like you just said, it would have been a lot better. But no reason to start the non-finish horse shit this early on the show, I thought. Like, what's it going to hurt Dino Bravo to do a job?
And now you're 2 matches in and 2 screw jobs in.
But such was the 1980s WWF. Don't job a guy unless you absolutely have to, pal.
Very true.
As we head backstage, it's not Mean Gene Okerlund. Instead, it's Bob Uecker standing by with the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time, the Honky Tonk Man, and his manager, the Colonel, Jimmy Hart.
Me and Vanna's going to take a little walk around the convention center here. Hey, Jeff, sorry, buddy boy. You guys fooled me last year. This year I got new contacts. I know who I'm looking for this year. You didn't get me too good last year with Moolah. Not at all. Burned me up a pair of shoes with...
Come on, Honky, big deal, Vanna White, right, baby?
Looking for Vanna White. I don't think you're looking for Vanna White at all. I think you're looking for something else down here. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I know what you guys are talking about. I'll tell you what you guys are looking for and what you're going to find very shortly. Brutus the Barber Man, the guy who takes care of me. Do I look good or not? And you better look out, buddy boy. You're going to be losing some locks a little while. In about, I would say another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
you want to try to be funny?
Yeah.
Why don't we talk about somebody's lifetime batting average or something, trying to make jokes out here? This is serious business to us. We're talking about the Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. We're talking about cutting somebody's hair. You're going to get it, Brutus. Shake, rattle, and roll. I don't care if I have to backstroke up the Mississippi. Woo! You guys ain't never coming to my house. Back to you, Gorilla and Jess.
All right, there it was, Uke, claiming that he just had a word with Vanna White off camera, and they have plans for later tonight, Jamie. He said that they got him last year with the Fabulous Moolah, but he has new contacts this year, and he can see the woman that he's going after now. Uke teasing the idea that Honky Tonk Man and Jimmy Hart could be losing some of their hair here later tonight against Brother Brutai. Honky says that he'll backstroke to Mississippi before he loses to the Barber here tonight. And if Uecker wants to get funny, let's talk about his lifetime batting average. Uecker, though, informs them that they're never coming to his house. Back to ringside. I wrote, wow, what a fucking natural at everything he does here, Bob Uecker.
Uecker got it. And if all of a sudden he had a lifetime ban for Major League Baseball, he had a second career.
Oh, my God. He had a career
in
many
wrestling.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I didn't mention this earlier on the show.
Mr. Belvedere.
Mr. Belvedere. Yeah, now he wasn't Mr. Belvedere, but he was on the show.
Yeah, he was the dad.
The father, right. Yeah, and I used to watch that growing up. I always liked that show, but it doesn't just make me realize how good he would have been here. And I always loved this stuff with Bobby Heenan as well, but just here in wrestling. But anybody that can ad-lib like this, just walk in and ad-lib in a world that they've never really been a part of and didn't really follow to a real deep degree, tells me that this guy could have done anything he wanted to anywhere.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he could have, as far as wrestling is concerned, he could have done the Mean Gene job with no problem at all.
He could have done any of these spots, backstage interview. He's certainly already leaps and bounds better than Craig DeGeorge.
Forgot about Craig DeGeorge.
Sorry, Mr. Minervini. As we head back to the ringside, a little mid-Atlantic throwback here. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat taking on Greg the Hammer Valentine with Jimmy Hart in his corner. Now, on the Coliseum version, guys, we get an interview with the entire Steamboat family. Damn that Bonnie. He talks about 1988 on the Oriental calendar being the year of the dragon.
Hello, everyone. You know something? 1988 on the Oriental calendar is the year of the dragon. And I'd like to tell everyone out there that this particular year especially this day, is going to be dedicated to my son.
I do believe that's the Chinese calendar, but whatever. So he dedicates this day and every day forward to his son, Little Dragon. I don't know if that's a great idea, but away we go as Steamboat out to ringside, carrying the Little Dragon with him to ringside in matching karate outfits, by the way. Steamboat showing off his son Richie here, as we'll know him in WWE Developmental anyway. Ventura says that the little boy has cheeks fatter than Bundy, which I thought was interesting because Bundy already gone from the company at this point. But what did you think, Ricky Steamboat bringing a baby out to the match?
I had no problem with it at the time. I had a bigger problem with it 8 months later.
There you go.
In the NWA.
Yeah, boy, that was something else, wasn't it? When Bonnie Steamboat had her hands all over what Ricky was doing there with the NWA.
Yeah, I mean, her and Little Dragon didn't bother me at this point. I actually got a kick out that he brought his kid to the ring. So did my dad that night. We really thought it was funny, but a year later, that was annoying.
It was annoying is an excellent word to use there, because here it's just a one-off for many reasons. We'll get to that at the end of the matchup, but at this point, I didn't know what a Bonnie Steamboat was, so you're right. It made sense to me. Where Gorilla's even, where's the little kid gonna go, Jess? Well, he's gonna go to his mother, Gorilla. No, that makes sense. I get it. Let's work her in. That's totally cool with me. No problem here. It's just, I guess, in hindsight, after I think about everything that goes on, not just in the NWA in '89, but what she does with Ricky later in life as well. In the stories you hear. So
yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, she got her taste here. She wanted more camera time.
She sure did. As this match is unique in that both opponents have competed at all 4 WrestleManias up to this point and in the ring against one another. And it wasn't that long ago, rumors abound that Greg Valentine was unhappy in the new Dream Team. Imagine that, with manager Jimmy Valiant. Again, imagine that. He was just sick of it all, and he was going to head for Crockett country back in the fall of 1987. And Vince, wanting Greg to stay, gave him this reinvigorated singles run here. And honestly, Jamie, up until I started covering this in the end of 87, beginning of 88, I had forgotten, after they split the new Dream Team, that Valentine was actually a fairly decent singles performer for the next few months anyway, after splitting away. Now, later on, Greg going to slow down more so than even Greg Valentine level of slow down, but here he's not so bad. He is reinvigorated. He's trying really hard here.
Yeah, well, that's because he got away from Johnny Valiant at this point.
And Dino Bravo.
Talk
about two anchors.
Right, and he's back with Jimmy Hart. I always heard that him and Jimmy like to party together, so it's, he's reinvigorated, like you just said.
Well, I'll say this, think about all the people, all the smart marks at the time that hated Beefcake and the Dream Team and said, I can't wait for Greg Valentine to get rid of Beefcake. And then they got their wish, and Beefcake's replaced by Dino Bravo. Everybody was longing for Brutus Beefcake to come back to the Dream Team at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked the Valentine Beefcake Dream Team. I thought they were decent.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, I would have done other things with the two, but it certainly helped Beefcake, not that he was ever, a mat technician or anything like that, but whatever Greg taught him, at least, it helped further his career more so than whatever we got out of Dino Bravo, who, much like, you were talking about earlier, I was a huge Bravo fan. I didn't grow up and see him during his first run there in the 70s, but, I got the old Coliseum videos, the Tag Team Championship Coliseum video, things like that, and I saw Dino Bravo working and moving around and looking good and throwing those drop kicks, and I became an instant fan, and his tape trading picked up for me in the 90s. I got a little more of him in Montreal in the AWA, and I'm like, wow, man. And you get these fans now who only know Dino from this Bleach Blonde run, and they only know him as the muscle-bound Bravo, and I have to defend him. No, he was really good up until around 85, 86 or whatever, but
I get to see some tapes of him in Mid-Atlantic also.
Right, yeah.
And he was much better.
So walking in this one was one of the matches where it was obvious, right, Jamie? It was obvious to both of us who was winning this, right? Ricky Steamboat has to go over.
Oh, yeah, he had to go over in this one. There was former Intercontinental Champion.
Right.
Everybody loved Ricky Steamboat.
And different level of talent as far as the way they're pushed here.
Right, and he just returned, about a month or so before this?
Right, full time, right, yeah, right around the end of January. Like when he worked Rude at the Rumble, that was pretty much where they put Ricky back on the road full time for about a month. And then you notice he's not on the last couple TV tapings and whatnot in March. So obviously by a month prior, he's probably gave out his notice here to Vince.
Yeah. And as you said, the anticipation for the smart marks
right
at this point, Valentine Steamboat. Oh, this is another dream match, kind of like the DiBiase Duggan match.
And everybody's looking at the brackets here, and everybody knows that we're going to see the WrestleMania III rematch in the quarterfinals between the Macho Man and Ricky Steamboat. Or so we think. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out, guys. Is everybody just sitting there looking at the brackets? They're waiting for that match. Steamboat being given Valentine, basically hammered that idea home of all the talents he could be in the ring against. Greg Valentine seemed like a shoo-in to defeat. But Valentine, he's coming off of that feud with Brutus the Barber Beefcake as well. Now, Beefer did go over on Valentine on Saturday night's main event, but it was they safe played it there. Beefcake just getting his shoulder up on a back suplex, so he didn't definitively beat the Hammer. So Valentine still looked pretty credible walking into this match.
And, Valentine's another one of Vince's boys, like Muraco. He's been around. I mean, yes, he did leave for a couple times, but he's basically been there a majority of the time since 1979.
Sure. Now, remember, Gorilla Monsoon always likes to say that it takes at least 15 minutes for the Hammer to get warmed up. Well, if that's the case here, they're going to take it to a draw. As we get a little feeling out here to start, leading to a nice running the rope sequence by Steamboat, ending with the Dragon landing a pair of his patented deep arm drags and into an arm bar. Dragon with a hooking kick and some chops gets himself a 2 count. The Hammer, though, coming back, he sees Steamer coming and pitches him, sidesteps him, pitching him over the top rope. But the Dragon going to skin the cat back inside, drop kicking the Hammer from behind, sending Valentine into the ropes. Ricky looking for a schoolboy, but Greg falls early, so Steamboat has to just jump on top. A little sloppy there, but he makes the cover, gets himself a 2 count. And Steamboat, he goes back on the arm as Jesse Ventura going to send a shout out to wrestling expert Barry Blaustein out in California. Apparently Barry has picked the Dragon to win it all. Jesse was good for those shout outs at WrestleMania. Of course, I want to say hi to Terry, Tyrell, and Jade up in Minnesota, his family. But of course, Barry Blaustein here would go on many years later to produce Beyond the Mat.
Wasn't he Jesse's agent too?
Yeah, I believe he was.
At one point?
Yeah, I believe so. Obviously, Jesse knew him here in 1988, but it's just kind of funny to hear that name, mentioned and know what he would be famous for later on, the Beyond the Mat documentary.
Yeah, which was groundbreaking at the time.
It certainly was. It's also during this match, and I don't think it's the debut of it, but it's apparently the first time Jesse Ventura ever hears it. Gorilla Monsoon busts out the old, he hit him in the external occipital protuberance, and Jesse just legit pops. Right here I go, what? What did you just say, Gorilla? Oh, that little bump on the back of his head.
Right in the external occipital protuberance area. That'll knock you out to the middle of next week.
A what?
I'll tell you later.
Can you repeat that again, Gorilla?
What is that?
What you said there, where he got hit.
That little bump on the back of your head.
Ah, okay.
Jesse it was a legit pop there, and Ventura just loved it. It's like, what the hell was that? Oh, that's a real thing. But Gorilla was good for those things.
That's why they were a great team. Gorilla come up with these odd references, and Jesse would just like, what'd you say?
What was that? It was better than Vince trying to correct Jesse with all the double negatives all the time anyway.
Right.
As the action continues on, the Hammer finally cuts the Dragon off, goes to work with elbows and chops, and a falling forearm drop, going to get himself a 2 count there on the Dragon. Greg, he's going to try for an atomic drop, but Steamboat does a little back roll over the shoulder, landing on his feet to escape, driving Valentine into the buckle hard in the corner. Ricky right back to the armbar, though, and the Hammer going to escape with an inverted atomic drop and a clothesline. Drops the Dragon to the mat. Valentine then draping Steamboat over the apron, a la Dick Murdoch, driving a forearm across the throat and chest area. Then back in the ring, Valentine throwing some jabs. Never seen Valentine rock a series of jabs before.
Something new in the repertoire.
It is here. Steamboat, though, he's going to fire back with some loud-ass chops as we get a random shot of Donald Trump in the middle. Is Kevin Dunn produced? Yes, he is produced. Okay, that makes sense. Because Donald Trump shown during an action part of the matchup. They had the option to do this during the armbar segment, but instead they wait until Steamboat's firing up and they cut to Donald Trump just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, well, Donald could have showed more emotion during the show.
As we go on, the Hammer.
You know what is amazing? I'm not going politics here.
Yeah.
But to see the change in him from 1988 to not necessarily 2016, but the 2024,
right.
You wouldn't know it's the same guy.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's quite a few years as well, but I do get, and I thought that in the past.
I don't look like what I look like in 1988 either,
right,
but
right.
At least you can see some resemblance. I don't see any resemblance in those two people at all.
No, yeah, there's 2 different Donalds. Maybe it's like twin Hebners. There were twin Trumps. I shudder that thought. As we get back to the action, the Hammer going to cut Steamboat back off, delivering a nice gut buster before going to work on the Dragon's leg. And you know what that's a setup for? Valentine looking for his figure 4 leg lock. But Steamboat kicks free, and the two men fight each other with some stiff-ass chops back and forth, which the Dragon wins. As we get the old tree fall bump here by Greg Valentine, probably for the 10th time in the match. By that point, Ricky Steamboat going to make the cover, get a 2 count. But Valentine going to stop the momentum with a good old-fashioned thumb to the eye. And then a shoulder breaker, a la Bob Roop. Going to give the Hammer a 2 count. Greg then going up to the top rope. You don't see that every day, but he does do it. And he connects here with a big forearm shot, dropping the Dragon before trying to hook in the figure 4 once again. But as Valentine tries to lock the legs, Steamboat reaches up and chops his way free. Steamboat making the big comeback here, Jamie. You can feel the end is near as the Dragon goes to town. Nice spinning back elbow and a top rope karate chop. Gonna get 1, 2, but the Hammer escapes. And the Dragon going back up for a second time. Could it be? Yes, indeed. The flying crossbody block. But the Hammer using the momentum of the Dragon, rolling over on top. Valentine grabbing a little hook of the tights there. And he's going to get the 1, 2, 3. Greg Valentine beats Ricky Steamboat. I wrote, wow. Match goes 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
I can tell you I was shocked watching that live. I thought for sure Steamboat was winning or it was going to a draw so Savage wouldn't have to wrestle 4 matches.
Boy, Atlantic City, a gambling city. If anybody could have bet on Greg the Hammer Valentine to win that match, they would have won quite a bit of money.
Yeah, and you know what? Watching not so much Valentine at this point, but you just brought back something to me. You watching a Valentine match anywhere from 79 to 83, even 84. Watching a Valentine match was almost like watching a Ric Flair match.
In a lot of ways, you're right. Yeah, and I could see that, and including, as I picture Hulk Hogan throwing the Hammer off the top rope, kind of Ric Flair style as well.
Right, they used many of the same maneuvers because they tagged together for all those years.
Yeah,
they picked up a lot of their idiosyncrasies from each other.
Yeah, the figure 4 and everything on down the line.
And it's just a shame we never got to see a WWF Valentine Flair feud.
And I just remember, my cousins, my brother, they would get to see this on Coliseum Video when it first came out, rent it from Blockbuster or the local video stores at the time, and I would watch it with them for their first time. And they were everybody knew Ricky Steamboat was going over, and then Valentine wins, and they all just look at me like, what? Like they couldn't believe it. We'd never really discussed it. And why? It was like 2 different worlds because Steamboat was up here, former IC champion, semi-main eventer. Greg Valentine hadn't seen that in years here in the company. And so it was certainly a shock. And Ricky going to argue with Dave Hebner after the matchup about having his tights pulled, but he quickly gets over it. I was eliminated. Ricky looking towards the crowd, dropping down to one knee, giving the I love you sign, kind of like Roddy Piper WrestleMania 3, and Steamboat waving to the crowd. And we wouldn't know what that meant at the time, but it actually meant Steamboat's final night in the World Wrestling Federation. He won't be back till 1991 when he comes back as a real-life fire-breathing dragon, Jamie.
Right. He didn't even get credit for being Ricky Steamboat on that trip.
Right. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but he kind of argues with Dave for about 10 seconds. Hey, he pulled my tights? No, nothing? Okay. And he just kind of tells everybody goodbye. Ricky Steamboat gone from the World Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, it was sad. Like you said, all 4 WrestleManias he had appeared, and then no more Ricky Steamboat.
So we know now we are not going to get that Savage Steamboat match in the next round, even if Macho Man were to win here in the next bout. So it looked like maybe in the quarterfinals we're going to get a pair of rematches from WrestleMania 3, the 2 biggest matches. Hulk and Andre, we already know that, and then Savage and Steamboat, but that one's taken from us. And for obvious reasons, Bruce Pritchard has said they didn't really want to do a baby versus baby match. They were a little worried about who was going to get cheered, who was going to get booed, but I don't buy that, really. I think it's just Steamboat is on his way out, and this is where we're at.
Yeah, I don't even know how much pull Pritchard had at the time because he was just coming over from Mid-South and the purchase of the Paul Bosch Houston circuit. And from what I remember reading back at that time, the name Bruce Pritchard wasn't jumping out at me until we got into the Brother Love days. I think that's where he first started getting a lot of influence.
Well, I don't know where the influence starts, but he's already producer of Primetime Wrestling. Joel Watts does it for a little bit there, and then Watts quits professional wrestling. He leaves the company, and at that point, Bruce takes over there near the end of 87 as producer of the Primetime show. But I do know that he mentioned something around September, October of 87. kind of hanging around for the meetings. I don't know that he was actually giving anybody any input, but he was certainly there. So as you said, he's probably slowly becoming involved, lending some ideas and whatnot. But I don't know how deep he was here at WrestleMania. I do know he was at the curtain, working the curtain here and whatnot, though. So he was keeping time, which he did for the Rumble as well. So he's certainly earning his stripes pretty quickly.
Right. I do remember seeing him at the curtain, watching the show back. And Pat Patterson was very prominent at the curtain, too.
Oh, I have no doubt about that, yeah. But, I've also, I've listened to some other podcasts in the past, and I don't even remember who it was. They've discussed this before, the potential Savage Steamboat match in the quarterfinals. And some people say, everybody expected it. And I've heard other people say, nobody expected that. Nobody thought that was going to happen. That's just hindsight. And I don't know about you, man, but it seemed pretty obvious to me at the time growing up and living that. That's what I thought was coming.
I mean, that's what I thought that night. I thought we were going to get Steamboat Savage too.
And people ask, like, well, how would you work that? 2 baby faces, Steamboat's leaving, Savage. You don't want people to heel out Savage. I don't think that was going to happen. You fast forward King of the Ring 93, Bret and Perfect. They had an excellent babyface versus babyface match. Hitman goes over. Nobody got booed. And I think we could have done that here as well. If Savage with an inside cradle or something along those lines, and you just go home.
Right. It's not beyond the realm that they could have gone that way, because look at the Battle Royal that opened the show with Bad News Brown and Bret Hart.
Right.
Bret was still a heel.
Right, yeah. In fact, that certainly aided, in his turn that's upcoming here in 1988. Nevertheless, thank you, Ricky Steamboat, for everything you did here over the last 3 years in the company. He debuted shortly before WrestleMania 1, and he leaves us here at WrestleMania 4 as we get another shot ringside of Donald Trump and wife Ivana, who looks like she'd rather be anywhere else at this point. And we're not even an hour into this pay-per-view, so I can't wait to see what she's like later on here. We got a fun story after the Jake match that I'll share with everybody as we go off now to Mean Gene Okerlund, standing by with the British Bulldogs, Koko Beware, and she's back, Matilda.
All right, she is back. I am talking about Matilda. Matilda back after being dog-napped by the Islanders and Bobby the Brain. Heenan, I beg your pardon. And as I understand, Koko Beware and the British Bulldogs, you've had Matilda in some very special training. What about it, Dynamite?
That's right, Mean Gene. Matilda's been through some very vigorous training, special training, and she's been doing a lot of hard work. Isn't that right, Davey boy?
That's right. Mean Gene, she's the only certifiable weasel dog in the world.
Whoa, wait a minute. Weasel dog? What are you talking about, a weasel dog?
The weasel dog. And we're going to take Matilda weasel hunting for Weasel Heenan.
Weasel hunting?
That's right, Mean
for
Gene.
Bobby Heenan. What about a test?
Oh, yeah, Mean Gene. You see, I smell. I smell, that's right. I smell a weasel hunt, brother. And Matilda smell a weasel hunt. That's right, Bobby Heenan. Get ready, brother, because the Birdman is fired up and the Bulldogs is fired up. Matilda, I want you to eat his lunch, okay, baby?
I thank you very much. British Bulldogs, Koko Beware. Matilda, it's got to be revenge for you against the Islanders and Bobby Heenan. I can hardly wait. Wow.
All right, so Matilda's been through some special training, says Dynamite Kid there. She's now a certified weasel dog. She's going weasel hunting tonight, Jamie.
That was the highlight when I found out Matilda was going to be at WrestleMania 4.
That was the ticket seller for your father. Tell the truth.
Absolutely. The moment I saw that, I said, Dad, thank you. I finally get to see Matilda live and in person.
Well, you are a dog lover, so I totally buy that story.
Yes, I am. But Bella didn't make an appearance tonight for those that were looking for Bella to talk. Bella's in bed already.
Well, good night, Bella. So this is where on the Coliseum video version of the pay-per-view, we get bonus feature of Craig DeGeorge, who claims to be in a locker room. It looks more like a hotel hallway, which probably is, as we witness a courier deliver a package to the door of one Bobby the Brain Heenan. Heenan even breaking his usual character here to tip the fellow courier, very unlike the Brain.
Wow.
As DeGeorge wants to know, what's in the package?
Hi, Mr. Heenan. Craig DeGeorge.
Up here. I know who you are. I know who you are real well. Turn these lights off right now on this camera.
If I could, Mr. Heenan, we got a word that there was something pertaining to your WrestleMania match, something obviously significant being delivered. We just want to know what's in the box, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Heenan. None of your business what's in the box. Don't go away, young man. Here you go.
Thank you very much. Don't mean to be intrusive at all, but...
I don't know why you're here. What's in this box belongs to me. And it's for my own personal use. It's none of your business. I told you to turn that camera off, Joker.
Big deal here. We don't mean
Is there security around here?
No, we don't mean to upset you or anything, Mr. Heenan. We just wanted to...
Well, what's in that box is my business. Not your business or anybody else's business. WrestleMania is sold out. There's millions of people watching. You got millions of people all over the world. Concern yourself with somebody else. Wait in the lobby for the next mail ship to come.
Something from
Not hiding nothing. I don't have to hide anything. You can hide no. Why don't you hang around the lobby when somebody walks in with a package? Follow them up the back stairs and sneak in and look and see what's in their package. You don't have to.
I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry, Mr.
Well, you did upset me. None of your business. You want to know what's in this package?
Would you tell us?
Sure.
Bobby refusing to say anything here. So stay tuned for that, guys, into part 2 of WrestleMania IV. We'll talk about that next week on the Grenade. But now we head back to the ring for our next matchup. It's the Macho Man Randy Savage with the lovely Miss Elizabeth taking on the natural Butch Reed with the Doctor of Style Slick. And we get a little jive soul bro dancing right away from Slick and the Natural in the ring, as it's the first appearance of the night from the Macho Man and Elizabeth rocking a color-coordinated blue attire with beautiful jewelry, diamonds around the neck of the lovely Liz. Really expensive looking at that. Reportedly, they got those on loan from some of Trump's people.
Great move by Vince, if that's a true fact. I mean, they knew how to push Elizabeth, and they did it perfectly.
Yeah, and I'm not big into jewelry or anything like that, but throughout the entire night, she'll change up, as we know, her costume and her jewelry. But this first one she comes out with in the blue, man, I don't know what the net value of this necklace is, man, but holy shit.
Yeah, they spared no expense for this WrestleMania.
No, they well, I mean, I don't know that they paid anything for these ice around the neck of the lovely Liz, but
it was probably Ivanka's, and Donald just reached in the jewelry box and said, "Hey, Vinny, can you use some of this?"
So we'll get on with the action here. The Natural, a little strutting and flexing pre-match, and then smashing the Macho Man in the corner before delivering a big fist drop with one of those soup bone right hands, as they would call it in the Mid-South. Butch Reed going to stay on top, but Macho tries fighting back, but the Natural reversing a suplex and dropping a big elbow that barely gets him a 2 count. Savage rolls out to the apron, where Butch Reed going to snap the Macho Man's neck across the top rope, sending him out to the floor. But once back inside, Butch with a big back elbow and another fist drop, this time from the middle rope, a la Jerry Lawler. Reed, however, going to telegraph a backdrop and eat a Macho Man boot to the face. Is Savage back in control with a series of jabs, but runs into a Butch Reed lariat. Nice clothesline there from the Natural. Down goes the Macho Man as Reed going to head up to the top rope. Yep, we're already there, Jamie. Looking to put the Macho Man away with either a diving clothesline, diving shoulder block. Either way, Reed has this one won, but on his way up the ropes, he stops to have some words with the lovely Liz. Reed perhaps taunting Liz, or maybe even looking for a date. Either way, a long, slow climb to the top rope gives Savage enough time to recover, and the Macho Man slamming Reed off the top rope into the middle of the ring, setting him up perfectly for the flying elbow drop. The Macho Man making the cover. Even Jesse Ventura says it's over here as we see the 1, 2, 3. Match only goes 4 minutes and 8 seconds as the Macho Man will advance in a rather short but not offensive match, and it's Macho Man taking on the Hammer in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this was another smart fan dream match here. Everybody loves Savage. You take this match back 3 years and have it in Mid-South.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it would have been nuts. And, for most of his run here and in Bruce Butch, he's Butch here, that's right.
He's Bruce in Georgia. It's okay.
I'm lost in 81 here.
That's okay.
But Butch Reed, most of this Butch Reed run in the WWF, he's just beat up. You could tell his knees are shot.
I was going to say,
and he's
from
not
the get-go.
what he was.
Right, and I didn't realize that as a kid, right? I loved Butch Reed, and I couldn't understand what was wrong here.
But for this 4 minutes, he was the old Butch Reed.
He was. I mean, he busted his ass for as much as he could here, the 4 minutes that he went here with the Macho Man. But at the same time, it's unfortunate because, like you said, a few years ago, this would have been a main event caliber match. But, I started this project the very first week of 1987. Butch Reed had just came there 3-4 months prior, back in the fall of 86. But it was never the old Butch Reed. We never got that here. There was clearly, from the get-go here, as I started the project, something wasn't right. Something was wrong with the body of Butch Reed, which may explain why he was in Central States, of all places, before coming to the WWF.
And Butch was never allowed to be Butch either on the microphone. Teaming him up with Rufus's kid didn't do him any favors.
Hey, I liked Slick, but
no. I'm not saying Slick wasn't good, but we didn't get to hear Butch Reed.
I got you.
As much as we should have.
And reportedly, he never cared for this character. He hated dyeing his hair. Apparently, it didn't work wonders for it. I guess, it was falling out and he was having issues with it, and he hated keeping up with the dye job. And sadly, much like Ricky Steamboat, this marks the end of the run for Butch Reed here. So he too gone from the company after this. And oddly enough, they won't wrestle again, either one of them. For the remainder of 1988, both of them will return to wrestling under George Scott-led NWA in January of 1989. A little weird that it works that way, but it is true. They both finish up here at WrestleMania, and they're both done for the year in professional wrestling. Not sure what Butch goes and does, but he certainly needed time to rehab a little.
Going back to our Georgia 81, when Bruce is there, we're wondering why isn't he getting a push? I guess him and George Scott became friends after that.
Must have been, because, he's going to work for him there later on. But this match, it just... what could have been, like you said, a few years earlier. It's unfortunate. The match only goes 4 minutes. You really can't screw anything up in that amount of time. Butch Reed certainly held it together for that long. It's sad we see him go, but the hint was kind of there. Obviously, he's out here, and you can see the roots. So he wasn't a natural after all.
And the only other comment I have about this match, and it's not even about the wrestlers. I heard Barry Rose today say Missy was the ultimate 80s woman.
Okay, yeah.
It was Elizabeth all the way.
Okay.
All night and all day.
All right. Well,
in my opinion, Elizabeth was the number one woman of the 80s.
Of the 80s. I could. I don't know, man. It's a fight there by 89, but prior to that, I'll go along with you there. Very soon, Missy High going to be
her 85 to 88 run. Elizabeth is at the top. And
I don't know
think anybody can get there.
I don't know what happens here in January, February-ish of 88, but as beautiful as Elizabeth was prior to that, something happens here at the beginning.
I will agree.
And it's like, I've been taking screen cap pictures for a year of Elizabeth all through 87. And all of a sudden, for the last month or two of TV, I'm like, it's as gorgeous as she always was. It's like something, and I'm not implying she had plastic surgery by any means. She still looks this. It's just something happens. She just looks unbelievably beautiful.
Yes. She was at the top of her game. Especially in four different outfits this night. I thought the blue one was the best.
I gotta agree. Yeah, I just liked it myself. I gotta look at the white one again before I make that judgment. But you're probably right.
Even from the audience, I thought the blue one was the best.
Nice, very cool. We're gonna go backstage again. Bob Uecker standing by. Oh man, with Bobby the Brain Heenan and his Islanders.
Hey, with all the excitement and everything that's going on here with WrestleMania, I can't forget my little darling. I've been writing her letters, man. They just haven't caught up to her. You know how they move.
You've been writing Vanna White letters?
Yeah, that's right, buddy boy. And speaking of letters, you're going to get a letter a little later on. All three of you guys, the Islanders, and the Weasel, I might add, the British Bulldog, Koko Beware. And I got a big surprise for you, baby. And I know you know he's here. Matilda's back, and you are in a jam. For what you did to that dog, the ASPC KGBY ought to be on you forever.
First of all, I don't have to take insults from you or anybody else. You talk about people writing in letters. You had over 700,000 votes to get in the Hall of Fame. You'd have had a lot more than that, but you ran out of stamps. So don't tell me any of your garbage.
Yeah.
And as far as some dog putting the bite on me, dragging me out in the sand, and burying me so nobody can find me, you're wrong. See, I got a surprise for everybody. I got my Islanders. Bobby the Brain Heenan. You can take Koko Beware. You can take the British Bulldogs and that miserable mutt Matilda and that bird. Put them all in one package and get rid of them. I got other things to do. Gentlemen, let's get ready.
Yeah? Hey, speaking of smorgasbords, Matilda's going to have plenty tonight. And you Islanders, don't ask me to come back and speak at your outrigger dinner. You guys have had it as far as I'm concerned. Hey, back to you, Gorilla and Jess.
I love the pairing of Bob Uecker with the heels tonight. Mean Gene's got the baby faces. Uecker gets the heels. Makes for some great lines here between the banter of the two sides. And the best one yet to come. Later on, Uecker going to interview Andre the Giant, if you know what I mean, Jamie. But Uecker, he's still infatuated with Vanna White, looking for her. As Bobby Heenan and his men, they sound ready for the upcoming 6-man tag team match later in the night. But right now, Jamie, we continue on with first round action. Bam Bigelow with Oliver Humperdinck taking on the one-man gang with Slick.
Battle of the big men.
It is.
In this one. And I was always a fan of two big guys going at it, whether they could wrestle or not. I like to see two, what do they say? two big meaty guys in there.
Well, with these two guys in there, we knew these two could work. So, you expect a little more out of this, but we'll get to that in a minute.
But you like to see two big guys slamming into each other and doing body slams and, nice hard clotheslines.
Right.
But you had the added thing here. Bigelow could do drop kicks.
He could do a whole lot of things, but I don't know that he could do some of those things here. We're going to get to that in just a minute. I go back to my childhood again. I wasn't reading the dirt sheets at the time. I didn't know what an observer was, or I barely understood how, the work worked at that point in time. It was my grandfather that told me, that shit's fake, right? And that was more so just probably try to get me from being obsessed with it, I suppose. But I just continued to watch it every chance I got. No, you go back here.
Bigelow is the perfect example of today. Today you got Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, who are...
You're comparing them to Bigelow?
Dave's guys. Dave was big into Bigelow.
And apparently Sam Houston as well. He predicted him to win that Battle Royal earlier, and I didn't understand it, so it just felt like a Dave thing to do.
Yeah, I don't remember. Well, then again, who's Sam's relatives? You got...
Good point.
You got your brother Jake, and Grizzly's working for the company.
Grizzly's working here at this point as well. Good call. Yeah, and Rockin' Robin is also here now.
And Rockin' Robin. I don't think she's the champ yet by this point.
Not yet.
Or was she?
No,
okay.
not yet.
And so Sam makes sense, but Dave had his favorites back in the 80s too.
Right.
The Cornettes, the Brodies, the Funks. All the guys that were feeding him information were the ones that were his favorites. but then again, you had guys like Bigelow, which he just totally latched onto. He was on the Bigelow before he ever became Crusher Yurkov in
Dallas.
In Dallas, or when he first went to Memphis.
Well, we're gonna get going here with this matchup, Jamie. But first, I was referencing, being a kid watching this growing up. I talked about my cousins and my brother. None of us really understood why Greg Valentine went over Ricky Steamboat until you realize, well, Steamboat was leaving the company. Maybe there were other reasons as well. I don't really know. But here, I got to tell you, we didn't understand the finish here. We didn't understand the time this was given. We didn't understand any of this as kids. But in hindsight, and especially now that I've covered it here at length over the last several months of the Grenade Show, Bam Bam Bigelow, he came in like a wildfire at the end of last summer, choosing Humperdinck as his manager. Maybe not the best choice, but defeating everybody in his path along the way there through 1987, even going the distance, being the last man eliminated on Team Hogan at the 1987 Survivor Series, taking out both Bundy and the gang along the way in that match. And it's never embarrassing to say that you lost to Andre the Giant, mind you guys. But Bigelow, he was supposed to be part of the inaugural 1988 Royal Rumble match before going down to a knee injury, blowing his knee out at the beginning of the year and missing that week of action. Back in January, Bigelow missing the Royal Rumble, who likely he was supposed to win. Who knows? But he would return to action the following week, mostly hidden in tag team matches and quick 60-second squashes throughout the month of February. As we've noticed, he's cut back drastically on the standing drop kicks that you referenced, and even the bombs away slingshot splash that he would do from the apron. Now it's just a running off the ropes diving headbutt as of late. But then a couple weeks ago, ironically, in a match with Dino Bravo, of all people, on a house show, Bigelow re-aggravated that knee injury, and he was once again out of action for the majority of March here, to where Dave Meltzer said it was a 50-50 chance we'd even see him participate here at WrestleMania. So keep that in mind as Bigelow does show up for the pay-per-view, going to collect that payday.
Yeah, and he has Hump with him. I think the whole thing with Humperdinck, face managers never really got over.
No, that was a fail, and I don't know the backstory to that. I don't understand.
I'm wondering,
do you know the story behind that?
No, I don't know the story behind it, but after hearing the New Zealand sheep herder story, maybe it was a similar thing. He just brought Hump in to make some easy money.
It's just trying to think of what Vince had in common with Hump, and then they make him a babyface. Man, the token Arnold Scullin with a shiny jacket, basically, because Humperdinck just sits out here. He never gets involved in the matches whatsoever. Never sticks up for his wrestlers when he had Paul Orndorff. But we're going to get going here with the matchup. Heading in, now these guys, they'd already been exchanging words with each other, working some off and on for the last couple of months here on the house shows, doing some singles and tag team matches with each other. So there's a little backstory for this one. And on paper, this should have been competitive and one of the better big man matches you could really ever ask for, certainly back in the late 1980s. as the Gang and Slick in the ring, and we hear that big brass music begin to play the hometown boy, Bam Bigelow, to the ring from Asbury Park, New Jersey. Slick already one man down in this tournament, Jammie. Butch Reed gone, so he's hoping he doesn't go 0-2 here as the bell sounds and the Gang attacks Bam Bigelow, pounding him down in the corner. Gang with a clothesline to the back of Bammer's head and then rushing in but missing an avalanche splash. Bigelow gonna fire back with a tackle that drops the Gang, does a little cartwheel there for the fans who pop. As Bigelow gonna drop I called it a low gravity splash, basically just kind of fell on top of the Gang here, didn't bother to get any height on that splash, and Bammer not really even going to get a 2 count out of that. Bigelow then running off the ropes, delivering an impressive crossbody block, however. Quite a sight for a guy his size. These two super heavyweights smacking in midair. Going to give Bam the 2 count there. Bigelow staying on top with a series of shots and a clothesline to drop the Gang momentarily. Bam with a series of headbutts, taking the Gang back down. And Bigelow running off the ropes, delivering that diving headbutt that he's been using as of late. Nice looking move. And Bigelow seems to be impressing the crowd. He seemed to be one of the guys who are actually super over with this crowd here.
Oh, he's a New Jersey boy.
Well, good call.
I mean, for the schlubs like myself that were there to watch the show, the non-high rollers, local guy.
Well, they've covered Bam's knee injury up for the last couple months. He's been working squash matches, and they've been going pretty damn short. But they've been using his power moves to hide the fact that he can't really do a lot of the aerial stuff that he's been accustomed, we've seen over the last several months here. But now he's in here with the Gang, so he can't do the power stuff or the old agility type stuff here. So he's kind of screwed in between, as this match was booked long in advance. But he's going to give it his all. He's going to head off the ropes again, perhaps for the big splash. But Slickster going to pull the top rope down. Bam Bigelow taking a nasty spill out of the ring and onto the floor. He's going to try to climb back up, get on the apron. And it's at this point I noticed Oliver Humperdinck, he doesn't bother to come around ringside, do anything to Slick, say anything to the referee, or even help Bam Bigelow, just kind of standing over there minding his own business. So, again, I never understood the logic of having Humperdinck out there for these matches. But Bigelow climbing back up onto the apron, brawling with Gang on the apron, and somehow gets counted out in the process. Kind of a weak finish there, not just the count out, but the way it took place, as the Gang going to advance by count out here. 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
And that's about as long as they could go. What is interesting here is Bigelow's a big man, and he's dwarfed by the one-man Gang in this particular match.
Well, to be fair, Gang's also near 7 feet tall on top of his girth. So he's a big boy.
When Vince brought Gang in, I knew he wouldn't beat Hogan, but he was definitely one of the most serious threats to the normal person.
Yeah, I think he was misused more than a lot of the heels that could have been Hogan opponents here. Gang got the house show run with Hogan, and there weren't a lot of pay-per-views back then anyway, don't get me wrong, but even Killer Khan, he got the green mist spot, that aired in certain areas where Hogan was going to work Khan and things like that. So we would see that to set up matches for the house shows, and Gang didn't even get something like that. It was just, he's working the Gang this month at the Garden or the Spectrum or whatever, wherever they worked.
Yeah, I liked their match that they had at the Spectrum.
Right. So just kind of an odd finish here. And Bigelow's talked about, he did this on a RF video shoot interview more than 20 years ago. He talked about he had the blown out knee walking into this. He didn't really want to work to begin with. And I'm not saying they forced him because he probably wanted the payday. But he says when he takes that nasty bump over the top rope to the outside, he tried to use his good leg to brace his fall, and he wound up blowing both his knees out at that point. So by the time he got back in the ring, even though he didn't realize it at the time, by the time he got backstage, he was pretty much done.
Yeah, I remember reading about him blowing the second knee out.
So Gang going to pick up the win, and I was never a fan of guys getting counted out on the apron. And you would see that back in the old Vince Sr. days a lot of times. If the heel didn't want to do the job or wasn't going to get pinned, they would get their leg caught in the bottom and middle rope and fall out of the ring and hang there, which I still didn't like for a count out, but Fred Blassie did that a lot. But here, standing on the apron and Jack Kruger just laying in the count, I just wasn't a fan.
Yeah, it was a weak finish. But again, what's this, the fifth match? And for, quote, screw jobs, the only clean finish was the Savage match?
Well, that's a good call there. And even then, according to Jesse Ventura, Miss Elizabeth distracted Butch Reed to allow the Macho Man to pick up that win. So, depending on who you're listening to.
Oh, that's true. Jesse always told the truth. He told you so.
Well, I think it's safe to say at this point, Jammie, whatever the WWF had planned for Bam Bigelow heading into 1988, it's clear by now that that's been thrown out the window, which is just super unfortunate.
And he becomes another guy that ends up in the NWA by the end of 1988, early 89.
Kind of a weird run there, off and on a couple of times with the NWA promotion. But even worse than all of that, with Bigelow working on that bad knee, blowing out the other knee, we don't even really get to see what he might have done after WrestleMania. I'm not saying he's gone yet by any means, but he's certainly on his way out.
Yeah, I thought this was the end of him. He does come back?
Yeah, we'll see a little bit of him, not a whole lot.
Okay, just basically house show stuff?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I can't really comment if he winds up working some
occasional
TV stuff. Yeah, but he's not here a whole lot longer, and Humperdinck gone along with him. As we head off now, guys, backstage for another promo. This is a doozy. Mean Gene Okerlund standing by with the former WWF champion. Here is Hulk Hogan.
All right, over the last couple of months, it has been very difficult for me to introduce this man without using World Wrestling Federation champion Hulk Hogan here at WrestleMania 4 this afternoon. You've got the opportunity to change that.
Oh, yeah, it's been hard to live with, man. Fee, fi, fo, fum, Andre. One long year, and your time has come, man. No marks, no scars, no blemishes on the Hulkster, brother. But inside, man, I've been scarred for one long year. Everywhere I go, man, all the little Hulksters ask me, is there any truth to the fact that there was a controversial count? Hulkster, did you really get him over your head? Did you really beat the Giants? Well, today, man, in WrestleMania 4, we're going to wipe all that controversy out. Andre the Giant, in the second round, when you're fresh as a daisy, with the whole world watching, I'm going to prove, brother, that I can beat you anywhere, anytime. And all my Hulkamaniacs, they're going to feel it, too.
Speaking of the Hulkamaniacs, Hulk Hogan, we have seen him here in Atlantic City, and I know millions others are watching very intently all around the world.
But if you looked in their eyes, man, have you seen the fear in all those little Hulksters? They realize that when I get Andre the Giant cinched up in the launch position, when I slam him through the Trump Plaza, brother, from New York down to Tampa, Florida, the fault line is going to break off. And as Andre the Giant falls into the ocean, as my next two opponents fall to the ocean floor and I pin them, so will Donald Trump and all the Hulkamaniacs. But as Donald Trump hangs onto the top of the Trump Plaza with his family under his other arm, as they sink to the bottom of the sea, thank God Donald Trump's a Hulkamaniac. He'll know enough to let go of his materialistic possessions, hang on to the wife and kids, dog paddle with his life all the way to safety. But Donald, if something happens, you run out of gas, and all those little Hulkamaniacs run out of gas, just hang on to the largest back in the world, and I'll dog paddle us, backstroke all of us to safety.
Oh, and thank you, Hulk Hogan. Let's get back to action. Wow.
Unreal, Donald Trump, one of the Hulkamaniacs.
So a memorable promo there as the Hulkster readies himself for Andre the Giant. In the quarterfinals, Jammie says he's going to slam Andre through Trump Plaza as the fault line breaks from New York City all the way down to Tampa, Florida, brother. Apparently half the United States going to fall into the ocean, and everybody can climb aboard the chest of the Hulkster as he backstrokes us all to safety. And Hogan got a backstroke out of the screen. I was never a Hulkamaniac as a kid. I was never a Hulk Hogan fan, but I always loved this promo because he was animated at times, but watching Hogan backstroke out with the ocean behind him, right, too, on top of that, I loved it.
Yeah, I thought Hogan was good until about 89. And for me, at that point, he had jumped the shark.
Super paint by numbers?
Yes.
I wrote, man, this guy was smoking some good stuff here tonight in that promo, talking about slamming Andre through the ground, breaking the fault line, half of the country falling into the ocean, all that great stuff. Donald Trump doggy paddling his family to safety. All that nonsense. So just an interesting promo there from the Hulkster as he readies himself for the big matchup in the quarterfinals. But we got one more match here in the first round, Jammie. The winner of this one going to take on the one-man gang. At this point, we do catch another glimpse of Donald Trump autographing a WrestleMania 4 program for a fan at ringside. But he's in the high roller area, so I'm not really sure the kid needed that signature. I hope he didn't sell it on eBay or anything like that. I'm not sure what it would be worth. But it's kind of odd to see Donald Trump signing an autograph for a wrestling program in '88.
Well, Donald always wants to be a face, and nothing's changed since 1988, except for that brief part where he was telling everybody they were fired on television. That was the only time he was a heel.
Forgot about
in
that.
his mind.
Right, in his mind. There you go.
Not going political, but in his mind.
You know how much I'm dreading something when I have to throw to a discussion about Donald Trump, but here it is, guys. The final match of the first round, Jake the Snake Roberts taking on Ravishing Rick Rude, two of my favorites of the time. Rude, of course, accompanied to the ring by Bobby the Brain Heenan here. So Bobby, he's going to have to worry about bulldogs and some birds later tonight, but right now going to have to worry about the snake. As Rick Rude now rocking the new, more familiar stripper theme music. As the winner of the Jesse the Body Award back at the Slammies, Rick Rude, with a little lip service here on the microphone before he shows off his body for the ladies. He says the odds are in his favorite. I believe that's favor, but I'll let it slide as he poses and shows off his brand new airbrush tights with a lady figure on it. And Jamie, just to add some context here for you, you haven't really been going along like I have week to week here in 87, 88 WWF.
Rude is this what I think it is?
Well, he did rock an airbrush pair of tights back in January once, but these are far more elaborate. Now, it's not who you think it is on here, but we are heading into that very soon. But it's a hell of a first try for an elaborate pair of airbrush tights. So this is more about just kind of putting over the new look of Rick Rude.
Yeah, I didn't notice the tights when I rewatched it.
Right.
So I couldn't remember if those extra special tights were before this or after this.
They're coming soon. In fact, we haven't seen the angle you're referencing yet. Of course, the upcoming feud between Rick Rude and Jake Roberts was indeed already taped at the tapings prior to WrestleMania, but it won't make air until after WrestleMania 4. So even though we have this match here at the pay-per-view, technically, as far as TV is concerned, this feud hasn't started yet.
So this will help ignite it then.
Well, that's what you want to call it. As we continue on, Jake the Snake Roberts making his way out next. And how about this for context? We get the debut of Jake the Snake's theme.
Oh, is this the first time we hear? I don't remember back to the actual show itself when I was there.
Right.
But rewatching on Peacock, it didn't seem like everybody had theme music coming to the ring.
No, not at well. DiBiase didn't. Duggan didn't. There was quite a few people that still didn't have music at this point in time. But Jake debuts it here, and this was actually used back in the January 88 Saturday Night's main event. There was, or maybe it was the main event in February. I don't recall now, but there was a Hulk Hogan workout video. And in the video, they actually used that Jake the Snake Roberts theme. And,
really?
Obviously I didn't notice that at the time, but years later when I watched it, I said, wow, that's Jake's theme. And then I realized Jake didn't have music yet, but here he is. He debuts it at WrestleMania 4. A good place to debut.
Yeah, I always liked Jake's theme.
Oh, so did I. And it worked perfectly for him. And of course, as I mentioned, the winner here going to take on the one-man gang as the match starts off. It's at an okay pace to begin things. Rick Rude doing some posing and paying for it early on. Jake managing to counter, respond to Rude's early offense. Roberts eventually grabbing a wrist lock and turning it into an armbar. As Rude tries to punch his way free, but he can't seem to escape the Snake Man as he finally rams Jake into the corner, forcing the break. Rick placing Jake up on the middle rope as he comes charging in, but Jake jumps off with a old Mr. Wrestling 2 flying knee lift from the Snake Man right off the middle rope there. I wrote, nice, as Roberts looking for the DDT early on, but Rude slides out of it and out to the floor to escape. I wrote, so far, so good in this one. Really 3.5 minutes in, mind you, Jamie, and I want to see where this falls apart, though, because we know it's coming.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
So Rude back in the ring. We get a crisscross spot from these two. A little unusual for these guys, but Rick runs into a scoop slam from the Snake Man. Jake looking for another running knee lift this time, running all the way across the ring, but Rude gonna sidestep, and Jake goes flying upside down in the air, upside down in the corner. Awesome missed knee lift bump there. I loved the way Jake would do that. He didn't do it very often. I remember him doing it, I believe, in Rumble 90 as well, but I love that spot. Jake would just act like he was going to give it so much momentum that when he moved, it sent him upside down.
Yeah, I always enjoyed that spot also.
So Rude going to take over from there, gloating and posing over the top of Jake. Going to do the little hip swivel for the ladies out there, maybe a few of the guys as well. And it's down into a chin lock. And there it is, Jamie. Clock it. 5 minutes into the matchup. As Jake does manage to escape said chin lock a couple of times, but Rude going to hammer him back down with a clothesline, a top rope fist drop, and every time it's right back to said chin lock as Rude is determined, and I wrote determined here in capital letters, to kill this crowd dead, as they're still into the show at this point, thus far, the fans are. But it's not like a normal wrestling crowd. Remember the high rollers around ringside? But they're still involved. We got a lot of noise here early on for Jake in this match, but this chin lock goes on for so long that even Gorilla and Jesse have to start trying to find things to talk about to entertain themselves.
If you ask a person today who watched wrestling back in the 80s, but wasn't a hardcore fan, one name they could throw out there, like when I was a kid, I could say Chief Jay Strongbow, Ivan Putski, like that. They're going to say Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, and Jake the Snake.
They are, yeah. And, my grandma would call him the guy with the snake, so even she knew he existed.
My mom was petrified of snakes. She wouldn't watch one of his matches because she didn't know when it was coming out.
Well, we knew it was going to come out sooner or later, and maybe we'll see it here. We'll have to wait and see at the end of this one, but Robert's going to finally break free of the chin lock with a jawbreaker and land a series of jabs trying to wake the crowd back up before elevating Rick high into the air with a backdrop, and then he delivers that patented short arm clothesline, all to set up Jake looking for the DDT. As Jake got a hook Rude in that front face lock looking for the DDT, but Rude managed to escape by driving Jake back into the corner. But the Snake Man returning with a gutbuster, Jake hooking a headlock here, and Rude delivering a nasty back suplex, going to get himself a 2 count out of that. Both men then back up, but it's a double clothesline spot, and both men back down. Rude manages to cover Jake with his feet on the ropes, and he's going to get 1, 2, but the bell sounds. As Howard Finkel quickly informs us, this match ruled a 15-minute time limit draw. The match actually goes 15 minutes and 13 seconds. So Jake going to run the heels off here with Damien after the matchup, but I wrote in my notes here, of all the times not to use Titan time, not to shave minutes off, but actually go 13 seconds over, this goes the legitimate 15-minute draw.
Well, maybe if they hadn't messed up the a spot or two, they would have got it. Save those 13 minutes and it would have been under. But now that you just said it, reminds me, Jesse, every match, or Gorilla kept saying, reminding everybody of the 15 minutes
time
in the
limit,
first
right.
Time limit in the first round, and the second round went to 20 or 25. all the way up to the final one was no time limit.
I don't think Jesse knew he was foreshadowing anything here, and I didn't put it in my notes, but I found it funny. As soon as Rude hooks the chin lock, at the beginning of the chin lock, the first thing Jesse says is, he's got to remember he only has 15 minutes, the time limit. And little did Jesse know that of the 15 minutes, we were going to get about 8 minutes of a chin lock here, more than half the match, a chin lock.
Oh, they weren't going to exude a lot of energy in that 15 minutes between those guys. The Steamboat Valentine match should have been the 15-minute draw.
Well, the draw or damn near give them the time to go in the ring over this one, certainly. Give these guys a double count out, a double DQ or something like that if you want to eliminate both guys, because time limit draw, I mean, it didn't do anybody any favors, and you'd expect more from both of these guys, but this is 0 for 2 for Rick Rude. I mean, he had that 20-minute match with Ricky Steamboat, which was pretty much identical as far as the snooze fest goes. It was constant arm bars and chin locks for like 17 of the 20 minutes back at the Rumble. And here we are 2 months later and we get the same thing. I kind of wish these two had already been feuding on TV, because maybe the action, the psychology of the match would have been a little different, a little more hot and heavy.
Right. And I mean, at this point, Rude is okay.
Right.
Where
he's
in
still
a
developing.
couple years, he actually does become very good in the ring.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy to think that he gets even better during his feud with the Warrior of all people, but he does learn to work quite a bit. The change from Rude
somebody
here,
has to carry the Warrior.
The change from Rude here in early 88 to early 89 it's quite a change. And I'm not saying he's terrible here.
I agree with that.
He can sell like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he's far from terrible. It's just that his offensive game wasn't quite there. Like you said, he had the selling down. It was just the offense, and his heat was all pre-match for the most part.
Right.
At this point of his career, except for when he does the little swivel over top of his opponent during the match. That's about his best heat spot. But as time goes on, he does become one of the tops in the game.
Now, funny story here that takes place after the matchup. We don't actually see it on TV, but both Jake Roberts and Bobby Heenan have told this story apparently, and this goes on throughout the show. This isn't just their match, but they took exception to this. And if any match, I can't really blame her, but apparently Ivana Trump was not paying attention to the match at all. She did anything but look at the ring during this match. And Jake and Rude, they both took notice of it, and they were both pissed off. It insulted them, I guess. So after the match, we do see Jake Roberts lay Damien down on the apron right in front of the Trumps. But we don't actually see what happens next because we cut backstage for our next promo. But apparently, Jake purposely, intentionally grabs Damien from the apron and swings him around to throw him around his neck. And as he does, he hits Ivana in the face with the snake to get her attention. And I guess Bobby Heenan said he thought at that point in time that was it. We were all getting fired, once Vince got wind of this. But apparently, according to Jake and Bobby, Donald Trump loved it. He thought it was hilarious. Jake said he became one of Donald's favorite wrestlers
that's a
after.
comment.
Yeah. So, but Trump loved it, and I guess became one of Jake became one of his favorite wrestlers after doing that to Ivana. Kind of woke her up there, but I guess he was insulted that she wasn't paying attention, and I'm sure Jake walked out there probably a little inebriated, or maybe had some other things going on anyway. He didn't care, needless to say, and I just thought that was a funny story. And since it wasn't just Jake that told the story, but Bobby Heenan as well, I thought it lent a little more credibility. Because we know wrestlers embellish, but when you get it from two sides, a little different.
Yeah, you get a little backup, and it makes it sound better.
Yeah, so we're going to go off now to Mean Gene Okerlund. He's going to talk with Vanna White as they look at the tournament bracket. So Vanna going to play.
Oh, Vanna.
Throwback, baby. So we go backstage, kind of a throwback, too, to the old Wrestling Classic pay-per-view. Remember when they were back there doing that with the tournament brackets? We get Vanna here. She doesn't get to turn any letters, but she does get to talk about the quarterfinals. We get to see everybody who advanced. Mean Gene going to break it down. We know Hulk versus Andre. It's DiBiase and Muraco, Valentine and the Macho Man, and the gang now going to get a bye with Rick Rude and Jake Roberts both eliminated. So 7 men out, 7 men remain, potentially the next WWF champion. As Vanna, she's unsure of who Bob Uecker is here. So the story continues. The backstage Bob Uecker looking for Vanna. Vanna White has no idea who the Uke is. How could you not, Vanna? But for the quarterfinals, Mean Gene going to ask Vanna who she likes.
All right, I thank you, gentlemen. We are at the Championship Elimination Tournament Board. It all leads to a new World Wrestling Federation champion will be crowned by the end of this day. I want to bring in, and I know everybody, including myself, and Bob Uecker have been waiting to meet this young lady. She is the most famous letter turner in the entire world. Please welcome Wheel of Fortune's beautiful, vivacious Vanna White. Darling, welcome to WrestleMania 4. And Vanna, isn't it exciting?
It is exciting. I'm having a great time.
All right, let's talk. By the way, I've got to mention, Bob Uecker's been hanging around here. He's been hanging all over me, looking for you. You haven't seen him, have you?
Who?
Oh, he's going to love that. I thank you very much, Vanna White. Bob Uecker. Very good. Here we go. Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, as you know, Vanna, receiving a bye in the first round. They're going to be kicking it off in round number 2 because of what happened on February the 5th. Who do you like in this one?
Hulk.
You do like Hulk?
I do like him. He is so nice. I've been talking to him. He's terrific. I like
Boy,
this
I hope
guy.
you haven't distracted him going into this big match with Andre the Giant.
I don't think so.
All right, Vanna White. Also in round number 2, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, thanks in part to Andre the Giant, has advanced. He is going to be going against The Rock, the magnificent Muraco. Who do you like in this one, Vanna White?
I have to tell you something. I don't know about the $1 Million Man. I don't like anybody buying anything for anything. You know, you have to work for it. I don't like people trying to dish out money to win something.
All right, he tells me that everybody has a price. A surprise here, Greg the Hammer Valentine advancing. He's going to be going against the Macho Man, Randy Savage. Quickly, Vanna.
Randy Savage.
You like Elizabeth?
I think she's terrific. I like that, a woman person behind him. That's what they need, and she's doing a great job, and they make a great team.
All right, and the one-man gang receives a bye in the first round, as you could very well see. Jake the Snake and Ravishing Rick Rude going the full 15 minutes on that one. It is exciting. The Championship Elimination Tournament part of WrestleMania 4. Vanna White and myself are going to be back with more results a little later on. Right now, let's get back to Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse the Body Ventura.
And she picks Hulk Hogan over Andre the Giant. When he asks her about DiBiase and Muraco, I'm sure she has no idea what a Muraco is. So she simply says she's not a fan of the $1 Million Man because he thinks that you can buy anything, and she thinks you need to work for it. I'll leave the irony out of that. She also selects the Macho Man to go over on Greg the Hammer Valentine. Mean Gene says, "What do you think about Elizabeth?" She responds,
"That a woman person behind him."
Well, she loves the lovely Liz. She says she likes a good woman person behind the man. A good woman person. God bless Vanna White.
There's a reason Vanna didn't talk much.
Thank you.
On Wheel of Fortune.
I was setting you up for that line, and you gave it to you delivered.
She didn't like $1 Million Man because he couldn't buy a Val. He bought the whole alphabet.
He certainly did. We're going to have to see what that does for him here in part 2 of the WrestleMania review next time around. Hopefully, Jamie, if we can find the time, I'm going to try to bring you back and cover some of those matches as well. If not, man, I do appreciate you stopping by for part 1 here, covering the first round of the tournament. Had a lot of fun talking with you about your memories. Of course, heading there with your father. And then, of course, the first 6-round matches. As we head on to the final match here in just a couple minutes, guys, going to bring on another special guest for that one, Hercules and the Ultimate Warrior. But first, Jamie, just want to thank you for being here.
As always, my pleasure, Ray. You know I love the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, and anytime you need me, I'm here for you.
I love it, man. I'm going to try to squeeze you in and get you back here for a little bit of part 2 if we can. If not, man, it's been a blast, and hopefully we can talk a little bit more down the line. And hey, there's always WrestleMania 5.
Yes, there was WrestleMania 5.
All right, guys.
I wasn't as excited for that one.
Really? The Mega Powers explode? You were more excited for this?
The one-night tournament. I was pumped. I'd never seen one.
Right.
However, WrestleMania 5, I went. My dad said, "Do you want to go again?" I'm not about to say no. So
no, obviously. Do I want to go to WrestleMania? Okay.
But that we knew what was happening a year from now.
I guess
how that was all going to end. I mean, I was holding out hope here DiBiase would win this thing, but didn't happen.
We'll see how we'll see how everything plans out over the next year. What everything we go through to get to WrestleMania 5. But for now, guys, once again, thank you so much, Jammie Ward, for being a part of WrestleMania 4.
You're welcome, Ray.
All right, guys, Jammie Ward one more time on the program. Jamie, thank you once again so much for adding so many firsthand memories of WrestleMania 4 here to the program. But now it's time to move on to the final match of part 1 here of the WrestleMania 4 review. And in order to close out the show, we're going to bring in the closer as we prepare for the big grudge match between the Ultimate Warrior and the mighty Hercules. Right now, haven't had him on since Survivor Series 1987, and we did discuss way back then that maybe we'd bring him back for a part of WrestleMania 4, and here he is, as promised, my very own brother. Welcome back, Jesse hoping maybe he can share some of his WrestleMania 4 memories, first time he watched it, and of course cover the next match. Hey, brother, so good to have you back.
Hey, brother, thanks for having me, man. I'm always happy to come on and reminisce and talk some wrestling with you.
Well, we talked back at Survivor Series 87. We discussed, we hypothesized that perhaps we could have you back by WrestleMania 4, and here you are, and I am pumped to have you here because we shared a lot of wrestling memories growing up, and watching a lot of those old school WrestleManias was definitely one of them.
Well, absolutely, because back in the day, I didn't really have access to a vast library of VHS tapes, and thankfully my local library had like WrestleManias, I want to say like 3 through 6 pretty regularly. So I have seen WrestleMania 4 several times in my childhood. I remember it was like two VHSs, man. It took up a lot of room in the old bedroom. But.
Yeah, you would open the tapes up, and Hulk Hogan's head would pop up. The original box, I mean, not the actual tapes you brought home, but yeah, you had the luxury of actually working at the library as a teenager, so you would call me constantly, dude, I got this week, I got this tape this. I'm like, damn you. Like, I have to pay for mine. But yeah, you were watching WrestleManias and other things out the wazoo.
And sadly to say, a lot of those wrestling tapes never made it back to the library when I was working there.
I think I think we've passed the.
I think my fines were forgiven, so I'll put it that way.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, that's excellent, because libraries do that thing. Kids, go visit your local library today. Just make sure you return anything you check out. That's the story we're telling you. As we're going to get going here in WrestleMania 4, smack dab in the middle of those 3 through 6s you were taking out there at your library, and I was renting it off and on. I had to cycle through all of the pay-per-views over and over until I had 2 VCRs and started to, maybe let's just say make my own copies, and we'll leave it there. Legal or not, I don't know. I guess we were both doing random things to just get our fix of pro wrestling as kids.
Yeah, I mean, any way I can get it. I used to love, back when I would just come over and Papa would take us up to that, whatever the name of that video store was up there on Clark or something. It was like 99 cents.
I know which one you're,
like 5, 6 tapes.
Yeah, the one that Wayne knew. Yeah, I know what you're going with. Yeah, absolutely. I remember that one.
Yeah, but like you said, man, any way we could get it. And then when the internet came out, that was a whole, not so much video, but yeah, just any way we could absorb the wrestling knowledge, man. I'm still, sort of like that. I go down rabbit holes all the time, just see something old on Peacock or the network, and before I know it, I'm Googling and reading all about things. So
it's fun to go back in this time period, and I hate to admit it, this was a very long time ago now, which actually puts our age out there. But we grew up during this time frame. We grew up during the Hulkamania era, and didn't get this WrestleMania live to watch, but I did go out and, like I said, rent it quite often. One of the many 4, 5, 6, 7, or no, actually I had 7 live. I take that one back. But, it's nice to go back and revisit things. This is not a WrestleMania that I often go back and revisit anymore because it's just so long and tedious with the tournament. And Rick Rude and Jake Roberts is on this show. Need I say more? You just got through that match. But we do have little hidden gems as well, not just like the Battle Royal with Bob Uecker, but that Hulk Hogan promo. How about that Hogan promo, brother?
Yeah, I mean, you want to listen to a bunch of incoherent nonsense, you guys have to watch this promo. I had to go back. I watched it 3 times. Usually I'll kind of walk out of the room or, promo comes on. Okay, time to go, refill my coffee cup or whatever beverage. But when you told me about this one, man, I had to go and watch this thing. It was almost as good as, it's not hot.
It's not hot. Right, yeah. Well, this was very reminiscent. This was like the beta version of his future promos he would cut with Brutus Beefcake leading into WrestleMania 9. Those were some doozies. You guys can go back on the grenade and check out, if you really want to, the 1993 era of the WWF here on the Grenade Show, and some of those Hogan Beefcake promos are on there, especially the March to WrestleMania 9 one, but this really channels that all the way back in 1988, talking about slamming Andre through Trump Plaza, dude, and the fault line from New York to Tampa, breaking half of the eastern seaboard off down into the Atlantic Ocean, brother, and it was just amazing.
Yeah, well, don't forget too. As Donald Trump's holding on to his family for dear life, and they begin to sink into the ocean. Thank God Donald Trump is a Hulkamaniac.
Thank God Donald Trump. That didn't. That didn't really stand the test of
It didn't
time.
make much sense, man.
No, none of it really.
We'll go with it.
But I'll tell you what, you know firsthand, I was never a Hulkamaniac. I was never a Hulk Hogan fan. It just never resonated with me. I tolerated him early on during that WrestleMania 1 run with Mr. T on the TV because Mr. T was cool. I was into Mr. T, and Hulk Hogan looked cool enough at the time. But as time progressed and I actually really watched the product week after week, it was just too much ad nauseum of Hulkamania for me. And we were Warrior fans growing up rather than Hulk Hogan. I don't know. You might have been. I don't want to speak for you. You might have been a Hogan fan as well, but I was not. But I got to say, this was the one promo as a kid that I just absolutely loved because it was so ridiculous. And then the backstroke, with the ocean backdrop behind him, it just worked perfectly as he backstrokes out of the screen. I just always loved that. Like, this was the one Hogan promo I would watch rather than fast forward growing up.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I mean, the backstroke was pretty fluid. It was pretty cool to see. But yeah, I mean, in answer to your first, part of that, no, I wasn't a huge Hulk Hogan fan. It just so happened, Warrior was kind of coming up right around that same time, and so I don't have to tell you who I was rooting for at WrestleMania 6.
Right.
But yeah, I never, for some reason, I don't know. I kind of liked Royal Rumble '90. I wanted Mr. Perfect to throw Hogan out. I don't know. I was always kind of rooting against Hulk Hogan, not because I really hated him, just I really wasn't a huge Hulk Hogan fan.
Right. Yeah. I remember at WrestleMania 7 when he worked Slaughter in the main event, I could have just turned the TV off and been happy with the pay-per-view at that point. I mean, we already got the Warrior Savage match, which to me should have went on last. I know why it didn't. Championship match and Iraq versus USA and all that nonsense. But I mean, that was the match. The storytelling was masterful with Elizabeth coming back and everything like that. And we got that before intermission. And then you close the show with Hogan and Slaughter. And I was just done. I mean, Slaughter was well past his prime at that point. And Hogan was, just paint by numbers at that point as well. So didn't do a whole lot for me. And I just remember being just done with the pay-per-view all throughout that match, watching it originally live back in the day. But yeah, I mean, there were times, maybe in the late 80s, I didn't necessarily hate him or as much as I did later on, where I just couldn't stand even the sight of him on my screen, circa WCW.
92?
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. The Rumble 92 and where they did the fake crowd noise with the Sid. They turned Sid heel on the crowd noise instead of using the live version where everybody's popping for Sid and chanting Sid's name. But yeah, it's things like that, man. That'll help you turn on someone if you didn't already dislike him. I was not a Hogan fan, let's just say that, but I did enjoy that promo. And then we get to the Rick Rude, Jake Roberts match. And you said, you went and watched this a couple times, and obviously you watch sometimes at night or maybe when you're getting ready to take a nap and you doze off. And you said you dozed off earlier in the show, one of your watchings, and you woke up in time to watch Rude and Jake. I said, man, you picked the wrong match to wake up for. That's the one I would have slept on. I know half the crowd did anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of rest holds, so, I mean, I guess it makes sense to take a little rest during the match. But in all seriousness, I mean, I remember as a kid, I was like, whoa, Jake versus Rude.
Yeah.
That's probably, know, I'm not going to say, I remember WrestleMania 4 as it happened. I was still pretty young at that point. But I remember the first time I rented it from the library and took it home, I was like, man, I can't wait for Jake and Rude. That was definitely going to be one of the highlights.
Sure.
15 minutes, a lot of rest holds, battle of the mustaches. I'd have to give the nod to Jake on that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Rude definitely the better physique, but I like Jake's mustache a little better.
Battle of the mustaches. I like that. Yeah. And I would give the slight nod to Jake Roberts there as well. But man, those guys, probably the top two mustaches. That's what we're discussing here, guys. Agreed. As we close. So I told you I was bringing in the closer for a reason. Battle of the mustaches. I love it. I didn't even hit that, in my notes. So I'm glad we got you on here to talk a little bit about that. But yeah, it was, as Dave Meltzer liked to call these back in the day, his cutesy name for WrestleMania was Rest Hold Mania. And that's definitely what Jake and Rude was, because as you said, on paper and as a visual on the screen, sign me up all day. Jake Roberts and Rick Rude, but that match just wasn't it. Luckily for us, we got the big feud upcoming over Cheryl Roberts. She's going to be on the tights of Rude very soon, and we'll have a lot of fun with all of that as we progress here in 1988. But for now, it was just a match, and it wasn't a very good one at that, I got to say. But we're going to move on here with the show, guys. All right, man, and away we go, straight to the next matchup. The Mighty Hercules announced, standing in the ring as we quickly jump to the Ultimate Warrior's music beginning to play. The Warrior Man running down ringside, jogging down those stairs, as it is time for the big grudge match, UW taking on Hercules, with Bobby Heenan ringside, the Ultimate Warrior's first feud. How about that? His very first pay-per-view, And these two have been going at it for the last couple of months. A recent match between the two saw Hercules try to choke out the Warrior on TV, only for the Warrior to not only break the chokehold, but apparently snap the chain after freeing himself, breaking the steel chain to show off his incredible power, and thus stunning the mythological mortal with the supposed strength of a god. Hercules couldn't believe it. What had he just witnessed? And ever since then, Hercules been hot on the trail of trying to take the Warrior out. And tonight, it's just an old school gladiator style encounter between two of the strongest men in the World Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't two more ripped guys in the company, you know, outside of Hulk Hogan, but I'm just talking about, like, from top to bottom, man. You could see every muscle on these guys' body. It was ridiculous. And, you know, Warrior's still trying to find himself there, man. I don't know if I ever saw him donning the blue and white paint, you know, after this.
Right.
So I always, you know, recognize him right away, like on the old school WrestleMania cards or in a magazine. I'm like, oh, that's WrestleMania 4 right there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's definitely, you know, a little toned down here. He hasn't really experimented with all the different colors and things as of this point. But I got to correct you a little bit here. You said they're the most defined wrestlers in the company, and you gotta mention.
We just talked about Rick Rude.
Well, I was gonna say we gotta mention Don Muraco and those hoses, dude. I mean, it doesn't get more vascular than that.
Thanks for correcting me on that one. How could I forget Don Muraco and his hoses, man?
And those hoses, dude. But, you know, here we go. This is pretty cool. You know, it's like the beginning of the Warrior story. He's been here a few months by this point, but this is really truly the beginning where they kind of double down and say, all right, let's see what you got here. Based on what they do here, they're giving him a pretty good talent, mid-Carter at this point, and the mighty Hercules, but he was a quality worker for a guy his size. A lot of people give Hercules a lot of flack, and if you watch him near the end of his career here in the WWF, I can see why. But when Herc came to work, he could work, you know, and for his size, for being a quote-unquote muscle-bound guy at times, he put it out there, man. And I was a Hercules fan growing up, and I'll say it again, I say it every year, Hercules for the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I know I've told you this in the past, but it's been a while, Hercules, I always thought about our uncle, Pooch. I don't know why Hercules reminded me of him. I don't know if it was
same frame.
Facial expression.
Could be.
What it was, man.
You know, he did have the Hercules beard thing going on at one time. You know what really, it's funny you said that, because I will go along with you on that. I thought the same thing at times. It was probably the frame too, the body frame. But another thing that really killed me was in 1991, Hercules tried to get with the times, and he got those little lines cut into the sides of his hair there, you know, over where the sideburns would go or whatever. And right around that same time, right around the same time, our uncle, we call him Pooch, he got the same freaking thing going on. And I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, you just...
Oh, man, if you would have had the Hercules glasses, man, that would have just said it all.
I wish I had those Hercules. I want the Power and Glory glasses. That would have been phenomenal.
Yeah, man.
But nevertheless, these people are like, wow, you guys have like an uncle that kind of resembled Hercules. To some degree, I would have to go along with that. If he looked like a wrestler, I guess that's where I would go. It's definitely Hercules.
Yeah, in the walk for sure. The way he has to walk with his arms out because of his, broad shoulders.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's good stuff. But it's Warrior's first big match in the company, his real first test here, and it's live on pay-per-view. So there's no second takes, pal. As the Warrior, he walks into here, he runs into here, and he's got, like you said, the powder blue trunks, the blue face paint, but he also has a headband, which I don't believe I've ever seen him wear before or again after this. But the Warrior rocking a WrestleMania, it doesn't say WrestleMania, but it's a headband for the big pay-per-view.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. I can't say that I ever recall him wearing that again. Maybe later when he was in WCW with his whole, Warrior Nation, he wore all kinds of weird stuff. But yeah, man, in the WWF, definitely can't recall another time he did that.
Well, here we go, Warrior and Hercules, and these two have been going at it for a couple months now. A recent TV match between the two saw Hercules try and choke out the Warrior with that chain of his. Warrior, of course, breaking free, tugging at the chain, and according to Gorilla Monsoon and all of the babyface announcers, it was Warrior who snapped the chain, Jess. See, I can call you Jess, and it actually makes sense here on the show. But he snapped the chain that showed the strength of the Ultimate Warrior. And that leads us here to the match today. They've had their issues. Warrior chasing Hercules backstage, attacking him with his own chain. And we even saw, I believe Warrior worked Harley Race in between here as well. And kind of something similar. Hercules attacking with his chain again. And that time the Warrior running both Hercules and Harley out of the ring. And now it's time for the showdown.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get what you're going to get with these two guys, man. Expect a lot of physicality and stiff clotheslines. I'll just put it that way.
So the bell sounds. They're right into this one. As the match begins, the two men, they collide center ring with a couple of shoulder tackles, and neither man budges as they go nose to nose in an awesome camera shot. I stole this camera shot. It's actually going to be the picture I'm using for the first part of WrestleMania, the podcast review. You guys will see this, but it's a cool shot of two of the Herculean, no pun intended there, Herc, but two of the top stars, two of the big monsters in the WWF going face to face, and it was just great visual for the time.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. A lot of, like I said, stiff work going on by both men. Warrior with as Gorilla called them, knife edge chops. I just call them, or knife edge. I can't remember what he called them, but anyway, I just called them chops
right
in the corner. But yeah, man, a lot of stiff work, clotheslines, a lot of punching, a lot of ramming heads into things on the outside of the ring. Not a lot of technical wrestling going on, but that's what you come to expect, and it kind of just brought some something different to the show. These two guys squaring off. I liked it. I mean, it wasn't the best match of all time by any means, but they kept it nice and short, so it wasn't a snooze fest.
Well, needless to say, Hercules had to lead this match. You kind of had to give Warrior the orders as to what we're going to do here. And of course, they go center ring collide, as you would do with two guys this size, nobody budging. So they actually go into a wrestling hold, the collar and elbow tie up to begin things here. Warrior going to back Hercules into the corner as I think that's Dave Hebner back, gets in between to separate the two, and Hercules laying in a cheap shot across the Warrior's head, but it only pisses the Warrior man off, who unloads with, as you said, a series of shots and then a bunch of chops, just lots of dangerous chops, just throwing them all over the place. Poor Hercules here. But the Warrior going to try for a clothesline, but Hercules ducks. And then Hercules delivering not one, not two, but three Herculean clotheslines to take the Warrior down, which, first off, awesome third clothesline. We talked about that off air. The clothesline from Hercules here. Badass clothesline. Hercules taking the Warrior down on the third one. But second off, Jesse Ventura notes here, he says, it took 3 clotheslines to drop the Warrior. A normal mortal would go down to half of a Hercules clothesline. So really trying to get over the Warrior's power here.
Well, I think a normal-sized man is probably going to go down when they see the first one coming. I don't even know if it'll take a half a clothesline.
Yeah, beat the clothesline to the mat. That's the smart way to go. As the action continues here, Hercules looking for a second clothesline, but Warrior going to fire first, delivering his version of the clothesline, taking Hercules down with just one blow. And then it's lots more random chopping by the Warrior before Hercules ducking a charge and backdropping the Ultimate One out to the floor. Hercules going to follow him outside for a brief brawl, and then back in the ring, Herc in control with a series of jabs and a back elbow to the jaw of UW. Warrior going to rebound, though, with a series of shots of his own, and right into the 10 punches of doom in the corner. And I wrote, Warrior clearly lost here, and I think I talked to you about that, too, before you watched it. I said, go check this out. Warrior doesn't seem to know what he's doing. Like, he's supposed to be making the comeback without doing his big Hulk up, right? I don't even know if he's been doing that yet. So he just kind of follows Hercules around, trying to grab hold of him, not really sure what to do. Hercules winds up in a corner, and Warrior's just kind of like, oh, okay, let's just do the 10-punch gimmick. And that's the way it feels. Very awkward middle of the match here.
Yeah, and that's a good call, man. I don't know when Warrior started doing his official shaking the ropes comeback, but yeah, it was kind of awkward looking. Hercules had punched him into the ropes and then started to actually turn around. And then Warrior comes bouncing off the ropes. Obviously, Hercules wasn't ready for it, and it looks awkward because Warrior hits him with the forearm to the back of the neck, and Hercules is like, what the hell's going on? And like you said, it turns up in the corner for the 10-punch. But, hey, man, like I said, Warrior's still kind of finding his groove, and I don't know that he ever truly found it, but he's still working on things.
He becomes the champion, so he found something. But I wrote just a weird comeback here because, like you said, we're accustomed to the Ultimate Warrior comeback. the shaking of the ropes, the jogging in place, and everything that goes with it. And here, and I got to give the WWF company credit here. They're not going straight for the kill, straight for the throat. They clearly want something with this Warrior guy, but they see he's not a total package just yet to where they want him to be. And so instead of making those big comebacks and the press slams and the splashes on some of these mid-carders, upper mid-card guys, he's going over in relative, regular wrestling fashion. We'll discuss the finish here in just a minute, but most recently he pinned Harley Race with a rolling cradle. You don't see that from the Warrior, probably never again in his entire career. But that was Harley Race, who I hate to say it, but at this point he was expendable. You could have beat him any way you wanted to with the Warrior here, but instead it's just a rolling cradle. And so the Warrior not really going over on people definitively just yet. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second when we get to the finish of the match. But it continues on. Like I said, weird comeback here by the Warrior as Hercules going to escape the corner with an inverted atomic drop. And down goes the face-painted one. But Herc then going to go for an Irish whip into the opposite corner, but Warrior reversing the whip and charging in on Hercules, but missing the mighty one, and Warrior hitting the turnbuckle hard. Hercules then laying in wait, standing behind the Warrior, and then locking in his patented full Nelson, a move he started using shortly before WrestleMania III to feud with the full Nelson master at the time, Billy Jack Haynes. Hercules continued to use the full Nelson until maybe a month or two prior to this WrestleMania. He went back to his torture rack backbreaker, which was badass. I always loved it. But for some reason here, no torture rack. It's the full Nelson. Going back in time here, the Hercules locking it on, but he doesn't have the fingers locked, Jess.
That makes a huge difference, man. If you don't have those fingers locked, you can't make someone submit, right? So.
Well, if we never knew it before, anytime we watched Gorilla Monsoon commentate a match that involved a full Nelson, we knew it then. So, and we do get that obligatory comment here by Gorilla Monsoon, but are the fingers locked? And we find out maybe they are. No, they are not, says Gorilla Monsoon. You'd think Hercules would have learned by now, after his issues with Billy Jack Haynes, to lock those fingers, as the Warrior, though, going to use his feet to kick off the top turnbuckle, sending both men backwards to the mat. Hercules releasing the full Nelson and kind of trying to turn it into a bridging back suplex of sorts. Going to get the 1, the 2, and the 3. Match goes 4 minutes and 36 seconds as the Brain and Hercules celebrate. But Dave Hebner explains that the Warrior apparently got his shoulder up. So the winner of the match is actually the Ultimate Warrior, getting his first win here on pay-per-view over the mighty Hercules.
Yeah, so as Vince McMahon would have liked to have said, unceremoniously, Warrior picks up the win with that one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how often, those sort of finishes occurred, but, I hadn't seen many like that growing up. That was definitely one of the first. But
that was before they did it to death.
Yeah. Warrior wasn't crushing people at the time, so at least, he did pick up the win. And then, of course, the post-match, which I'm sure we're going to discuss briefly. But,
right.
Yeah, man, all in all, like I said, they kept it the right length. Any longer probably would have seemed to have dragged on a little too much. But, Warrior picks up the big win.
I'm sitting here right now staring at the time of this match, 4 minutes and 36 seconds, and it has a major significance to me. Do you know what that is?
4:36.
Just the time of this match. Doesn't matter what the time is. Do you know what? Do you remember the significance?
Was that the answer to one of your outthink to think questions?
Well, yes and no. I always told you, because I would call into Radio WWF, but we've talked about my struggle with the rotary phone, so I just got in whenever I got in. I couldn't really plan to get in at a certain time. But every, several weeks I would get in for Outthink to Think, but I told you one week, I said, man, I'd already been calling the show and getting on the show, but I had never gotten to Outthink to Think at that point. When I told you, I said, if I ever get on there, you said, oh, what would your question be? And I said, I know the Fink can't answer this. I'm going to ask him, how long was the match between the Warrior and Hercules at WrestleMania IV? And you were like, oh, how long was it?
Okay.
And I said 4 minutes and 36 seconds. And you said, oh, okay. And then the very next week, I'm listening to Radio WWF, and wouldn't you know it, this guy by the name of Jay from Cleveland makes his Radio WWF debut during Outthink to Think. And do you know what his question was? It was, how long was the Ultimate Warrior Hercules match at WrestleMania IV? You have no idea how pissed off I was on the other side of that radio. What is he doing? Taking my question. That was my big question, And you got on radio WWF as Jay from Cleveland. And you stole my Outthink the Fink question, and you won your very first Outthink the Fink t-shirt, soon to be a collector's item.
Yeah, I would look at it more like your question made the air. It was kind of like not stealing your question as much as it was. I wanted to make sure that the Fink got that question. And who knows if you would have ever been able to ask that or not. So, yeah, apologies for that, brother. I do remember some of my other questions. I don't remember that being my first one, though, man. So apologies if you felt that way.
It threw me off because it was Jay from Cleveland. And I'm like, who the fuck's, Jay from Cleveland? And then I hear your voice and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's my brother. And then you ask the exact question.
Pseudonym, like every time, I never use my real name.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you were just trying to be cool, man. Trying to invent your own personality there for the program. But it was, it was crazy because I was like, that's my fucking question. Oh, I was like fuming on the other end of that. But I guess what you're saying is you owe me an Outthink the Fink t-shirt. So, yeah.
And I do still have one in circulation, man. I wear it occasionally.
That's
pretty cool. I don't know how it's held up after, 30 plus years, but
right.
I do still have one around.
Yeah, it's been about 30 years to the day. Really? Wow, that's crazy. Oh my God.
It is, man.
I have one too. I don't know where my other ones went to, but I do have one I keep in my closet. I don't think I could fit into it anymore. I certainly can't wear it, but I don't want to do any damage to it. So I just kind of leave it in there and good memories, great memories of a time gone by. But I just thought that was a funny story involving the Hercules Warrior match. But the match is over. Warrior gets the win with putting his shoulder up, so not super definitive, but he does get the win nevertheless, so he is undefeated here on pay-per-view. As an upset Hercules attacks the Warrior after the match, and we saw this last year with Billy Jack Haynes. Remember Hercules coming in, blasting him with the chain, busting Billy Jack wide open post-match. Well, Hercules going to do it again here with the Warrior, minus the blood, wrapping the chain once again around the neck of the Ultimate Warrior, trying to choke him out. But Warrior going to break free one more time, snatching the chain and then swinging it over his head wildly. I mean, that chain, I don't know how long that chain is, but it's the circumference of the ring, at least a 20-foot chain here, swinging it around, and Hercules and Bobby Heenan wisely bailing out of this one.
Yeah, and the way he was swinging it, too, it was kind of the way like John Cena would lift the steel steps. I mean, it just seemed like either the chain really was that heavy, or he did a good job making it feel like it. Make you think it was.
I don't see the Warrior really
swinging it. It just looked like that's a heavy ass chain.
I mean, hey, we were huge Warrior fans, but I just don't see the Warrior having the knowledge to. I got to make this thing look heavier than it is. I mean, that looked like a serious steel chain, but at the same time, it was a good 20. I mean, okay, he was in the middle of the ring, so it was a good 12 feet. He was swinging at least. I mean, even if it wasn't the heaviest chain on earth, that's a lot of work. And I mean, I just remember always thinking, even as a kid, what happens if, he accidentally lets go and it flies into the crowd like lawsuit mania? But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
but
no kidding.
The ascension begins. The Ultimate Warrior begins his climb, and that's going to continue through the summer. And we'll see what happens at SummerSlam. Big things coming for the Ultimate One later in 1988. But what a great time in wrestling history for us as Warrior fans. It really begins here at WrestleMania 4.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's kind of like the beginning of his rise. I won't give anything away for summertime, but, make sure you guys are tuning in to find out what happens later this year. I mean, it was a good 4.5 minutes of powerhouse wrestling like you would expect. Warrior pulls off the win. Can't wait to see what happens next.
I think I would have liked to have seen a little more wrestling moves in there. Given the time that they were, 4.5 minutes, just a lot of chopping by the Warrior here, really. But I mean, that's what happens when the guy doesn't really know what he's doing out there yet. He's not yet ready for prime time, perhaps, or maybe he was if he could be coached by the right person. And that's not really a knock on Hercules. It's just, what are you going to do? You guys got 4.5 minutes. Go out there and get over, and then straight into the finish. But it was okay for what it was. It wasn't exactly a classic by any stretch of the imagination, but it was short, like you said, so it was harmless. As Warrior begins that ascension, like I said, and we'll have more on the Warrior as 1988 progresses here on the Grenade. And right now on WrestleMania 4, they head off to a WrestleMania 4 merchandise sale. You guys will see this on the original live version, not on the Peacock. But Mean Gene and a lady friend named Linda here showing off special WrestleMania 4 souvenirs. You can get your very own WrestleMania 4 t-shirt for $13. Not bad. You can get your own WrestleMania hat for $10, Jesse, and a key tag, which reads WrestleMania 4 on it for $4. You want a key tag?
Sure.
I thought that was such an odd.
Or is it,
it just says WrestleMania 4. It looks like a ticket, almost like a ticket you would buy to purchase to come into the event. But it was kind of a weird choice. I never really seen them sell a key tag before. It was kind of odd. Just stick it on your keys and away you go. And of course, the $5 program, which I'm sure goes for a lot more than that on eBay today.
Yeah, I probably would have been a sucker for the hat. I've always liked to wear my baseball hat.
Right.
The program, I couldn't even imagine. Knowing what a 1996 SummerSlam program went for, I can only imagine what a WrestleMania 4 one's going for.
Yeah, a little more rare with the 96s, but yeah, I did get a chunk of change for that off eBay, I'll say that. But look at this. You can get the t-shirt, the hat, the key tag, and the program. Buy them all together for $30, so you save $2. How kind of Vince McMahon there. But just send your check and no, there's probably shipping involved. I didn't write that down in my notes, but you send your check or money order in an envelope to a P.O. box up in probably Stamford, Connecticut, I'm guessing here. And the kicker is you just send it and you tell them what you want in it. You just write on a piece of paper, boy. Talk about old times.
Yeah.
I don't know how safe that sounds.
We don't do it like that anymore.
No, definitely not. But at this point in the program, the pay-per-view, it's off to a 10-minute intermission on the screen. And I won't let you guys sit here with dead air for 10 minutes. So we'll fast forward through that intermission, come out on the other side here as we end this week's episode of The Grenade Show and end part 1 of WrestleMania 4. Amazing commentary so far, and we're only halfway through the event. So many memorable lines from Gorilla, Jesse Ventura, Bob Uecker. Honestly, sound bites of our youth all throughout this pay-per-view. I might say this pay-per-view, WrestleMania 4, may have more sound bites that we can recall more than any other pay-per-view.
I mean, yeah, there were a lot, especially the Bob Uecker ones, man. I can't wait to go, when you post this show, this part 1 here, I can't wait to go back and listen to, everything that led up to the end where I came on, man, because I want to hear, some of those sound bites and what you guys had to say about that.
Oh, yeah, it was great. Yeah, there are plenty of sound bites in the Battle Royal section. Gene Jackson joined the show for that one. We had a fun time going over the Battle Royal and Bob Uecker. And Bob's not done yet. He's going to continue to interview some of the heels backstage throughout the event, including, yes, that infamous interview with Andre the Giant. Hey, do you mind getting your foot off my shoulder in the choke of doom? I always love that. I mean, it made it everywhere, right? That little video clip.
I think everyone knows that choke.
Yeah.
That was awesome, man. That's definitely one of the things I think of, too, when you talk about WrestleMania 4. Because there's some matches, and I'll be honest, there's some matches when I went back and watched this thing, I was like, oh, yeah, that happened. But no one, including myself, has forgotten that interview, man.
No, definitely. It's one of the most famous of all time, and it's with a non-wrestling personality. Bob Uecker, we talked about this a lot in the Battle Royal. He just got it. He wasn't some gigantic, wrestling fan historian from decades gone by. He just came in and he got it. And I don't, some guys get wrestling. Okay, he got it. But he gets it just entertainment value-wise. He's the, Honky Tonk Man likes to say he's the total entertainment package, but I think that was Bob Uecker. I said it with Gene that, Bob could have got fired from the MLB tomorrow calling games, and he could have easily made another job in comedy or professional wrestling proven here. He could have easily just slid right in and worked with Bobby Heenan or Mean Gene on the weekly.
Yeah, I mean, he was a consummate professional and entertainer through and through. I think he could have transitioned right over if need be. I would have been cool with that.
Yeah, think about how many...
know the product.
Right. Well, think about how many people that they've hired for a guest ring announcer, and that's what they came in and did. They got in the ring and they said, whether it was Donnie Wahlberg, Mr. Perfect, or, Burt Reynolds calling, the yeah. Roddy Piper, or things like that. But here we go. Bob Uecker, they realized what they had. He was doing weekly vignettes, comedy vignettes with various wrestling stars, building up WrestleMania on TV every week. He gets here. He does the Battle Royal for, as a commentator, and then he leaves and he does a ton of backstage interviews with the heels. And then, eventually he will be the guest ring announcer for the main event. So it was like he was here all night. And that was really a great thing because I just wish they had kept Bob around and brought him back more often.
Yeah, and has anyone told Vanna White that he's looking for her?
I'm telling you, that's going to continue on that story. That was the only thing that I didn't really need in my life, but it always killed me, growing up when he, how he fawned over the fabulous Moolah at WrestleMania 3, because even as a kid, I was like, Is he seeing the same person I'm going to go see the fabulous Moolah, and then they kind of give him some retribution here this year. He's like, oh, I got new contacts in. You guys fooled me last year with Moolah. You're not getting me twice. It's like, I'm going for Vanna.
Yeah.
But it was good stuff.
I love, too. I know, we kind of blew past it because you can't cover like all the backstage goings on, but there was a little brief Vanna White backstage thing where she was picking her second round, selections, who to win. Yeah. And, Gene starts off with, hey, I think, Bob Uecker's looking for you. And she's like, who? Right.
Oh, he's going to love that. Nice touch. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the story here. As we'll continue on. Dun dun dun. It's like Leslie Nielsen at that SummerSlam trying to figure out the case of the two Undertakers. Now we're Bob Uecker's trying to find Vanna White. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize she's been in the tournament bracket area the entire night, so it would have been pretty easy had he just been in the right place. But we'll see if he ever finds Vanna. I'm sure he will by the main event of WrestleMania 4, but that's going to continue on to part 2 here of the WrestleMania 4 review on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. Jesse, we're going to wrap this week's up, but I appreciate you coming on and spending some time talking about some old memories, going back and renting the tape. And, of course, I had to share the radio WWF story with everyone. We got the Hercules story with my Uncle Pooch. That was kind of interesting. And then, everything goes on here. Just Warrior and Hercules, fun little match for what it was, and Warrior's story begins. And we're happy as fans growing up. We were giant Warrior fans, so that's a pretty big deal. But as we continue, guys, the quarterfinals, the semis, the finals still around the corner. 6-man tag team action. Bobby Heenan got to get in the ring. So a whole lot still to come here in part 2. But for now, it's the end of part 1. And Jesse, I appreciate you so much for coming on and spending a half hour with me.
Yeah, man, had a great time. Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure, man. Anytime I can get on here and shoot the breeze and talk old school wrestling, man. I love it.
Well, maybe we'll bring you back on down the line again for SummerSlam, and if time does not permit, if the everything doesn't align properly, we'll definitely get you back by hopefully Survivor Series again, because once again, right back here with the Richfield Coliseum and one of our most favorite matches of all time, the 20-man tag.
Oh yeah, one of my favorites for sure. I mean, that I won't even start talking about it now, or else I'm going to go on and on for 10 minutes. But yeah. Definitely, 87 was cool, but 88 I've probably watched at least 100 times in my lifetime. Yeah, they perfected it. I always say that 87 was fine, but 88 they perfected it. I'm looking forward to that when we get there, but we got a long way to go. Lots of big things coming up as we head into the spring of 1988. And don't miss it, guys. Next week, it's part 2 of the WrestleMania 4 review. Jesse, thank you once again. Anytime, man. Thank you so much.
All right, got to thank my brother one more time, Jesse, for joining the show, reliving some memories of our youth growing up. The Warrior, one of our favorite wrestlers back in the late 80s, beginning of the 90s there in his first run with the company. Hey, don't judge. We were kids and we loved him and we were glued to the set every time the Warrior came out there for action. And it truly all started here with the mighty Hercules, his very first feud, his very first true test of strength, if you will. And the Warrior makes it past Hercules, and we know what's only upward from here. And with all of that said, all of that out of the way, you know what time it is. It's time to dive back into the WrestleMania 4 review, part 2.
The WWF. What the world is watching.
And we last left off going into intermission. The first round of the tournament just concluded. The quarterfinals now upon us. We know it's going to be Hulk and Andre, both men receiving byes through the first round into the quarters. From there, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, taking on the Rock Don Muraco. The one-man gang going to get a bye here in the quarters straight into the semifinals. He's going to take on the winner of the Macho Man, Randy Savage, Greg the Hammer Valentine contest. And before we get going, one final thing I gotta say. We return from that big 4-hour mega event. I'm not talking WrestleMania 4, but rather part 1 of this podcast right here on WrestleMania 4, a huge 4-hour special, just part 1. The WrestleMania 4 review, part 1. Special thanks again go out to Gene Jackson for being my Bob Uecker for the Battle Royal. Also want to thank my brother Jesse for joining me last time around, talk some childhood memories, and the Ultimate Warrior versus the mighty Hercules. And of course, Jammie Ward, want to thank him especially for all of those first-hand memories of attending this pay-per-view spectacular. Of course, Jammie helped me cover all of the first-round matches as well. Hopefully, we'll have Jammie back here in just a little bit. We'll have to try to get a hold of Jammie here in a moment. But now we are back, guys, with part 2 of the WrestleMania 4 review, and we are still live from Atlantic City, New Jersey, still March 27th, 1988, and still not at Trump Plaza, but rather the Boardwalk Hall. But we'll continue to pretend since the Donald is sponsoring the event. And at this point, I invite everyone to come for the guests, come for the action, come for the pageantry, come for the drama, but stay for the breakdown at the end of the show. And as we get rolling, last we left off, we saw the conclusion of the first round of the WWF Championship Tournament. 7 men now eliminated, which means 7 remain hopeful in hopes of becoming the next reigning, undisputed WWF champion by the end of this episode of The Grenade. And we're going to kick off part 2 right here of the WrestleMania 4 review by heading into the quarterfinals. Hulk and Andre on tap first. But before we get there, on the pay-per-view as we come back from intermission, Gorilla Monsoon, Jesse Ventura welcoming us with our return to the big show. We even get a glimpse of boxing legend Sugar Ray Leonard seated ringside there. And you got to kind of wonder if they set it up here. What I'm referencing is Vince will actually be promoting the upcoming Sugar Ray Leonard Lalonde fight for later this year. Then from there, it's off to a video package, once again reminding us how we got here today. We go all the way back to the questionable count of Joey Marella back at WrestleMania 3. Did Andre defeat Hogan for the title in the first minute of the match after that failed body slam attempt? Some say yes, some say no. And we get a few other highlights along the way. And then it's straight to the main event, February 5, where some chicanery led to Andre winning the championship belt. And I should note, they made sure to leave out all of the footage of the Twin Hebner angle here, instead implying that the referee was simply bought off. So for already erasing history and pretending like there weren't 2 Hebners, it certainly raises other questions as to why Dave Hebner would remain an official. Figured they'd fire him and he could form a tag team with Danny Davis. Boy, wouldn't that have been something. So for an angle that was crazy over when it happened, they have since moved away from it. No more twin referees. Like we're just supposed to forget about an angle that took place 6 weeks ago. Like we're supposed to forget that we just saw 2, quote-unquote, Dave Hebners. Nevertheless, this match, Hulk and Andre, the rematch, 15 months in the making. The story continues here at WrestleMania 4, but as we come out of the video package, we hear Gorilla say this.
Well, that's all water under the dam now, Jess, and right now all roads lead to the gold.
I believe that's bridge, Gorilla. Water under the bridge is what you were looking for there. Dams actually block water. They hold water. That's how they work. But you're the Gorilla, so who am I to question? But he does say that all roads lead to the gold. And all roads here lead us back to the WrestleMania 4 review. So we go from the Jake Roberts Rick Rude snooze fest to the Ultimate Warrior Hercules fiasco to a lengthy intermission. So let's see how many of these high rollers return to their ringside seats for the second half, shall we? Hell, let's see how the crowd in general responds. See if we can wake them back up, huh? As we head off now, we head back to ringside for the quarterfinals of the WWF Championship Tournament. And here once again to help me call some of the matches here in the quarterfinals. You heard him here last time as part of the WrestleMania 4 review part 1. And now we're bringing him back to call several more matches. He was actually in attendance at WrestleMania 4. Welcome back, Mr. Jammie Ward, one more time.
It's awesome to be back with you, Ray.
Oh, it's great to have you back. You were there, Jammie, so we got to have you as part of the show. Appreciate everything you put in last time around, not just your input on the memories of being there, but of course, you covered the first round, and I wanted to have you back for a few more matches here in regards to part 2, and we're going to kick things off this time around with the opening match of the quarterfinals. It's the former WWF champion Hulk Hogan taking on his arch nemesis Andre the Giant here. But Andre is not alone here, Jammie. He's accompanied to the ring by the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase and Virgil, and I guess we should have saw that coming because, well, we saw Andre with DiBiase earlier, but now we see it works both ways.
Yeah, it's good to see being there live. It made sense to see DiBiase and Virgil come out with Andre. I mean, after all, he did try to buy the belt from Andre once here. He's probably hoping that him and Andre will wind up in the next round and Andre will lie down for him.
Well, protecting his assets, absolutely, is DiBiase here in regards to Andre the Giant. And I know what everybody's thinking. How are both DiBiase and Virgil ringside, however? Well, Jesse Ventura explains it here. He says, DiBiase is there for Andre, and Virgil is there for the $1 Million Man. So Jesse, once again, telling it like it is. It all makes sense. And Ventura also asking Gorilla if he ever had a manager back in his day, as Gorilla throws out the name Wild Red Berry. Talk about a blast from the past there. Is Hulk Hogan going to make his way out next, playing to the fans as he makes his way down those steps? And then the Hulkster gets a running start and slides into the ring like he's John fucking Cena. I wrote, wow. I hadn't noticed that before.
Yeah, Hogan had moved like that since he was in New Japan in '84.
Well, he had to do something here. He knew it wasn't going to be a long night. So Hulk starts sliding into the ring here, but Andre is ready and immediately begins stomping and pounding away on the Hulkster as he slides inside. Hey, wait a minute. Who in the blue hell thought this would be a good idea? Joey Morella, the referee, again? 2 years in a row, Hulk and Andre?
I thought the same thing there when I was there live, right? How in the world do you put Joey Morella,
of all the referees,
the controversial ending that they said for the last year, his bad 3 count,
right?
And you got him right back in there again. I mean, it'd almost be like having a Hebner referee a Hulk Hogan Andre match.
Well, it'd almost be like having Hebner referee a championship match, but we'll have more on that later. Might as well throw Danny Davis in here at this point. But nevertheless, Morella, he calls for the bell as the Giant attacks the Hulkster, and Donald and Ivana Trump return to their seats from intermission. Andre clubbering Hogan, big headbutts, turnbuckle shots, Hulk still in his shirt though, and bandana, as the Giant chops and headbutts away in the corner. Hogan finally going to retaliate with 3 running forearm smashes off the ropes. Hulk really laying those in too. They look really good, rocking Andre up against the ropes. And on the other side, it's Ted DiBiase popping up onto the apron, and then Hulk going to turn around, grab hold of DiBiase and his $1 Million ring jacket as Andre comes over, but Hogan ready for him, delivering a double noggin knocker, Jess. And then Hulk repeatedly chopping the Giant. You don't see that every day. Hulk Hogan chopping Andre, causing him to stagger backwards, and he gets caught in the ropes, something we do see quite often there, but Hulk Hogan laying it to the Giant early on, laying it in, making it look good.
Yeah, Hogan was at the top of his game here. I mean, it wasn't your typical Hulk Hogan match. He was into it. He was working hard.
And I gotta, I say this all the time. I wasn't a giant Hulk Hogan fan as a kid, but I love this next spot here, if you can call this a spot, with Andre the Giant tied up in the ropes. Hulk Hogan gonna capitalize by tearing his shirt off right in Andre's face. I wrote, yeah, that'll weaken the Giant, but fun sight though. Hulk Hogan, Andre's trapped in the ropes. He could do anything he wants to him, but instead he's gonna rip his shirt off and pose for the Trumps.
It was visual intimidation right there,
Is
right?
that what that was?
He was psyching the Giant out.
Okay.
If he could do that to his shirt, imagine what he could do to Andre.
Oh, you got an answer for everything, Jammie. As DiBiase, Virgil, and Joey Morella combine their efforts to free the Giant from the ropes, Hogan plays to the crowd. And with Andre finally free, Hogan unloading with a myriad of punches as the Giant finally staggering down to one knee and then slowly onto his back. I said that was an awkward bump. Very awkward fall. Slow motion is as slow as it can be. Andre finally making his way down to the mat. I don't know if he did that on purpose or if he did that because, he had to because of his failing, body at this point in time. But it was rough to see.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you could tell Andre is toward the end at this point, and his back is bothering him again.
Right. It's crazy to think, too, because he's basically avoided wrestling for the better part of the last 2 years. He left after the Battle Royal. He did a little bit for Inoki over in Japan, but for most of 86, he was filming a movie. He got back surgery. He came back and worked WrestleMania 7. For the most part, took off all the way to Survivor Series. And now that he looks the worst he ever has, he's going to go back on the road nearly full time, working with Hacksaw after this.
That's how much Andre loved the sport.
Yeah, I got a little bit of notes here at the end of this from Bruce Pritchard in regards to Andre, how much he loved the wrestling business, even though his health was clearly deteriorating by the week, literally. As Hogan then looks for a trifecta of rapid-fire elbow drops, another fun spot coming up. As Hogan goes to drop the third elbow, he's actually caught mid-elbow drop by Andre, who turns it into a chokehold. Something only Andre, somebody the size of Andre, could get away with. Catching a man falling on him in midair and turning it into another move.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Yeah, and Andre could do anything he wanted to on the mat. See, he doesn't have to stand for that. So it worked. It actually worked out, choking away on Hogan multiple times here to the count of 4. I wrote, how many times before it's a disqualification? Can you just do that all night as long as you release on 4, Jamie?
I believe you can.
Wow.
I mean, hey, I'm a Jesse Ventura guy. Jesse says you can do it. I believe it.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. Andre then stomping on the Hulkster. DiBiase even getting it a cheap shot as well. And back to more choking. In fact, lots more choking, Jamie. And then it happens. Andre locks it on. The double trapezius nerve hold of doom as Hogan slowly begins to crumple to his knees. Now, this is the fun part. Back on the old Coliseum home video, we end tape number 1 in the middle of this move in a rest hold. It was always weird to me. To be continued on tape number 2, Jamie. Maybe separate the tape as Hogan's hitting the ring. That would have been more exciting because this isn't actually making me want to put in tape number 2.
Yeah, but Vinnie Mac thought it was a cliffhanger.
That's
will
what
Hogan
I've always
lose? Will Andre win? Will Hogan come back and overcome the odds? Stay tuned.
There you go.
On video number 2.
You can read into this. You got a good mind here, Jamie. I know what they were going for, but let's be honest, that wasn't the most entertaining move to make me in the. Now you got to really force me to put in tape number 2, but I did every time as a kid. Let's see what happens here as we go on.
Come on, Ray. What kind of high spot is Andre going to hit?
I know. Anywho,
I mean, about the only other thing you could have done there is have him sit down on top of Hogan, get a 1-2. And then come back for tape 2.
He could have sat on him and shit on him like he did Bad News. That would have been more entertaining. I would have stayed tuned for more of that on tape number 2. But whether you watch it straight through or throw in the second VHS tape, guys, the double nerve pinch o' doom continues on as Joey Marella begins to raise the Hulkster's arm. It goes up once and it drops. Twice and it drops again. Third time, the Hulkster's still in this, Jamie. Hogan makes his way back to his feet, breaks the nerve hold, and lays in several big clotheslines that take Andre back, rocking him back to the corner. Hulk making the big comeback, it would seem, but Virgil now up on the apron to distract the referee as Hogan goes to slam the giant. Ted DiBiase coming in from behind, blasting Hulk across the back with a steel chair. Hulk, however, barely sells it. Imagine that. Turning around to go after the $1 Million Man. But Ted dropping the chair in the middle of the ring as he bails to the floor. Wonder why he would just drop the chair like that.
I'm sure it was an accident.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see, but not for long. Hogan actually going to be the one who picks the chair up and tries to clock Andre with it right in front of Marella. But Andre grabbing the chair, the two men begin to fight over it. Hogan, though, with a boot to Andre's gut, gains control of the steel chair and blasts it across the back of the Eighth Wonder, which should have been a disqualification, but Marella, well, he does see it, guys. He's looking right at it. And rather than calling for a DQ, he fights Hogan over the chair and just admonishes him. How dare you, Hulk? Don't do that again. Simply warning Hulk Hogan. I knew it, Jamie. Biased officiating.
Jesse Ventura told you all along, you can't trust that Joey Marella guy. This is 2 years in a row Andre gets screwed by Joey Marella.
At least Ventura can see it. For some reason, Gorilla Monsoon, he never says anything bad about Joey Marella. I haven't been able to figure that out.
Nepotism.
Okay, well, maybe. Bless you there. While Marella and Hogan fight over the chair, Andre going to reach in, snatching the steel weapon from both guys. Now Andre has the chair, putting the boot to Hulk Hogan right in the gut, blasting him this time with the wrong side of the chair, I might add, right across the head, brother. Take that, Hulkster. And now, only now does the referee call for the bell now that Hulk Hogan's in trouble, as Gorilla Monsoon automatically knows before we even hear anything, this is ruled a double disqualification. In this match, it only goes 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Both men eliminated. I wrote, wow, did not see that coming the first time I watched this back in the late 80s. Top 2 names here, both eliminated in the first match of the tournament for them.
I mean, watching it live in person, I thought Hogan was going over.
I
didn't see him getting the pin again, but I was seeing, DiBiase getting caught doing something, maybe Andre getting counted out somehow, but I didn't see a double disqualification on the way where both guys would get booted out of the tournament.
No, I think it would have been very awkward for the main event of the 93,000 fan show to be put on in the middle of WrestleMania 4 and then have a clean finish like that. So I agree with you. I really wasn't expecting a pinfall on Andre in the middle of a show, but at the same time, I certainly expected somebody to advance, whether it was like you said, and others have speculated, was Andre simply going to lay down for DiBiase had he advanced? Or, what would have happened between Hulk and DiBiase had Hulk Hogan advanced? But neither guy going to advance, as after the bell, Hogan picking up the chair, picking it back up, comes running off the ropes for added momentum, blasting Andre across the head with the steel, knocking the Giant down right on his backside. As DiBiase and Virgil then reaching in, comically trying to pull Andre out of the ring and out cold Giant, but Andre doesn't move an inch. I loved it. Great spot.
Yeah, Andre wasn't going anywhere.
So Hogan then lays chase to both Virgil and the $1 Million Man around ringside and halfway up the aisle, where DiBiase stops and puts Virgil in front of him. Well, I mean, he is his bodyguard, right? Bodyguard. DiBiase then shoving Virgil into Hulk, throwing him to the wolves, says Gorilla Monsoon, giving Ted just enough time to run off, while Virgil going to suffer the consequences. Well, to be fair, it's kind of his job, Jamie.
Well, he is the bodyguard, and he did his job perfectly here.
I don't know if he had, much of a say in it. DiBiase shoving Virgil.
Or not, it is another story. But, watching that over just the other day, I think it was definitely a design spot because you could see Hogan was running out of gas. And he was, if they'd gone much further, Hogan wasn't getting anywhere near him. No. They would have left Hogan really in the dust.
He would have had to go back and pose, brother.
Yeah, so either Goulet or Pat Patterson must have given DiBiase the signal like to stop right there, don't go any further.
Well, to be fair, I mean, it is, Virgil's job to take these blows here, even if it is a shitty thing to do for the $1 Million Man. Hulk Hogan going to grab hold of Virgil and suplex him on the concrete. Well, on the shit carpeting, but still on the concrete here in the middle of the aisle. But as he suplexes Virgil here, it's lazy man style. Hogan not going to take that bump, brother, as he just drops Virgil, lays out the bodyguard. And I always thought as a kid, this was so crazy and dangerous, this bump here, because Hogan not even guiding him down, and there's no padding.
He just drops him. He doesn't protect him at all.
No, so Hogan's going to protect himself, though, not taking the bump.
I've never seen, when I watched this over the other day, I don't think I've ever seen somebody not follow through with the bump, especially in the modern game. Everybody does the suplex on the rampway, concrete floor, whatever. I never saw that before.
I've given Greg Valentine a lot of flack. What I always referred to from him as the lazy man suplex, because he kind of guides the guy over, but Hammer doesn't really want to take the bump either, but he guides them over safely. And Hulk Hogan just kind of picks Virgil up in a vertical suplex position and just lets him go. I mean, whatever happens, happens. I wrote, thankfully, they weren't, he didn't land on one of the steps in the aisle. That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, well, fortunately, they were only halfway up. So maybe because they were on a slant, he was able to take the bump a little bit better than if it was flat on the back.
Well, great bump by Virgil either way, as if he really had
probably
a choice
the best
here.
Of his career, too.
Yeah, he didn't really have much of a choice but to go with it. I mean, it was Hulk Hogan giving you a move. You're just going to take it. I just hope he got decent pay here for tonight, as that spot will end the night of Virgil here at WrestleMania 4. He will not return. He's going to sell this suplex for the remainder of the pay-per-view.
He made a big impact this first WrestleMania.
And with DiBiase gone and Virgil down and out, Hogan rushing back to the ring, where he proceeds to body slam the groggy Giant. And Real American begins to play as Hogan must pose, pal. Jesse Ventura questioning why Hogan is celebrating and posing when he can't win the title. Good question, Jesse. I always wondered that as well. Selling like, Lex Luger at SummerSlam 93 here. Might as well drop some balloons. Hulk Hogan just happy with himself. I'm not really sure why. Well, Coliseum Video, they knew how to make a shitty 5.5 minute match feel like it was 15 minutes by changing that VHS tape we were talking about. But I was honestly impressed with what they got out of Andre at the main event back on February 5, pal. Hulk and Andre there, not bad. Granted, it was a dog and pony show. Lots of smoke and mirrors with run-ins from DiBiase and Virgil around ringside, but it was a lot more fun. And we even saw Hogan take a bump off the top rope. He did a flying clothesline, but we got none of that here from the Hulkster or Andre, and this was pay-per-view, so it leads me to believe, again, Andre far more deteriorated just in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, there wasn't much he could do at this point. Plus, Vince, yes, it's pay-per-view, but he's already has his money. What does he have to have guys, go extra for? National television, NBC, live for the first time, in 30 years on network television?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I was expecting here, but I was just disappointed with the match overall.
Yeah, I guess so. But, being there live, everyone attacks this as being a bad audience. The audience was into this match just because it was Hogan and Andre.
Oh, Hogan got noised. Yeah, I'm not questioning that.
And for 5 minutes, I think it was fine for what it was.
Well, I thought the first 2 minutes.
It wasn't
was
Flair Steamboat. But
no, I wasn't expecting that.
It was Hogan Andre for 5 minutes, and we got what we got, and it wasn't a total embarrassment. It could have been worse. It wasn't Andre Ultimate Warrior.
No, that's for sure. The first 2 minutes were fun. Hogan coming in there, getting the beat down, coming back, ripping the shirt off. The crowd was hyped. Everything was great. And then we go to the trapezius hold, and it just never picked back up from there. The final 3.5 minutes just dragged on for me. But Andre just clearly deteriorating before our eyes, which is just sad to see. But he's going to be here for a couple more years, which is just crazy to think about. As Andre clearly lost some weight heading into this, but it simply didn't translate over to him moving any better. As Bruce Pritchard has said, Andre didn't realize just how bad off he really was. They tried to protect him from himself in these matches because he wanted to go out there and he wanted to contribute, but they could tell that he just didn't have it anymore. As Hogan is now off to do no holds barred, we get this for a finish, this double DQ. Not even a Hulk up involved here. No comeback here for the Hulkster, which I thought was really odd, but there is a body slam, so we did get that. And then, of course, the posing goes on entirely too long. Last thing we need right now on this show is a 20-minute Hogan pose fest.
I loved it, so I'll be a Hulkamaniac for this. However, Jesse is right. Never trust Hulk Hogan, and we found out, almost 10 years later that you can't trust Hogan.
But now that we move past the story they're telling in regards to Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, even the $1 Million Man, let it sink in for just a moment, everybody. We are guaranteed at this point, midway through the pay-per-view, that there will absolutely be a brand new WWF champion not named Hulk Hogan. A new champion guaranteed to be crowned here tonight now, which is kind of big deal.
And I believe Monsoon actually makes that point.
Oh, does he? Well, very cool.
On the broadcast, I'm pretty sure he did.
That's very possible. And now we know the winner of the next match. That also means the winner of Muraco and DiBiase will go straight to the finals of the tournament. So even bigger ramifications coming out of that one, which will be the next match. But before we get there, right now we head backstage. Mean Gene Okerlund standing by with the Macho Man Randy Savage and the lovely Miss Elizabeth.
All right, surprises. I cannot believe that one of those two men did not advance, but that's the way it comes down, Macho Man. You and Elizabeth and myself have been watching your thoughts.
Hulk Hogan is a cheated man, not a defeated man. In fact, Hulk Hogan has never been defeated. Not by me, not by you, not by Andre the Giant, not by Ted DiBiase, you understand? Right there, yeah.
All right, now there is more to come. You have advanced, quite obviously, Macho Man Randy Savage. Speculate, if you will, for us on your chances. Greg the Hammer Valentine up in round 2.
Well, I've had the blessings of the Mania all along, and I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's going to stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. The madness with that momentum, and multiply with the momentum of, Hulkamania. Nothing is going to stop one half of the mega powers from going all the way to the end. all the way to the championship. Yeah, I'm going to take it all. Yeah, I'm going to take it all. Elizabeth, am I going to take it all or what?
What about it, Elizabeth?
I believe he is.
I'll tell you what, you keep smiling. That's got to be a great inspiration to the Macho Man, Randy Savage, as he advances in the Championship Elimination Tournament here as part of WrestleMania 4. Gorilla Jesse, let's get back to you.
Doing it, yeah.
So now the duo rocking matching pink attire for round number 2. As Mean Gene shocked neither man advanced in the prior match, Hulk or Andre, Macho Man says Hulk Hogan was a cheated man, not a defeated man. He says Hulk Hogan has never been pinned by anyone. Not the Macho Man, not anyone. I wrote, glad to see the main focus here is on Hogan's elimination, and then the Macho Man's match comes second here, brother. Wonder whose idea that was. But Macho says he has the blessing of the Mania. He's taking it all tonight. The madness with the momentum. One half of the mega powers. So Savage says gonna take it all as once again, history beckons the Macho Man. Dig
we
it.
both know that the moment Hogan got backstage, he searched out the Macho Man and said, brother, you better win this one. It's all yours.
I thought you were going to say, brother, you better mention me. But yeah, yeah, sure. He there you go. We head back to the ring, though. Next matchup, it is The Rock Don Muraco with superstar Billy Graham taking on the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Of course, The Rock over Dino Bravo in the prior round. DiBiase defeating Hacksaw Jim Duggan. 5 men now remaining in the tournament at this point. The winner of this match controls their own destiny, Jamie, guaranteed a spot in the championship finals. And with Andre recovering from the previous match and Virgil taken out for the night, DiBiase is actually out here alone for the second round. 2 cornermen last round, 0 this time around for DiBiase. I don't think he had it planned that way. Is Teddy going to have to rely on his cunning and actual wrestling ability to get through this one?
And he was ready to wrestle because if you noticed, he didn't come down in his $1 Million Man outfit.
Oh, you think he was going to put all that on again?
He came down in the trunks ready to wrestle.
Well, good for him. As referee here is happy Jack Kruger for this one. As DiBiase gets to ringside, he turns to argue with the fans when Muraco reaches over the top rope, yanking Teddy onto the apron by his hair, running him along the apron into the top turnbuckle before scoop slamming DiBiase into the ring. And the bell sounds somewhere in there as The Rock with a sequence of moves, a big clothesline, elbow drop, nice power slam, going to get himself a 2 count. A back elbow from Muraco dropping DiBiase as Don then off the middle rope with a diving Asiatic spike to the throat. A little callback, a move Don used many moons ago. Gets him another 2 count there. I love Don Muraco on the offense here.
I said it in the first round. Muraco is ripped.
Oh, well, yeah. He's got the hoses, dude. He brought every hose.
He was definitely taking extra vitamins at this point. But in this match, I'll say this is the best match he has had in years, in my opinion. He was really trying. He had the perfect dance partner in DiBiase. And go ahead, and then I'll come on next
you're good. Just lots of energy. The Rock, instead of slowing things down here where you might expect it, he actually picks it up another notch as he stays on top of the $1 Million Man with a snapmare, followed by a rolling neck snap, Mr. Perfect style. I wrote, wow, I am impressed, as Don then yanking DiBiase out of the corner and then delivering a standing drop kick. A standing fucking drop kick by the jacked up Don Muraco for another near fall. I wrote, he came to work tonight. Awesome, awesome stuff.
Even watching it live, I thought I was in 1982 watching Muraco.
Yeah, very, very possible. And he was a heel then. He wasn't even busting out some of this then. Seeing the rolling neck snap move before Kurt Hennig arrives, I know he didn't invent the move, but you didn't see it used a whole lot. And to see Don Muraco use it here, I pop for it.
Yeah, the last time Muraco wrestled like this is when, actually probably you got to go back to 81 when he first came in and took on Backlund, and they were going to the, quote, 60-minute draws.
Right.
47-minute, 60-minute draws. They pushed him as every bit the wrestler that Backlund was, and he showed a lot of that during that run. And, not only was he taking the special vitamins, but I think he was taking something else to put him back in time.
Yeah, it's almost like he's in some type of a rapid speed here in this match.
Very possible.
As DiBiase taking all of this pummeling from Muraco, finally the $1 Million Man wisely bailing out to the floor. But when he rolls out of the ring, he lands by Superstar Graham. So DiBiase wisely re-entering the ring in pretty quick fashion there. Is Muraco then going to drive Teddy back into the corner, looks to yank him out a second time, but DiBiase grabbing hold of the ropes, and he's not going to let it go, using them for leverage to pull Muraco into the buckle. And I wrote, I don't think I've ever seen that before, Jamie. I don't know if you know what spot I'm talking about, but very crafty by the $1 Million Man. The old bump out of the corner, the heels grab hold of the ropes, the babyface grabs him by the ankles, yanks him out, and he did that earlier. But Muraco tries it a second time, and DiBiase simply holds on. That's all he had to do, and he uses the momentum to pull Muraco back into the corner. I thought pretty clever, and you don't really see that.
Yeah, that was a nice move. That probably goes back to the Bill Watts days.
It's very possible, as the momentum going to send Muraco into the corner, up onto the turnbuckle, over the top rope, and down onto the apron. Teddy finally going to take over here, stomping and choking away in the corner. Big clothesline, barely going to get DiBiase a 2 count, as Ted then going to catch Muraco coming off the ropes with a knee to the breadbasket and a pair of patented $1 Million fist drops, as DiBiase makes the cover, but Muraco with his foot on the bottom rope. DiBiase continues on the offense, but telegraphs a backdrop and eats a boot to the face, but Ted manages to stay on top, slamming Muraco in place for that patented falling back elbow off the middle rope, which he's been using as his finisher in recent months, as DiBiase goes up, but he misses the elbow. And I wrote, and it begins, because this may be the mark. I don't know that DiBiase will ever actually connect with this elbow again. We're going to start seeing him take that kind of rolling backflip bump where he misses this elbow. He had connected every time up until now in the squash matches, but he misses here, and I don't know that he ever hits this again. DiBiase then whipped into the corner and bounces out into a Muraco clothesline. Don then with a quick shoulder tackle before hitting the ropes again, but runs right into a hot shot. DiBiase catching Muraco in the air, dropping him throat first across the rope. DiBiase then showing off his ring skills and his brains as well, as he takes the wind out of the rock and gets the 1-2-3. Now this is how you do a 5-minute match. This match goes 5 minutes and 34 seconds, and what a believable finish, that hot shot.
Oh yeah, this was probably match of the night. This one. This was 5 minutes and 31 seconds of pure action.
Yeah, it was a really good match. I don't know if I would go match of the night. It's very possible, and of course that's subjective anyway, but it was really good. It was really, really good. And yeah,
tournament match of the night. How's that sound?
Well, that's very possible. But I'm just trying to think here.
If we had other matches here.
I don't know that we're ever going to see a Muraco match this good again, but they do fight again on Saturday night's main event.
Okay, they do follow this up. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we'll see a rematch. So now we know how far being roided out of your mind takes you. It takes you to the quarterfinals. But in all seriousness, with a much better quality of opponent this round, not named Dino Bravo, but rather Ted DiBiase, Muraco really upped his game here. As you said, perfect opponent. Great little matchup. And again, I'm looking forward to the rematch in just a few weeks' time on NBC.
Kind of like Steamboat, you could have seen this as possibly being Muraco's swan song in the WWF. He doesn't have much life left after this anyway.
Well, he'll hang in here till the fall, but I don't know that he's ever going to look like this again. I'll say that much. And yeah, it was very impressive, and I really wish we got more of this a little earlier in his career, before, things were where they are right now for Don Muraco, who's getting a little long in the tooth in regards to his run here in the company, I should say. And I don't know that he really cares. He kind of likes just hanging out and surfing in Hawaii.
Oh, that's where he's from.
And, just take a step back and assess the situation, though. Subliminal message here, maybe, maybe not, but the story falling into place, because if you look around at this very moment, the only 4 people left in the tournament are Randy Savage, his upcoming quarterfinal opponent, Greg Valentine, the one-man gang, and Ted DiBiase. Those are 3 names that Macho Man will become very acclimated with before the night is over. As we go off now to Bob Uecker standing by with Mr. Fuji and Demolition.
Hey, it's getting to be nervous time down here. I've been looking all over for Vanna White, and, with everything weird that's happened here tonight, maybe somebody grabbed her, maybe somebody kidnapped her. She's supposed to meet me down here, and, we're supposed to do a whole bunch of stuff, and I said...
Well, Uecker, it's just a couple of minutes away. And you remember in your baseball days when somebody would take a baseball bat and hit you on the top of the head? What happened? You went down. Well, Strike Force, today, Master Fuji has ordered us to hit you on the head. And you're going to go down.
There's a lot of bad things happening. But the baddest is about to happen now.
We're gonna get in contact. Brutal contact with the strike force. The Golden Goose is flying low in Atlantic City. All we've got to do is reach up and wring her neck and bring home the gold belts.
Must be October 31st already. I'm never eating sushi either.
So Uecker still looking for Vanna White, Jamie, but instead he finds Demolition. What a replacement. As Axe and Smash looking to pluck the Golden Goose, the tag team champions, out of the sky here tonight, and I do believe they mean it.
I would always take whatever Demolition said very seriously. I mean, after all, I always took what the Masked Superstar said very seriously.
No, good call. It's almost like, it's the same guy here cutting these promos. As we head back to ringside, we see in the ring, it's the one-man gang and his manager Slick, as the gang will receive a bye through the quarterfinals. They're actually brought out here to celebrate in front of the fans, kind of a nice visual aid so you can see what's going on. But the winner of the next match will have to face the gang in the semifinals, whether it be Macho Man or Greg Valentine. But the gang, a big man, how did you feel? I know you knew the one-man gang's past history, specifically maybe in Dallas, the UWF, but his run here in the WWF, you said you knew he was never going to get the belt. But at the same time, were you pumped that the gang was advancing here round after round?
Oh, yeah. I liked the gang since he was Crusher Broomfield back in the ICW when I used to pick that up from on the Satellite Programming Network as part of Lars Anderson's World League Wrestling.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, I didn't know you got to see that back in real time. That's pretty damn cool. Yeah, Crusher Broomfield stuff is great stuff, man. If you guys can find it on YouTube or whatnot, go check it out, man. He was always a damn good talent for a guy his size.
Yeah, then he went to Florida under the same gimmick back 81, 82, before he becomes the one-man gang.
Yeah, he'll arrive in Mid-South. I think that's where he gets the name the one-man gang, and he'll go back to Florida and become the Panama gang at one point, but we'll try to pretend like that never happened. As we go back to the ring here, final match of the quarterfinals. It's the Macho Man, Randy Savage, taking on Greg the Hammer Valentine, the lovely Miss Elizabeth and Jimmy Hart in their respective corners, and Randy and Liz out here for the second time tonight, now rocking matching pink attire. And hopefully that 9 minutes with Steamboat in the first round plays into that usual 15 to 20 minutes that it takes the Hammer to get warmed up, because otherwise he's no match for the Macho Man here, as the Hammer has made it a point to note in weeks leading in here on promos that he was the Intercontinental Champion at WrestleMania 1, he was the Tag Team Champion at WrestleMania 2, and tonight he goes for the only title that has avoided him here in the WWF.
Technically. He did hold it for about 20 seconds.
Well, are we acknowledging that, though, I guess? Well, you're right.
I
for the sticklers out there. Okay, well.
That's all that matters. I acknowledge it.
Well,
the WWF in general never acknowledged it, but the state of New York did for about 20 seconds.
I wish I can go back now. I don't remember who the referee was for Macho Man's opening round match, but I noticed Dave Hebner is the referee here, and that may be a trend that continues on. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Dave Hebner calling for the bell as the Hammer goes to the eyes early on, getting Savage in the corner, but Macho Man firing back, driving Valentine down with a knee drop and a quick 2 count to start off the matchup. The Hammer, though, quickly coming back, drilling Savage with a forearm off the top rope and a pair of hammer-like elbow drops, and then he lands the Bob Roop shoulder breaker, gets himself a 2 count there on the Macho Man. Valentine then flinging Savage out to the floor, dropping a standing elbow off the apron to the outside. Hammer kicking it into high gear as well. Well, for Greg Valentine's speed anyway, as Greg going to stay on the offense, chopping away, ramming Savage into the railing, even laying in some more punishment on the apron. I wrote, great selling here by Savage, who simply looks spent laying here. Just great sell job by the Macho Man.
Macho Man was great. I mean, that's part of his package. Not only was he great on the offense, he was great selling. And he's making Valentine at this point of the match actually look like he has a chance to beat Savage.
He really does. And coming off that win over Steamboat in the first round, maybe a few fans, they could be fooled. They could be wondering, does he really have the shot to go even further? Because, ever since Valentine split away from Johnny V, he doesn't have that Johnny V disease you were talking about before. Maybe things are looking up for Greg Valentine now as the Hammer drops a forearm off the apron down into the throat of Savage, who is dangling off the apron. And then a series of Dick Murdoch-esque elbows across the chest of the Macho Man on the apron as well. And then back inside, Greg begins working over the leg of Savage, hoping to apply his patented figure 4 leg lock, as this match has been almost all hammer, unbelievably. We then get Valentine. This is Valentine's version of the lazy man suplex, though Greg does follow through, I noted, which something Hulk Hogan did not do. And what I mean by follow through is he kind of pivots his body so where it's almost like you're kind of comfortably landing the guy down, almost in a body slam type style. Either way, though, I was wondering, Greg just didn't like to take a bump unless he had to either. But a backbreaker on Savage doesn't even get a 2 count, so the Macho Man firmly still in this thing, Jamie. And then finally, the heart. The adrenaline kicks in. Savage just starts swinging at Valentine, hoping something's going to connect. Savage slamming down Greg, and then goes up top to deliver his patented flying double axe handle. Going to get 1, 2, but Jimmy Hart up onto the apron to distract, and Savage going after the manager. The distraction allowing Valentine to attack Macho from behind, but Savage reversing a suplex, and it's Macho back up for another flying double axe handle. But as he comes down this time, he catches a shot in the gut from Greg the Hammer Valentine, and we see both men now down on the mat as Jesse Ventura believes that maybe they hit each other, which I wrote was also possible. Did you catch this spot or this commentary by Jesse here?
Yes, I did.
Very curious because it did look like Valentine just simply got a shot in, but Jesse adds a little bit more to it. I think they hit each other, Gorilla.
Well, you know what? If anybody knows how to beat Randy Savage, it would be Jimmy Hart. They do have a big history.
Lots of history. Oh, yeah. And they were, they came to the WWF just a few months apart back in 1985. As a Savage is the first one back up from the shot, though, charging at Greg Valentine, trying to straddle him across the middle rope, but Jimmy Hart able to get his own man, Greg Valentine, out of the way as Savage charges in. Macho misses, crotching himself on those middle ropes. Valentine now looking to finish this one off with his patented figure 4 leg lock, but Greg gonna lean in just a little bit too much. Savage able to hook the head of the hammer and counter the figure 4 into an inside cradle, scoring the 1, 2, 3. And again, this is how you do a match in just 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Not too bad.
Yeah, and it was almost as good as Muraco DiBiase. I mean, it was just, like a centimeter less. Great 6 minutes of action, and this is how you put on a tournament match.
This is 1988 Greg Valentine, so that may have something to do with the quality. I got to say this, ever since he separated from Bravo, ever since they got rid of the new Dream Team, ever since Vince gave him Jimmy Hart and gave him a feud with Brutus Beefcake and has been using him a little better than he has been in a couple of years now, I got to say Greg Valentine has really tried as hard as he can in the first quarter this year. Now, I know the wheels are going to fall off eventually here, and I'm looking forward to seeing when that exactly happens. But as of right now, Valentine's been doing the best he can, and this was not a bad match.
Yeah, if you're just a fan that's semi-smart at this point, you know what's going on, but you don't know all the behind-the-scenes stuff. You might think this might be the end of Greg Valentine. It's similar to Muraco going out on a high note. But Valentine does hang around, another 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, Valentine's going to be here until they kick him to the curb. I mean, he's still going to be rhythm and blues. We got all kinds of Valentine stuff coming. The big, the year-long feud with Ronnie Garvin. Just lots of classic Greg Valentine. The babyface turn. Yeah, lots of
That's
Valentine.
Right.
Yeah, which I actually bought into, but that's another story for another year. But nothing bad here, though, in this match. It just felt like they were saving some things that they never really played out. I thought maybe it could have went on a little longer, but really we don't have time for that. This is what you get for a 6-minute match. Nothing offensive as the Macho Man advances again, this time to take on the big one-man gang in the semifinals. And we didn't get that epic Steamboat Savage rematch here, Jamie, but this was okay for what it was. I would have loved to have seen this 3 or 4 years prior, though. Can you imagine these two in 1984, 85?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would have been something else. It's a shame that, Savage, big picture, spent that time running a promotion with his father. If he'd have gone on working the territories, he probably would have been with Vince even earlier.
Oh, yeah, good call. Well, I mean, it wasn't it Jimmy Hart who turned Vince onto the tape of the Macho Man, which is kind of how he got it. I think that's how he got Hillbilly was in there before that, though. I think it was Hillbilly that turned Vince on to Jimmy Hart, if that's how that played out. So it's kind of like pay it forward or something
right,
like
that's
that.
the story I heard. It Hillbilly to Jimmy Hart to Macho Man.
Okay, very cool. Well, I also heard Howard Finkel's name thrown in there, too, for Savage, which is believable because Fink was kind of a tape trader in his own right. I don't know how he got the tapes, but he got them. But, Jamie, that's going to wrap it up here right now. I'm going to send you off on your way, but I want to invite you back. I want to bring you back for the finals here later tonight on the Wrestling Memory Grenade.
Sounds good.
All right, guys. Jammie, I'll see you in just a little bit. Looking forward to hearing from you as we head off to the next round.
Okay, I'll be ready, Ray.
And all right, as Jammie departs the commentary booth, time to bring on our next guest here for part 2 of the WrestleMania review. You heard him here last time out, covering the epic 20-man Battle Royal. And now he returns for a couple more matches here on the big WrestleMania 4 card. We're going to bring him back just in time for the big upcoming Intercontinental title match and the 6-man tag featuring the return of Matilda. Welcome back, at this time, Gene Jackson.
All right, we are back at Trump Plaza for more WrestleMania 4.
Well, I'm sure Donald Trump appreciates you referring to this as Trump Plaza, much like Vince
Well,
McMahon.
you know, that's what we were always led to believe back then.
Yeah, no internet to learn these things back then.
Exactly. I mean, I had to believe it back then.
That's right. That's right. And so we just finished up the quarterfinals here in the tournament. The semis and finals still to come. WWF Tag Team title match also still to come. But I told everyone I was bringing you in, do a couple of the big-time matches here. We're going to look at the Intercontinental title match, and then from there, the return of Matilda, the Wonder Dog, pal.
I mean, let's face it, that's what sold WrestleMania 4. I mean, sure, we had a big tournament for the belt and, you know, some other festivities like the Battle Royal that we called in the first part. But, I mean, let's admit, the draw here, everybody packed in here because they wanted to see the return of the one and only Matilda.
We're just moments away, Gene, so hang in there because we got to get through the Intercontinental title match first. In fact, before we even get there, we're going to head backstage right now. Mean Gene Okerlund once again standing by with Vanna White as they recap the quarterfinal brackets in the championship tournament.
All right, guys, we've got action. I got to tell you that. We've got action. Vanna White. Bob Uecker's driving me nuts. He's looking all over this building for you, and he still hasn't found you. Are you hiding by any chance?
I'm hiding. I don't know who I'm hiding from. I don't know who we're talking about.
Certainly heard of Bob Uecker. All right,
I don't know.
Maybe a little bit later on that. Vanna, what about everything that's been happening here in round number 2? What a fantastic match between Hulk and Andre.
This was great. I really enjoyed it, but I told you I still like Hulk.
I know you do. Now, here's a gentleman you didn't particularly care for. He has advanced, however, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, over Don Muraco. He receives a bye by virtue of what happened in the Hulk-Andre match. Down here, Macho Man Randy Savage, you commented during the course of the match, what a tremendous inspiration Liz must be for the Macho Man.
She certainly is. I really like seeing them together and working together, and the more I see her, the more energy I see him have.
It's kind of like you and I, Vanna. We worked very well together. One-man gang, by the way, also in the third round of WrestleMania 4, the championship tournament. Let's get back upstairs.
All right, so Vanna White, not even sure who Bob Uecker is at this point. These backstage comedy storylines continue. Vanna, she says, as they look at the brackets and they see the elimination of Andre and Hulk, Vanna comments that she still likes Hulk. As Mean Gene has to mention, yes, but he's eliminated, Vanna. Get over it. Following the quarterfinals, though, we now see it is indeed the Macho Man versus the one-man gang in the semifinals. As Vanna says, the more she sees Elizabeth, the more energy she sees in the Macho Man.
Well, I can imagine so. I mean, you know, Elizabeth rocks those same sort of fancy gowns like Vanna. They had a lot in common, so I could see her being drawn to Macho and Elizabeth.
Yeah, Vanna might have been worried about her spot there on the show. If Elizabeth was just a little taller, she might have been able to turn all those letters too. While we're also reminded at this point that the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, will now receive a bye thanks to the Hulk Hogan Andre double elimination. The $1 Million Man goes straight to the finals of the championship tournament. And at this point, when you look at who's left, it's kind of a little bit anticlimactic at this point with the names remaining.
Yeah, it's like, all right, let's just go on and throw Savage in there and get this done, you know?
Yeah, let's see. The $1 Million Man and the one-man gang could be interesting, don't get me wrong, but I mean, let's be honest, we kind of see where this is going at this point. It's just how are they going to get there?
Exactly. And they didn't get there exactly the way I was expecting, but we won't spoil anything.
No, not quite yet, but we're going to get back to the ring for Intercontinental Championship action. The IC champion Honky Tonk Man out first, along with manager Jimmy Hart and Peggy Sue by his side. He's going to be taking on the challenge of Brutus the Barber Beefcake as a young Jimmy Corderas out here refereeing. And hey, Peggy Sue making her return we haven't seen Peggy Sue in a month or two. Sherry Martel making her WrestleMania debut, dancing away.
Bless her heart. What a way to make a WrestleMania debut as Peggy Sue. But, hey, that check cash is just as good as one where she would have had to wrestle Rockin' Robin or whoever they could have thrown at her here. So, hey, there's harder things to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. For the WrestleMania payday, whatever it may have been. But at the end of the day, I got to say, whether she was the sensational Sherry or even Peggy Sue, whatever they gave her, man, she went at it 100%.
Oh, absolutely. She was great in that role, as she was with every role she was given, just like you said. I just got to say here, I wasn't a smart fan in 1988. I was 11 years old, and I'm ashamed to admit it now, but I was quite the Brutus the Barber Beefcake fan.
Sure.
I said, not popular to say in 2024, but in 1988, I was a fan. But you have to think that, for the smart fans who were kind of keeping up with the dirt sheets and kind of hip to what was going on, they had to be wondering if there wasn't going to be some sort of screw job here because, you look at what happened to, Wendy Richter, and then, of course, in hindsight, looking at the Montreal screw job, things like that. And if everything's to be taken at face value, if Honky Tonk really refused to put over Savage for the Intercontinental title, I would have thought, if I'm a smart guy, that they're going to get that belt off him as soon as possible, one way or the other. And I would have thought, the Barber at WrestleMania might have been the way to go. So that's kind of interesting going into this to see, hey, Honky Tonk Man bucked the system on Vince, and now he's had a few weeks to come up with a plan. What's going to happen here?
No, that's a good call. I never looked at it from that perspective, but I think, at the end of the day, maybe it was just because Vince, I don't know that the Elvis gimmick was necessarily his idea. We know Honky Tonk was doing some of that heading into the company, but at the same time, they talk about how much Vince loved this character, how much he just adored the Honky Tonk Man gimmick itself. So I don't want to say like the $1 Million Man, he saw himself in the gimmick. Maybe he did. Who knows? Maybe he was a big Elvis fan. But the same, I love it, pal. Hound dog. Yeah, exactly. So, but it's just interesting. You're right. I mean, I never really looked at it from that perspective. But yeah, after Honky basically said, no, I'm not doing the job here on NBC. He had the opportunity to do something about it, and they didn't. But again, a lot of things could go wrong on live TV, so maybe that had a lot to do with it too.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, and if you're going to pull, I mean, let's face it. I brought up the Wendy Richter Spider Lady as an example, but Lord knows that went far from smooth. So maybe that was a learning experience for them. They're like, hey, let's not screw with WrestleMania.
Right. Let's save it for another day. And to Honky's credit, he does business when the time is right, and I'm sure the money was too.
Yes, that's true. So.
As we get going here, the Barber going to make his way out down that long aisle without music, so it's kind of odd. It sticks out as we're in that weird period here, Gene, where some wrestlers have themes and others don't. The Barber definitely feels like he needs a theme here, and he's going to get one very shortly. I think right after these TV tapings that are already recorded in the books, so it won't be too long. But right now, we have to settle for the hedge clippers.
Yes, and that's a long walk, a long awkward walk for him to make, just clipping the hedge clippers with no music. So
right, we saw a lot of the heels. They're already standing in the ring. The Gang, Greg Valentine, even Ted DiBiase in some ways. Not every time, but some of the entrances he makes tonight. And in this instance, we watched the Barber make that long stroll to ringside. But everybody's hyped. They're kind of getting into this a little bit in the Trump Plaza, if you will. As both men, they come a long way since WrestleMania 3. Honky had just turned heel, thanks to the fans, and now he's one of the most hated men in the WWF. And meanwhile, Beefcake, he has been owning the Barber character over the last year, which to his credit, against all odds, it's now pretty over.
It really was. And, cutting Adonis's hair, in Piper's alleged retirement match was a big thing to do on a big stage. And let's face it, going into WrestleMania IV in those promos, Brutus pushed as hard or harder that, not only was he going to take the Intercontinental title, but he was going to shave Honky's head or at least cut his hair. And I think a lot of people were pretty psyched at the idea of seeing Honky get one of those embarrassing haircuts like we saw the year before with Adrian Adonis. So.
Yeah, I think Honky's heel heat and his character and that hair of his was more over than the championship in this particular match. I think they'd rather see Honky get his haircut than even Brut win the title. So we'll have to see how that plays out as we get going here. And as the bell sounds, Jesse Ventura going to say hi to Terry, Tyrell, and Jade out there in Minnesota.
While we're waiting for the hookup here, Gorilla, I want to say hi to Terry, Tyrell, and Jade back in Minnesota.
Terry, Tyrell.
And Jade.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Never misses a year. Every WrestleMania, hi to Terry, Tyrell, and Jade. And as a kid, we didn't know who they were, but we always said, that's got to be his family. And it turns out it was.
Yeah, I was always suspicious of that myself. I assumed, just like you, that it had to be, but it was never confirmed. And at that point, Monsoon even tried to repeat it like it was almost like Terry Tyrell was one name. And so
right.
Jesse quickly.
You see how much Gorilla and Jesse hung out outside of these pay-per-views anyway. I think it was WrestleMania 6 somewhere in the show. Maybe Gorilla was just looking for something to talk about. But at one point he goes, Jesse, don't you have somebody to say hello to out there? So, yeah. As the bell sounds here, though, the two men jockeying for position to begin things, with Honky beginning to pound on Brut, but Beefcake catching Honky's foot, spinning him around for the big atomic drop. Great sell, as usual, by the Honky Tonk Man. And then the Barber does the unthinkable, Gene, and messes up the hair of the Honky Tonk Man. How dare he?
Oh,
sacrilege.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Man, the Honky Tonk Man is so underrated. His selling, just the way he could put over an atomic drop like that and then sell having his hair messed up. I don't think everyone in this day and age, with all the things that people look at in wrestling, really appreciate and give the credit that is deserved to the Honky Tonk Man for how great he really was.
Yeah, he really had his shtick down, and it works, and his sell jobs were great. He wasn't the biggest bumper in the world. He wasn't taking backflips over the top rope or anything like that, but why do you have to if you don't need to? I mean, just the sell job here and getting his hair messed with. It was plenty enough to get a good response from the crowd. And the IC champion, he has to bail in order to mentally and emotionally recover from such humiliation here. And after some stalling by hiding in the ropes, Honky is going to find himself in trouble once again as Beefer with the 10 turnbuckle smashes of doom and plants Honk with a big high knee. And again, the IC champion back out to the floor. As Beefer going to snap Honky back in over the top rope and sidesteps a Honky Tonk knee lift, but Brut missing a running elbow drop, and it looks like the IC champion finally going to take control of this one. Lots of stomping and punching. Classic Honky Tonk Man offense right there. And then a nice fist drop. But Honky elects to dance rather than make the cover. As Gorilla Monsoon states, could come back to haunt him, Jess. We'll have to wait and see. As Honky then distracting Jimmy Corderas so Jimmy Hart can sneak in and choke on Brutus Beefcake. Honky then looks to go for his shake, rattle, and roll, but elects not to do it, confusing even the announcers. I wrote, that was kind of weird. But it all makes sense in just a moment as Honky lands a few more shots and sets up for his finisher again, this time closer to the ropes. I wrote, now I see. Rather than drag him over to the ropes and just do the damn move, he just broke the hold and went back to commencing to beating down on Brut and then locking it in again where they needed to be.
Yeah, that was, like I say, it looked weird in the moment, but it was definitely more subtle than the other options of doing it and then realized, like, oh, hell, we're way too far from the ropes. So,
well, I guess he got used to hitting all the job guys in the middle of the ring with it. They're standing in the middle of the ring. He's already doing the shake and rattle, and then he realizes, well, now it's going to look really stupid if we walk 8 feet to the right. So let's start over. And that they do.
His head was shake, rattle, shit.
Yeah, that could have been it. As this time, we do see the shake and the rattle, but as Honky begins to roll, Beefcake grabs hold of the top rope. See, I told you it made sense. And Honky going to deliver the swinging neckbreaker, I guess you'd say, to himself. Honky taking the bump, but the Barber still on his feet. Good spot.
It was, and we were talking about Brutus's offense a little bit ago. Honky did a really good job of making Brutus look good and selling Brutus's offense, which, wasn't a lot to it.
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah.
I mean, when you break down what it actually is, but Honky made it all look good. He sold it well. I think Brutus looked better in his feud with Honky than he did with many other people he was in the ring with. That's for sure.
I don't think Bruti's going to have the luxury of having a really good opponent again. Probably not until Mr. Perfect that I can think of off the top of my head.
No, I think you're spot on there. And, if you can't look good against Mr. Perfect, then it's time to take it to the house.
Right, which is why he went out on the beach that one fateful summer day, July the 4th, 1990. He was just looking for trouble, and he found it. Guys, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, seriously, we didn't see the finishers weren't really countered back in the day. And Brutus grabbing hold of that rope and Honky taking a really good bump here. I don't recall Honky ever selling it like that, where he went for the swinging neck breaker and the guy holds onto the top rope like that. So that might be the first time I ever noticed it.
Yeah, that's the first time I remember seeing it. And to me, that was a great way out of the shake, rattle, and roll, and Honky sold it well. Like you said, I mean, he had put down so many job guys. I don't think we had seen anybody get out of a shake, rattle, and roll up to this point, and certainly not like that.
And typically, I think Jake might have done it, but it would have been like a backdrop counter, I think, if I remember correctly with that. But this was definitely unique and definitely different, especially in the New York territory. Great counter here. Down goes Honky Tonk. Up stands the Barber. And now it's time for Brutus to fire up with some good punches. And he nearly backdrops Honky Tonk out of the ring there. I don't think the Honky Tonk Man was going for that, but hell of a bump there as the IC champion going to beg off on his knees. But Brutus staying on top and locks in the sleeper hold. And it looks like the champion may go down just like that. We may be witnessing our very first title change of the night, as Honky Tonk Man is clearly going to Dreamland. And Jimmy Hart, he senses it on the outside. The Colonel jumping up on the apron and nailing the referee from behind, knocking the ref down and out with his megaphone. What a spot. Evil Jimmy.
Not today, baby. Not today.
Oh, Jimmy, that's the other show. That's regional wrestling. Of course, we know Jimmy Hart leaving regional wrestling for the Wrestling Memory Grenade era. So the WWF, I should say. But so Jimmy Hart gets involved here, knocking the ref out cold while Brutus has the sleeper hold applied. And Beefcake, he gets wind of what happened and releases the sleeper. I wrote, why, Gene? Just leave it on. Just lock in the sleeper and hold it for 10 minutes. Honky will never get up. You could be the new champion. But the Barber, he seems more interested at this point in cutting Honky's hair than winning the gold. So we go back to this again. Even the crowd more interested in Brutus going outside for those trusty scissors.
Yeah, and I guess that helps take away any lack of logic or anybody going like, now why would you let go? Because most of the people, they wanted to see Honky get that haircut, like you said, even more so than losing the Intercontinental title. So they were all for it. They're like, yes, get the scissors, cut that greasy hair.
I remember the first time I watched this, I didn't see WrestleMania IV live, but I saw it pretty quickly thereafter. And I remember watching the match, and the minute he went outside to cut hair, or went to go get the scissors to cut the hair, I thought to myself, well, you're forfeiting the match here, because by the end of this, you're going to be disqualified if nothing else is called at the very least. So it felt like the match was over, even though it wasn't. And I was just really upset that, you would just throw away a title opportunity, because much like you, I was a fan as a kid of the Barber, and I wanted to see the title change. I was not a Honky Tonk Man fan, but at this point in the match, the Barber going to leap out of the ring to retrieve his scissors, but Jimmy Hart, he gets them first. Hart steals Brutus' cutting bag, and since Jimmy knows that quick rule of thumb, never run with scissors in your hands, he instead elects to try to crawl under the ring with Brutus' bag. But Brutus, snagging Hart by his jacket, yanking him up back onto his feet, Beefcake then bending Hart over the steel steps and mounts his back. Insert your Terry Garvin School of Self-Defense jokes here, guys. And Brutus begins cutting off the hair of the Colonel.
No, baby, not my hair, baby, not my hair. I was in the gentries, baby, I was in the gentries.
The gentry, I love it. Keep on dancing, baby. Oh man. But I couldn't believe this, because the first time I saw this, I remember him cutting Jimmy's hair, but I really didn't realize how much he cut. Jimmy let him take a few locks off here.
Yeah, he was running around with that god-awful beret on there for a little while. It was quite.
So he borrowed it from Frenchie Martin.
Stealing my gimmick.
But Brutus laid it in here. He's got Jimmy Hart bent over the steel steps, cutting his hair off. And Jimmy Hart was always a trooper. He'd do whatever Vince and them asked of him. I'm sure he got a little extra pay in this as well, but you never really heard Jimmy Hart say the word no when it came to business.
No, and I mean, I guess it's, served him well over the years, because, Jimmy was around for a long, long time, and I'm sure that's what helped win the loyalty of the Hulkster brother, who he still works for in some shape or form to this very day. So it's paid off for him.
I have no idea how that whole thing works, but whatever. As we continue on here.
Baby. Somebody's got to get the weed to the building, baby.
There you go. Absolutely. Jimmy Hart's still a heel here, though, back in 1988, as his hair goes flying everywhere, and Peggy Sue hilariously trying to revive the Honky Tonk Man by using CPR. Apparently he stopped breathing. He's dead in the ring. And when that doesn't work, she finds a bucket of water conveniently sitting at ringside and dumps it on Honky's head to revive him before Brutus can get a hold of him. So Honky going to live to fight another day, going to keep the hair, all thanks to Peggy Sue and her quick work.
In later years, they probably would have had to go back and give a disclaimer and be like, okay, kids, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're having to give somebody CPR, if that doesn't revive them, you can't just dump a bucket of water on them and they come back. It just don't work that way. But
I thought you were going to say, if they're breathing, you don't need to give them CPR. That too. If they fainted or been passed out, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe a little smelling salts.
Peggy Sue's a dancer, not a nurse. Okay, she's doing her best.
And well, yeah, I mean, they didn't know a whole lot about CPR back in the 1950s anyway. So we'll just keep on dancing here with this show. Meanwhile, we see every official backstage out here trying to help up the still knocked out Jimmy Corderas. Brutus coming after Honky Tonk, but the referee's going to hold him back. And with the referee still out, we are informed that the Honky Tonk Man has in fact been disqualified due to Jimmy Hart's interference. So your winner of the match is indeed Brutus the Barber Beefcake, but the title stays with the champion. So the match goes somewhere around 6.5 minutes when the referee goes down, and another 3 minutes of shenanigans afterwards.
Wah, wah, wah. Oh, hey, that felt that they squeezed a lot into that total of 9.5 minutes of action and plus shenanigans there. A lot went on there.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't like it when I was a kid. I came to see Brutus at least win the title, if not win the title and cut his hair. And I mean, I guess cutting Jimmy's hair was a consolation prize. But
absolutely, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, I remember watching this too. It just fell flat for me, even as a kid. Like I expected more. The match goes short, which with these two in there, that's totally cool. But at the same time, the finish, I wasn't a big fan of that. Yeah, Jimmy Hart got his hair cut, but you were wanting the Honky Tonk. You wanted to see Honky Tonk get his hair cut. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a second, but a couple of notes here. First, a lot of people ask, why so much teasing of cutting Honky's hair if it wasn't in the cards, Gene? Not even a simple snip, which, that kind of bothered me. Like, you mean Honky couldn't take a little off the bottom and the back? It wouldn't have made that big of a difference. Well, you probably know better than a lot of people. You're a Memphian, or at least you're a Memphian super fan, and you've worked around the territories and things. You kind of know probably a little bit about Wayne Ferris, even if you haven't had a lot of dealings with him. I'm sure you've heard a lot of stories. He was eager to cooperate if the price was right.
Yes, I'm sure you could have bought that hair for the right amount of money.
Oh yeah, Honky has said in recent years in shoot interviews, he said that he would have gladly had his hair cut if they'd offered him more money, but it just never came up. They never even offered it to him, the option, which I thought was crazy. You would have thought, hey, you want to do this? Here, sure, I'll do it for another extra $5,000, or I'm just making up numbers here, but yeah. I mean, yeah, it would have been very interesting to see a bald Honky Tonk Man. I mean, he would have got a lot of heat with that, but I would like to have seen where they went from there without the Elvis hair intact. But yeah, Honky says they simply never even offered the idea to him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe from Vince's point of view is like, okay, that's a great moment at WrestleMania. It's a great moment for the Barber character, but what the hell do we do with a bald-headed Elvis after that?
Could you?
But like you said, there could have been some good heat. I mean, you could have got the most phony, awful Elvis wig.
I was going to say, yeah, one of those jumbo-sized Elvis wigs, the novelty Elvis wigs.
Yes, and put the boxing, headgear over like Buddy Roberts and Angle would do years later. I mean, there's a lot they could have done with that. But then again, I guess Vince didn't want to pony up the cash.
Well, Honky Tonk retains the title for now. And in recent years, referee Jimmy Corderas also talked about this match. He said, now, Jimmy Hart's megaphone shot, it didn't hurt him at all, but he was so pumped up this very first WrestleMania that he had ever been a part of. He wanted to make his bump look good, so he went down hard. So hard, in fact, he bounced his head off the mat, and he knocked himself out cold, which is why you see the referees literally trying to move him, and he's just not moving. And he said he had to be dragged away from ringside.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, because you can tell. I mean, the shot with the megaphone didn't look bad, but you certainly knew he didn't legit get knocked out. But I was like, man, he's selling the hell out of that. Look at him. But no, so he wasn't selling. He knocked himself out.
And everybody loves to embellish the stories. Lots of guys talk about, oh, I got knocked out, and you go and look, and they got hit in the shoulder or something like that. But in this instance, the way he plays dead here, I'm totally on board. I totally buy. If he was just working, kudos to him, because those referees couldn't even get him to move. There wasn't even like a hand gesture. Like, I'm okay, guys. It was just flat out cold, as he says he was.
No, he was like a bag of rocks being
dragged away from ringside. The feud going to continue on, though, no doubt about it. We're going to see more from these two in the weeks and months to come, as apparently the hunt for Vanna goes on. We go back again, this time Bob Uecker with a big, no, scratch that, make it a giant surprise.
Oh.
Hi again, everybody. You know, this thing is really getting kind of serious now. I haven't been able to locate Vanna White, and I was supposed to... Hi, Andre. Hey, my good buddy.
Vanna, you get me. You get the giant, the only professional wrestler who's still undefeated. And Hulk Hogan, I'm proud to be it, because now Ted DiBiase is on his way up. That's why he paid me for, to keep you out of the tournament, Hogan. And you are. And I know one thing, and that's why the people go to know too, and that's why they're going to remember. You are the ex-champion, Hogan.
Well, there you have it. I still haven't found
Yes,
Vanna White.
The ex-champion. Don't worry about Vanna White. Now, Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania is over.
Hey, how about getting your foot off my shoulder?
Hey!
Well, Uecker, he didn't find Vanna, but he did find the eighth wonder of the world. Andre the Giant bragging about his matchup with Hulk Hogan earlier on, admitting the plan all along. Ted DiBiase paid Andre simply to keep Hulk out of the tournament by any means. And that he did, Gene. That's ensuring the $1 Million Man that he would not face Hogan in the semifinals, and guaranteeing that Hulk could not walk out of here with the WWF title. Referring to Hulk as the ex-champion. Ha 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 ha.
Patented laugh.
Well, the storyline's there. That we wondered what was DiBiase's plan all along. Why would he want Andre in the tournament? Why would he want Andre to work Hulk Hogan in the same bracket as the $1 Million Man? Well, we get the answer. Andre explains it right here. And this promo is memorable for other reasons, but let's not look past the actual story they're telling first. And that Andre, his plan all along was simply to keep Hogan from heading to the semis by any means.
Because let's face it, if Andre would have beaten Hogan, from a kayfabe perspective, if Andre would have beaten Hogan and then he goes on to face DiBiase in that bracket, would we have gotten the original finger poke of doom prior to the WCW era?
That was the question they teased a few times on TV. What happens if DiBiase meets Andre? Because he can't sell his spot in the matchup. They said they had a plan. They never divulged that plan, but I guess we'll never know. But that would have been interesting. The very first finger poke of doom. I don't know that fans in 1988 would have known what to do with that. But man, the heat you would have got as the $1 Million Man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what a visual that would have been to see Andre just lay down for DiBiase and let him pin him, because we've already proven he can't just forfeit it or surrender it, if you will. I think's the verbiage he used on the main event. So, but anyway, it served its purpose and it all made sense. Like, okay, yeah, he blocked Hogan and that's all we really needed. We didn't need Andre to win. We just needed Hogan not to.
Exactly. And of course, the awesome ending there that has to be seen to truly be appreciated and loved. A classic piece of wrestling history. The GIF of all GIFs, if you will. Andre choking Bob Uecker. What a sell job by Uecker. Hey, would you mind getting your foot off my shoulder? And Andre just choking the shit out of Uecker, and the faces he makes that follow, just amazing. Just a great memory of WrestleMania history.
Man, the phrase WrestleMania moment may be one of the most overused phrases of all time in wrestling. Lord knows, when you think WrestleMania IV, you picture, Savage and Liz and Hogan and all those types of people. But to me, one of the most memorable moments of WrestleMania IV and one of the most memorable WrestleMania moments of all time is that shot of Andre.
Well, it finds its way into videos time after time. Whenever they're selling WrestleMania, whenever they're selling history, Bob Uecker and Andre the Giant, just that quick piece of footage. But I love it. And you're right. Outside of that shot that we know we're going to see at the end of the show with the, the Mega Powers and Liz up high in the air. Outside of that, I'd say this is the second most memorable spot on the entire card in regards to visual memory. And the funniest part of the whole thing is, you got guys doing triple Lindy's now, right, on AEW and things like that, trying to get heat and trying to get pops from the fans. And just something as simple as this by a non-wrestler, one of the most memorable pieces of footage in history.
Exactly. Two pop culture icons, for different reasons, but they come together, and they're just, what a fun moment. And like you said, though, it sometimes gets lost to history that Andre, that promo was a pivotal part of this whole story. So that, the things he said before was a very important piece of this whole DiBiase Savage puzzle and Hogan. But then that fun ending, you kind of forget about all that. You just kind of remember that.
Right.
That,
absolutely.
like you said, that gift.
I'm just glad they had time to squeeze that in, and they weren't like short on time, and we got shorted that. We never got to see that because that would have been a crying shame. As we continue on now, we got a Coliseum video exclusive. It appears the heels have made their way backstage. It's Craig DeGeorge, or Croak DeGeorge. It sounds like a little horse here. Got a frog in his throat. Craig DeGeorge standing by with the Intercontinental Champ, still IC Champion, Honky Tonk Man, and a now, halfway hairless Jimmy Hart.
All right, Gorilla, we've been trying to get a hold of Mouth and South. Jimmy Hart, come on over here. That was most embarrassing from our worldwide audience.
Look, I look like little Lulu. Look at the back of my head. Don't worry, Jimmy. You covered up. You don't let them see it. You cover your head up. Don't you ever let them see that, Jimmy Hart.
It's going to get hard over this.
Most embarrassing moment of anybody's life. The most embarrassing moment. Brutus the Barber will stoop to any lengths. Humiliating is not the word for it. Why don't you use some bigger and better adjectives than that? Cover it up, Jimmy. Don't let anybody see it. All I can tell you, Brutus the Barber, you did what you said you was going to do. You said you'd do some strutting and some cutting, but you did it on Jimmy Hart. You didn't do it on me. You didn't beat the Honky Tonk Man. You said you were going to put me to sleep. You did it, but you didn't win. I still got the belt. I'm still the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. I'll get you for this, Barber.
Don't be sorry. Let's get up to the ring.
So Jimmy Hart having fits about the haircut, and rightfully so. Damn that barber. But Honky Tonk says that Brutus, he promised some strutting and some cutting, but he did it to poor Jimmy, not to the Honky Tonk Man. Brutus also promised to leave with the IC title, but that didn't happen either. Something tells me this feud will indeed continue, but Honky makes some valid points, and we talked about that on the Memphis show. These heels pointing things out, it's almost a babyface like, hey, you said you were going to do this, you didn't do it. You said you were going to do this, that didn't happen either. It kind of hurt Brutus a little bit for me.
It really, man, it really does. Like, there's times that the heel needs to just let's not draw any more attention to that fag than we have to, because you're making that babyface look like a real asshole right now, and he doesn't need any help. Right.
Well, I was bummed out, coming out of that match, but then we got that awesome Andre and Uecker spot, and I forgot all about it, and then they remind us here on Coliseum Video. But it is what it is. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that as the weeks go on. But right now, with 1 full hour left in the pay-per-view, we're off to the 6-man tag team action. The match everyone has been waiting for. It's the Islanders and Bobby the Brain Heenan taking on the Birdman Koko Beware and the British Bulldogs, with Frankie the Macaw and Matilda, the Wonder Dog, pal. It's Matilda's return, Gene.
And what a return it was. I mean, my goodness, they milked that. We're writing letters.
3 months in the making, pal.
That's right. We're writing postcards to a dog to make the dog feel better, because that's exactly how it was worded. I couldn't help but picture Davey Boy or Dynamite. Okay, Matilda, this one reads.
This one says, this one's from little Bobby. I don't remember if it was Jesse or Bobby. I feel like it was Jesse, but one of them said something on TV, when they were doing that whole shtick with the write-in for Matilda, and they were talking about, how, I think it was Jesse, because Vince responded. So Jesse's like, well, how the hell, does Matilda read those things? And Vince says something like, well, Davey Boy and Dynamite read them to her. And then Jesse's like, I think it's the other way around. So I just thought that was pretty good. So yeah, good stuff from Jesse Ventura as always. But If you don't know the history here by now, guys, what is wrong with you? The Islanders and Bobby Heenan dognapped Matilda at the end of last year. President Jack Tunney then threatening to suspend the heels until the dog was returned. Then miraculously, 1 week later, Matilda immediately returns, but she wasn't doing so well, as you alluded to, Gene. So we get a Get Well Matilda address bit. Going to get your address, everyone. And thus that leads to her recovery. All those great stories, all those great get well wishes everybody sent in for Matilda, the Wonder Dog pal. And so here she is back in action in the corner of the baby faces. Meanwhile, heading into this also, something a lot of people don't know was on an edition of Primetime Wrestling, Bobby Heenan also was caught trying to bird nap Frankie during a match between Ravishing Rick Rude and Koko Beware. It was quite the sight watching Bobby Heenan run up the aisle with a perch and a bird attached to it before Koko finally catches him, returning with said bird. So Frankie was saved, but Heenan's bottom line here, he hates pets, he hates animals, and they have no place in wrestling.
To circle back to how you started that, if you don't know the history of the Islanders, Heenan and Matilda, you did not watch any WWF television in the first quarter of 1988, because holy cow, did that get a ton of TV time. Just behind the whole Hogan-Andre DiBiase angle was the Islanders, Matilda, and Heenan angle. My goodness,
there weren't that many feuds coming into WrestleMania. We had the tournament, which was the main deal, and then the Battle Royal, the tag team title match had no backstory. It really just a little bit for Honky and Brutus, just some confrontations, nothing really there. This is probably, the next match up that had the most play, and Warrior Hercules, the snapping of the chain. But yeah, I'd say this definitely by far had more play than any of the other matches outside of the tournament, which is just crazy.
Well, the invisible dog leash was really
fun.
That
was classic.
I was looking through some of the magazines that you uploaded to Patreon on the WrestleCopia Patreon, and that picture in the back of the one magazine where they show the Islanders there with Bobby and Haku or Tama one's down there allegedly petting the invisible dog. It was fun stuff.
Oh, there's one where Haku, it's comedy. There's nothing there. It's invisible. I get it. But Haku's like paintbrushing the dog, kicking the dog. And it's kind of funny, but it's not, but it is. I don't know.
Yeah. he would still probably get canceled for it in today's time. You can't even do that to an invisible dog.
Can't do that to an invisible dog today. Yeah.
It identifies as a real dog, brother.
Well, yeah.
Anyway.
Oh man. Anywho.
Back to 1988.
To 88. And so they find a way to work Koko into the storyline simply to get Bobby Heenan into the matchup. And now for the first time in over a year, the Brain going to return to the ring here. And out come the heels. And what is Bobby Heenan wearing, Gene? An attack dog suit. Protective gear. Super intelligent. Brilliant even. Well, after all, he is the Brain.
That's right. How else are you going to protect yourself from what he called a rabid mutt like Matilda than a dog attack suit? Which, good Lord, can you imagine how hot?
He talked about that quite a bit. Yeah, he's talked about that. I think I got some notes at the end of the match in regards to that. But and if only Vince did guest commentary for this one. Nobody sold this better than Vince McMahon. I really wish he had been out here for this match. Matilda the Wonder Dog. Yeah. You can hear it right. WrestleMania. Matilda returns.
You would think Vince was fixing to have a huge push for Matilda the way he oversold Matilda every time he got the chance.
Tag her in. I love it. What a maneuver. Just jumped right on him, humped him right in the ear. This silly storyline, though, finally getting a blow off. At least I hope so. And so we continue here. Matilda chasing Bobby Heenan out of the ring to begin things. So far, so good, as Matilda is back where she belongs and on her perch at ringside. Frankie on his perch as well. And as I notice that Ivana Trump has finally disappeared. She's no longer sitting ringside, so she finally leaves after a Brutus Beefcake Honky Tonk Man match. Don't know that I could blame her, but noticeably absent now, and she does not return for the remainder of the show. She wasn't paying attention in the Battle Royal, Gene, so I can't believe she lasted this long.
Yeah, exactly. She had checked out early, so I wonder if that was just a she demanded to leave, or it looked so bad on camera how indifferent she was that somebody in the back was like, can we please get her out of sight?
Yeah, I wonder what conversation she was having with Donald during intermission, because she comes back after intermission for at least a few matches here. But I wrote, how dare she miss Matilda's return? Maybe she didn't want to be shown up by the bitch.
You gotta stay for Matilda. Matilda's coming back. It's gonna be so great. Everybody's been talking about it.
Well, I have to believe that was the conversation, because Donald Trump is going nowhere for this one. And I never hear a bell as this one gets going. Dynamite Kid grabbing Tama on the top rope here, going to slingshot him in over the top rope. Tama taking an awesome flying stomach bump in, basically slingshot style, leaping over the top rope, splashing the mat as Dynamite Kid takes down both Islanders, then catapulting Tama over the turnbuckle and out to the floor. And now it's Davey Boy and Haku's turn in the ring. They hit opposite ropes, rushing at each other. I wouldn't want to be in the middle of that. Full force collide. Davey Boy Smith on top of Haku for a crossbody block, going to get a 2 count. Then a crucifix, also getting Davey a near fall as well. Smith, however, pulled back to the heel corner by Haku, where he's worked over briefly. Tama then in with a arm wringer, which Davey Boy counters. I don't know if you really noticed this. Back in this period, and I got to watch a lot of it in 87, but Davey Boy Smith may have had the most awesome gorilla press there was. I don't care about the slam part, but just the gorilla press, because I don't know what those guys were on, but he could clean jerk anybody up into the air with ease. I mean, just in one fluid motion, and he does it here with Tama. Just amazing. Out of an arm wringer, just fluidly picks him up in a great gorilla press slam, slams him down to the mat. I know people are going to say, well, the Warrior, that was his finisher. Yeah, and the gorilla press drop, and I was a huge Warrior fan, but nothing looked better than a Davey Boy Smith press.
No, Warrior's press never came close to Davey Boy's, as far as, like you say, how smoothly he just jerked him straight up, and you could tell it was all him, because there was a lot of Warrior presses that you could tell he was getting some help on.
Yeah, he had trouble with some, yeah.
Exactly. That Hogan press from WrestleMania 6. Ooh.
Well, that's rough, but I give him kudos, both of those guys, for making that work. You really don't see either one of those guys really making that happen, but they did it.
But it was just like, this ain't happening. Oh, my God, he got him up there. But it was a team effort for sure. But, man, I just want to say real quick that you talk about a tag team that, as an 11-year-old, I didn't appreciate in the moment, but over the years going back and watching them, the Islanders are it, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So good.
Yeah, I watched Haku regress, if you will, as time went on. He got a little thicker and wasn't really pulling out all this stuff, and I was always a Tama fan. I was a big Tama fan, but, even at Survivor Series 87, they're in there forever in that matchup. And I remember going back and watching it later years in Coliseum Video and going, oh, why the Islanders? Why are they in there for 20 minutes straight? And, but going back in real time and watching their build throughout 1987, their heel turn and just all of their matches, they were really, really good.
They really were. I would have liked to have, in retrospect, seen them get at least a short run with the titles, but it wasn't meant to be. But
yeah, I mean, there can only be
underrated.
Right, there can only be one tag team champion at a time, and given what's coming up here, I think they saw the writing on the wall in regards to what's going to happen with them in the future in regards to being tag team champions, and things are going to change over the next month or so. But right here, right now, it's 6-man tag team action as Tama wisely going to go to the eyes of Smith after taking that big press slam, bringing Haku back in, but Smith managing to escape and tags in a fresh Birdman as Koko Beware takes Haku down with a dropkick, blasting Tama off the apron, where then, with both Islanders in the ring, delivering an awesome headlock takeover and head scissor takeover simultaneously on the heels. First time I ever saw that spot in my life was when I watched this WrestleMania IV video cassette, and I thought he executed it perfectly, but I just popped for it huge when the first time I saw Koko land the double takeover.
Very cool spot, and for the time especially, just not something you saw. So yeah, it really stood out.
No, you definitely didn't see this in New York City. So I mean, watching Koko bust that out here, really cool, very fluid, looked great. I actually, the first time I saw it, I said, "Wow, I didn't even think that was possible." Of course, as time would progress, I would see 450 splashes and things of that nature, and obviously we know where we are today. But back in those days, that was a high spot, guys.
Shoot, yeah, man, that was as good as it got as far as high flying action went, and especially you got 3 people involved in one move like that.
Right. So Dynamite Kid going to tag back in at this point, but runs into a Haku foot in the corner, and now Bobby the Brain Heenan going to tag in for the very first time in the match with Dynamite Kid down and out on the mat. Of course he would, and Heenan, with his attack suit on, begins laying it in, whacking and stomping on Dynamite, as Gorilla Monsoon feels the attack suit should be illegal, with all the additional buckles and things all over it. But Bobby going right at the Dynamite Kid here. Kudos to Bobby Heenan. That is until Dynamite delivers one shot to Bobby's gut, and Heenan quickly and wisely tagging out, getting some great heel heat in the process.
Yeah, I mean, just great psychology there. I mean, I just absolutely love Heenan, and that's a great example of why right there. He's kicking and stomping. He's in control. One shot. All right, that's enough. I'm out.
I loved it. Great storytelling here. He's wisely does not get in the ring until the man is down and out on the mat. And of course, he tags out immediately after getting punched one time in the gut. But in between, I also give Bobby credit. I mean, for the lack of ability to do anything on offense with this attack suit on, covering his hands, his arms, everything. I thought he showed a lot of aggression in there. So he actually came in like he meant to do some damage. It wasn't just stomping a cockroach kind of manager type stuff.
Exactly, because, Jimmy Hart, which, Jimmy's a smaller guy and kind of is presented as a weakling, if you will. But, yeah, Jimmy would do those spots times when he would wrestle. He'd run in and hit those little ginger kicks and then run right back over. But, Bobby had intent behind his blows until, he got hit, and then it was time to go. But, yeah, like I said, he was putting something into it.
So Tama back in the ring now puts Dynamite down with the pump splash, the Vader bomb in the corner. But as he goes for the move, he lands onto the knees of the Dynamite Kid. And it's a hot tag back to the Birdman. Koko Beware in, and the crowd literally doesn't make a sound for the hot tag. And that's not me trying to knock Koko. That's just showing you where we are on the card and showing you where this crowd is at right now. A hot tag literally made to Koko here, and it's like this crowd has no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside of the high rollers being there at ringside. They're not into this. They don't know who Koko is. They don't know who the Bulldogs are.
They don't know what a hot tag is.
Yeah, they don't know what a hot tag is. And this has been going on for quite a long time for people who are just there because
Right.
they got tickets,
Yeah, absolutely. Ware, though, going to whip the Islanders into each other in the middle of the ring, but telegraphing a backdrop as Haku going to take over, holding Ware, while Tama taking a shot off the top rope. And then once again, Bobby Heenan tagging back in to take advantage, pounding away on the Birdman, stomping him down, but Ware beginning to fight back, flapping his wings, if you will, and reverses an Irish whip, sending Bobby chest first to the corner, Heenan backing out, getting a drop kick, sending him back to the buckle once more, as the Islanders now see their manager in trouble and attack the Birdman, thus drawing the Bulldogs in as well, the referee trying to usher the Bulldogs back to their corner, allowing the Islanders to drop Ware in the middle of the ring, then pick their manager up, Bobby Heenan in the air, Haku and Tama, then slam Bobby Heenan chest first down on top of the Birdman as the referee turns around and makes the 1, 2, 3. Match goes 7.5 minutes, and the heels go over. Bobby Heenan pins the Birdman.
Wow. I mean, I remember being shocked even back then, that here's Matilda's grand return. All this has been going on. I mean, you think this is a slam dunk. Babyfaces has got to win here. And not only did the heels win, but Bobby gets the pin.
Yeah, I was devastated. Same thing, it's just a bad deal for the British Bulldogs at WrestleMania when it comes to six-man tags. The year before, they lose to Danny Davis, of all people, scoring the pin. Yes. And here this time, it's Bobby Heenan pinning Koko Beware. And it kind of shows you where Koko is on the card as well. But at the same time, I loved Bobby Heenan. I wasn't like, I loved every heel. I wasn't like a heel fan. I didn't just love a heel because they were a heel, but there were certain heels you just had to love. And Bobby Heenan was absolutely one of them. I think a lot of that had to do with his primetime shtick with Gorilla Monsoon as well. I just love those guys together. But Bobby Heenan, I wasn't happy with this. I thought, this is Matilda's return. And that was what I wrote here in my notes. I go, that was Matilda's revenge? Bobby pins Koko? While the dog suit was basically a genius idea, great gimmick for Bobby Heenan, it hindered his awesome bumping skills in here. He couldn't do any of the cool Bobby Heenan bumping in the ring, which really hurt this match. And I love Bobby, but I was really shocked here that the outcome. Like you said, I really thought the baby faces were going over. It's only the way it felt like it was the only way you're going to go. Matilda returned. She needs her revenge. The Bulldogs need the revenge after months of this nonsense, carrying around that invisible dog leash. And Bobby Heenan goes over here.
Yeah, it started to feel like that this was going to, weird 6-man tags with, like a manager or a former referee is going to become like the Bulldog spot at WrestleMania, where
just crazy to think.
And it looks like, last year coming into WrestleMania 3, they'd been screwed out of the tag titles. They're coming looking for revenge on the Harts and Danny Davis, plus the belts are on the line. Again, it looks like slam dunk. Bulldogs and Tito are going to get the win here in the non-title. Then in the title rematches, the Harts will go over, but they got to win here, right? Nope. Same deal here. You come around to WrestleMania 4, like, all right, well, we know what happened to the Bulldogs last year, but oh my gosh, they've ate shit for how many months now? It's time for revenge. And then here we are, it just falls flat. I know that they probably didn't want to really beat the Islanders, but you could have pinned Heenan, and it's not going to hurt Heenan. It's not going to hurt the Islanders, and people would have been happy. Even if the house crowd didn't really know or give a shit, at least the pay-per-view and home video crowd would have been happy at least.
Yeah, only thing I can come up with is here they wanted to get heat on Bobby Heenan because, it just seemed odd that the Islanders would go over in this instance, but also at the same time, the Bulldogs, arguably the most over babyface team they have, or certainly the best babyface team they have. Now, Rick Martel and Tito were tremendous as individual talents, but as a tag team, it's not really working. They're just kind of spinning in place at this point. They haven't really given them much to do. But the British Bulldogs, they were over as tag team champions. And I know Dynamite suffered the back injury, but they seem to be, well, I don't want to say 100% because Dynamite never really returns to 100%, but they're pretty much back to where they're going to be for the rest of their career at this point, which is pretty damn good for New York standards. Like you could mask Dynamite Kid's injuries in the WWF.
Right. Yeah. And not the style that you were used to seeing him do other places. But like you say here, yeah, you can cover it up.
Yeah, in fact, he still looks like an amazing talent here in the WWF. He does so many cool things. But yeah, unfortunately, the heels go over. But Tama, not long for the company post pay-per-view. We'll be talking about that in the weeks to come here on the Grenade. But post-match, Davey Boy going to lead Matilda up the aisle, chasing Bobby Heenan. Heenan taking a bump, and Matilda placed on top of. She won't even attack him. Davey Boy has to literally pick her up and lay her on top of Bobby Heenan. She's just not cooperating here. And now some fun tidbits with this, as Bruce Pritchard has said that Bobby Heenan hated that dog suit gimmick, and Heenan pretty much confirmed that as well. He said it was super hot, as you can tell. We will see that here. If you watch the Coliseum video version, the exclusive interview post-match with Bobby Heenan, he is sweating profusely coming backstage after this matchup. But Heenan, it never really worked. The dog didn't show up, so to speak. Matilda was back, but I guess, maybe she was more mundane. Now, it was also pretty obvious, though, as both Bruce and Bobby recalled in past interviews, that Heenan tried everything out there to get Matilda to attack him, and nothing would work. Heenan said they even practiced it in the locker room before the match, and she just wasn't biting. Literally. Here's a direct quote from Bobby. He said, "At the end, I turned to run down the aisle, and I saw Davey Boy trying to force Matilda to run with me. I couldn't go anymore, so I fell down in the aisle. Matilda got on top of me and started sniffing the dog suit and began to hump me. I walked back to the dressing room and told the boys, don't worry about the payoff. I already got screwed."
Classic Heenan.
I don't know that last part happened.
I kind of liked Bobby, though, because, there were a few instances where
she would go after Jimmy.
Matches with the Heart, she
went after all of them.
Jimmy. She got after Slick. She ripped it. They showed a close-up where she had ripped some of Slick's pants on one of those matches. But
the Bobby, story of Slick's broken arm in 1986 was Matilda.
Yeah.
She went after him hardcore. He got so scared he tried to jump up on the top rope to sit on the top rope, and he tumbled backwards down to the concrete, broke his arm. For anybody wondering why Slick was rocking a cast there for a while back in 1986. But I agree with you also, having done so much of 1987, Matilda really went after the Harts and Jimmy Hart quite a few times. I mean, had she got a hold of him, she would have left a mark.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, my wife was watching this with me when I was watching it, and she's like, he's practically like dragging that dog after Heenan and throwing him on him.
Throwing him on, yeah, exactly. Whew, man, that was fun times, man. I brought you in and wanted you to do the euchre roll at the Battle Royal, man, and I thought, what else would be a fun time with you? And first thing that came to my mind had to be the 6-man tag team match. But as I was doing the research and as I was reviewing this stuff and writing everything down, I said, you know what? Gene has fun with that Jimmy Hart voice too. And then I just thought, those are back-to-back matches. It was fit for you, Gene, so I wanted to get you in here and cover these 2 big matches in between the tournament.
Dude, I appreciate it, and no joke, I mean this 100%. If you would have just said, like, hey, pick the matches you want to do, these are the matches I would have picked. So
that's awesome.
Perfect.
That's great to hear. That's tremendous, man. I appreciate you being part of part 1. Lots of great feedback. I'm telling you, a lot of people. I had a guy, I wish I could remember the name of the listener. It's he said something along the lines of fastest 4 hours ever. He said it flew by. And I couldn't believe when I got done. I was like, I was kind of worried. I was like, oh man, 4 hours. Woof. It's going to be rough. But as I listened to it, I did it in 2 parts because, a little busy doing other things. But as I had the time, I said, damn, that really did fly by. Having all of you guys on the show and just adding your own input and all the research that I came up, all the news and the tidbits and talking with you guys about it, Jammie Ward's memories and the fun we had with the Battle Royal segment and Bob Uecker's commentary and all the different wrestlers. That had no business going longer than the Battle Royal did, but we got like 45 minutes out of that segment, and it was fun from beginning to end.
It did. I listened to it at work one day, actually. I work by myself, so I can listen to podcasts and things of that nature at work. And I was working on I had a huge pile of invoices that day, and I was like, well, I'm going to listen to this while I'm working on it. And I'm the same way. Like, it did not feel like 4 hours. It flew right by, and having all those different perspectives brought in throughout the show made it seem even, move even faster. So kudos on part 1, and I'm, proud to have been a part of it and part 2. And I'm excited to hear part 2 when it comes up.
Well, we appreciate you being here again. It was a great time. Gene Jackson, everyone. Gene, thank you so much for being a part of the entire WrestleMania IV review.
Anytime, my friend.
All right, what a fun time, as expected there with Gene. Got to thank him again. Of all the matches, I thought this was a perfect spot for him on this episode of the Wrestling Memory Grenade. As we go off now to a Coliseum Video exclusive promo directly after the match we just discussed. Here is one Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Give me that thing. Don't you say nothing to me. Don't say nothing. I'll do this. I don't need you or anybody else. Turn that on. Who's ever running this thing, turn it on. If you think that anybody's going to ever mistreat me like that again, if you think anybody's going to hook me into a match where somebody's going to stick a rabbit-infested animal on me. Yes, I wore this animal attack suit. If I hadn't had it on, I'd be in some hospital right now, and there's enough stitches in the world that would put me together. The dog almost ripped through it, tore the back out of it. The dog cannot be contained by 1 bulldog, 2 bulldogs, or even their friend Coco Beware. But you see, I survived because of my Islanders and myself, and because I used my brains. Okay, you threw me to the wolves, or you threw me to the dogs. You had them chew on me, rip me apart, growl. But I'm still standing here, and I'm still talking. And you're not going to take that away from me. As long as I got my brains and can talk and manage the people that I manage, nobody can stop me. And I mean nobody.
So Bobby arrives in that attack dog suit. No interviewer in sight. Bobby going to do this one solo, something he has no problem doing. And again, you can tell this was filmed immediately following the 6-man tag team match. Bobby Heenan going ad-lib for us here on Coliseum Video, selling like Matilda actually ripped up his suit here, but we all know the real truth. Heenan stating that he used his brains, and as long as he has his mind and his family, nobody can stop him. Well, I won't argue that as we continue on, and as if this show wasn't long enough already, Howard Finkel introduces Jesse the Body Ventura. And I know what you guys are thinking. Wait a minute, he's been on commentary all night long. Yes, but he wasn't showcased for the fans. And to my surprise, if you thought the crowd was dead, this is by far the loudest pop of the night as the Body leaves the commentary table to stand up on the edge of the upper deck to salute the crowd and pose. Flex those guns, Jesse. And Ventura, from the shots, from the cameras, he is really high up there and on the edge of a platform, making even my asshole pucker. Gorilla on commentary while Jesse's doing this, even mentioning one wrong step and Jesse won't be doing any wrestling, any acting, or anything ever again. Be careful, Body. And I'm more than cool with acknowledging Jesse Ventura, but did we really need this 3 hours into the pay-per-view? I don't know. And as we prepare now for the upcoming semifinals in the WWF Tag Team Championship match, last time around we talked a lot of Childhood memories, WrestleMania IV, the Ultimate Warrior and Hercules. This time around, he's joining us for the semifinals, and one of our favorite tag teams of all time, Demolition, taking on Strikeforce. And now we go from one Jesse to another. As right now, I welcome my brother back for part 2 of the WrestleMania IV review. Jesse, are you there?
Sloppadigas.
Well, I love the radio WWF reference, but I was hoping for a I am here. I set you up. I said, Jesse, are you there?
Well, that's the thing. You didn't say Jay in Cleveland, are you there? I would have definitely, I would have known what we were doing then. But yeah, I am here, brother. Good to be here, man.
Good call. So, well, it's good to have you back. We had a lot of great feedback last time around, and hopefully more the same this round. And speaking of rounds, see what I did there, guys? It's straight off to the semifinals now, Jesse, of the championship tournament. So good to have you back here for part 2 as we see Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man, standing in the ring right out of the gate, as the announcement is he has received a semifinal bye, courtesy of the Hulk Andre double DQ in the quarters, and DiBiase going to go straight to the finals to meet the winner of our next match.
Yeah, I mean, you can see still sweating a little bit from the previous match, but, you know, whatever, bring the guys out, let them wave to the crowd. I think they did the same thing with One Man Gang, right?
Right, yeah,
so,
yeah. I thought that was cool. I've seen a lot of people in current day shit on this. Like, why bring them out if you're just going to make this announcement? But I loved that as a kid. It was like, yeah, more of a wrestler on the screen. That's all I needed. It was good visual aid.
Yeah.
Plus, it gave DiBiase a reason to laugh, you know, gloat. And I thought that was really important there. Yeah.
He
But,
probably wasn't a fan of putting his suit back on.
No, definitely. It was, I got to admit.
One of those tearaway suits, man.
Yeah. Oh, man. Wouldn't that be phenomenal? The tearaway suit. Nobody would even know what was going on. You go to an event, and when you're done, you know, you take your wife to the bedroom and just rip the suit off. You can give her the laugh, right?
Absolutely, brother.
Oh, man. But, you know, I was talking with Gene Jackson a little bit ago. We were doing the 6-man tag and the honky Brutus Beefcake match. And that epic Andre Bob Uecker segment took place in between, where the Uke gets choked out by the Giant. But what gets lost by most is that Andre's comments during that promo about intentionally going to that double DQ with Hogan, noting that he was paid to make sure that Hulk Hogan didn't make it to the semifinals by any means, even if it meant eliminating himself. So very crafty move there by the $1 Million Man, a real heat getter, as he makes yet another successful purchase by basically buying Hulk Hogan's elimination.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Doesn't Ted DiBiase have, or as everyone likes to call him in this era, the multi-million-dollar man?
The multi-million-dollar man,
he has enough money to buy off the whole roster at this point. So
right, yeah. Well,
I guess in hindsight, it was smart for Andre to play it off like he meant for that to happen that way. So.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, DiBiase, it was pretty crafty. Like I said, I mean, he could have faced the Hulkster in the semifinals and anything could have happened. And DiBiase basically guaranteed a shot straight to the finals to take on the winner of our next matchup, guys, which is the Macho Man, Randy Savage, with the lovely Miss Elizabeth, taking on the One Man Gang with the Doctor of Style Slick. And it's not often that you see a battle of Angelo Poffo ICW alumni, but here we are in the WWF. It's the Macho Man, once upon a time taking on a guy by the name of Crusher Broomfield, now known as the One Man Gang, as Macho and Liz back out for the third time tonight, rocking matching black ensembles this time. Macho with some purple trim thrown in there for good measure. But I always thought as a kid, them changing their gear or their outfits between the rounds, that was so cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like when they do the Oscars or anything like that with the wardrobe changes, or the Super Bowl, I've noticed, you know, the performers doing it that way. I know this doesn't mean anything in regards to wrestling, but I will say of all the intro outfits that Macho Man did don this night, I did like this black one probably the best, just because of the way the green, and I think there's a little bit of purple like you mentioned in there. And then the black too, just like when he comes in and spins around, the way the light hits it, man. I know that sounds a little queer, but I thought it looked pretty cool, man. I mean,
we're all big wrestling fans. You know, people talk about their favorite belts, their favorite action figures. We can talk about your favorite Macho Man cape or what his look for the night. Absolutely,
yeah, I didn't see the all black all the time. That was kind of, you know, a rarity. I didn't see the black one.
Definitely some unique outfits coming out here for the Macho Man tonight, as he spared no expense to make him and his lovely wife, kayfabe guys, look great here for this night of action. As the bell sounds, Macho Man locking up with the big man as they struggle over to the ropes. Savage eventually landing an elbow to stun the big man, then grabs the gang by his beard for that running neck snap. across the top rope. Macho leaping over the top rope out to the floor. Good bump by the gang, too, by the way. Always loved that move by the Macho Man, though. Had to be hell on his knees, but I always love when Randy Savage would take that running leap over the top and just drop the guy across the throat first.
Yeah, I like that one. And then, obviously the double axe handle off the top. But both moves, I think, probably took a toll on his knees over the years, man. I couldn't do that.
Absolutely. All those leaps out to the floor. I don't envy him whatsoever. But he was doing it nightly here. And, the action just continues on. Macho jumping back inside, but he's rammed into the corner by the gang, who takes over with clubbering forearms and a big boot, choking Macho down on the mat. Much safer on the knees here. One-man gang's offense.
Yeah, you could say that.
Gang with a big slam as the future Akeem going to get a 2 count. Savage getting his foot on the bottom rope, but the gang plants a big elbow drop for yet another near fall. And then it's time. Big slam, center ring. The gang setting the Macho Man up for the big 747 splash. But Macho out of the way and the gang going to miss. And then the big man back on his feet, charging Savage in the corner, looking for that King Kong Bundy style avalanche splash. But Macho again out of the way and the gang misses that one too. As Savage going to fire up now, series of jabs, big elbows, has gang hanging in the ropes. Great spot there by the gang hanging on to the ropes. You don't see that too often from a guy his size. And a running double axe handle, going to send the big man to the outside on the floor where the Macho Man, here we go, Jesse, you talked about it, up to the top rope, flying double axe handle all the way to the outside, and then back in the ring, Savage going for a slam on the gang, big mistake. He just can't make that happen. Not enough steroids here at this point in his career. But the gang going to take over. No, the gang going to take back over after that failed slam attempt, picking Savage up in the air with a double-handed choke, then tossing the Macho Man down to the mat. I believe that exact move was one of the old WrestleMania trading cards where the gang had Savage up in the air choking him, if I remember correctly. We used to collect those. Those were good. I have an unopened pack still downstairs.
An unopened pack?
Unopened box. I apologize. Yeah.
Oh, an unopened box, even better.
Yeah.
I actually found, probably wasn't my entire collection. I'm sure I've lost some over the years, sold some, traded some, whatever. But yeah, I just found a bunch of those out in my garage. I think I texted you like a picture of I had them like in a book, that 3x3 or the 9-page, Yeah, I do remember that one though. He has them up in the double-handed choke, lifting them up over his head.
Yes, so the action goes on and the gang back in control here. In the meantime, though, on the outside, Slick begins to harass the lovely Elizabeth. How dare he, even threatening to hit her with his cane. I thought that was a bit much. And this causes Liz to climb up onto the steps up to the apron, trying to get away from Slick. But that only distracts the referee, Jack Kruger here, who orders Slick away from Miss Liz. And then he speaks with Elizabeth to get down from the apron. And meanwhile, in the background, we see the gang missing a big elbow drop on the Macho Man. But with referee Kruger now busy with Elizabeth, Slick up on the opposite side of the apron. And Savage immediately going after the manager for harassing Elizabeth. And while Macho Man has hold of Slick, the Slickster going to toss his cane into the ring for the one-man gang to use. And the gang does so as he blasts Savage from behind with the foreign object. All of this going on behind the referee's back. Get off the apron, Liz. And with Macho Man down on the mat, the gang repeatedly trying to drive the cane down into him. But Randy keeps rolling out of the way just in the nick of time as the referee turns around, sees gang attempting to use the cane, and disqualifies him in the process. Macho Man going to pick up the fairly quick win here by a DQ. Match only goes 4 minutes and 11 seconds. I wrote bummer on the time and the finish, but we're not done yet with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping for a better finish than that too, seeing as it was the match leading to the finals. The other semifinalists already had a bye into the finals. What can you do? I do think that one-man gang's use of that cane was just a little excessive. Like if you had stopped maybe after the third or fourth try instead of going for that fifth or sixth, you could have continued the match and seen what happened from there. Yeah, maybe DiBiase paid him off to take out Macho Man too.
It very well could have been. I mean, then DiBiase would have had to wrestle the gang though. And how would that have went? I mean, a couple of UWF alumni there. But yeah, I mean, I talked about that with Gene too. I said, you look at who's left. DiBiase can either fight the gang or Savage in the finals. This match is basically anticlimactic. But at the same time, I mean, you wanted a good, strong finish here with the Macho Man and the big one-man gang. But again, Savage somehow managing to overcome the odds here, luckily escaping with his life. The gang driving the cane down. Could have done some damage. But immediately after the bell, One Man Gang manages to crack Savage again with the cane, so he finally connects after he's disqualified, hits him twice more, sending Savage out to the floor. And as the heels then embrace, Slick and the gang hugging center ring to sulk in their woes, Macho Man recovering on the outside, climbing up to the top rope, leaping off with another flying double axe handle back into the ring, smacking the gang square in the back, causing the gang to stumble forward. And land on top of his manager Slick, squashing Slick into the mat. I wrote, man, the managers are taking a beating tonight. Just one match after another. Jimmy Hart getting his hair cut. Bobby Heenan being stuck in a match wearing a dog suit and trying to get away from Matilda. And now Slick getting squashed by the One Man Gang.
I mean, yeah, no doubt about it. And we still hadn't even got to the next match.
Exactly.
I mean, these heel managers, man, I tell you, I miss this. I kind of wish they would kind of bring, heel managers or just managers in general back into wrestling. I mean, I think they are to a degree, but not like it used to be, man.
No, and it was a special era too. And even though Freddie Blassie had been a manager, Lou Albano had been a wrestler. Lou Albano had been a wrestler. The Grand Wizard had been around wrestling forever. They weren't taking shots in every match. They weren't getting up on the apron and doing all these extra shenanigans like the managers of this era here. Blassie was over the hill. I'm going to get a lot of flack for that for the old school fans out there, but he wasn't taking any bumps. He was done, and rightfully so at that age. But Lou Albano, I mean, the guy would gig, he would cut it, he would blade for you in a heartbeat, but taking bumps wasn't exactly something he was going to do. But man, this era is very special. All the managers out there to make the talent in the match, just enhance everything, and that Slick does here. He takes one for the team, the gang just smashing him into the mat.
Yeah. I mean, they call that era, I think, the golden era of wrestling. I think it was also the golden era for managers as well. And I really mean that too, man.
Oh, absolutely. No, I 100%. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. But I wrote oddly booked finish, a fart in church, if you will. Way too short after teasing me with this awesome match on paper, right? The Macho Man taking on this big monster, the One Man Gang, who is one of the best big men for his time. And the only saving grace here is these two will actually have a better rematch upcoming on the next edition of Saturday Night's Main Event. Only this time, the title going to be on the line.
Looking forward to that one.
As am I, but right now, what I'm looking forward to, we're going to see if Bob Uecker can finally catch up with Vanna White. I hear rumors that Uecker has finally found the bracket room. Standing by right now, we're going to go off to Mean Gene Okerlund and Vanna.
I got to tell you, Vanna White, it is exciting. A Ted DiBiase, Randy Savage final here at WrestleMania IV.
I know, it's so exciting. I have to excuse myself and go out to ringside, okay?
All right, Vanna White.
Later.
Wheel of Fortune's Vanna White, thank you. It has been a pleasure working with you. Just absolutely the greatest. Here we go. You saw how it happened. Ted DiBiase getting into the final via a bye. Macho Man Randy Savage over the One Man Gang. So that is your final, the one we've been thinking about here on WrestleMania.
Where is she?
Bob Uecker.
She's here. Where is she?
No, Uecker, I got bad news for you. Vanna White just left.
They told me she was just here,
No,
Gino.
you missed her.
You of all guys, not my buddy. Come on.
Hey, you've been going all over this building, scouring this building for Vanna White. And I'm sorry, pal, I have to tell you this, Bob Uecker. I don't know if she wants to see you.
She wants to see me. She wrote me all kind of letters.
She wrote you letters?
Yes, some guy named Vance White.
No. This is Vanna White from Wheel of Fortune. Bob Uecker, I'm sorry. Let's get back to Gorilla and Jesse. I'm sorry about that, pal. I don't know what to tell you.
So Vanna White excusing herself for the main event, which we now know is the Macho Man taking on the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. And you couldn't write this, or I guess maybe you could. No sooner than Vanna White leaves the room that Bob Uecker finally pops into the bracket room to try and meet with her. Bob lets out that he's been corresponding, we talked about this a little bit off air, with a guy by the name of Vance White. Now, I liked where he was going with this joke, but saying that the guy's name was Vance and pointing out that it was a guy in general, I don't know, man. It kind of ruined the whole joke because we know he's been looking for Vanna all night long.
Yeah, just a little bit of lack of continuity there, Bob.
But he's been doing such a good job all night. I'll give him a pass. After that Andre choke, he can do no wrong with me. But still, just a fun night of Uecker searching for Vanna White for the past 3 hours here on the pay-per-view. Will they ever connect? Stay tuned to find out, guys. We won't have to wait too much longer. But right now, Jesse, I know you're ready for this one. It's the penultimate match here on WrestleMania IV. the Tag Team Championship on the line as the WWF Tag Team Champions Strikeforce, Rick Martel and Tito Santana, going to be taking on the team of Axe and Smash, Demolition, with Mr. Fuji in their corner. As the challengers out first here to their awesome theme music, and the crowd just standing there for their entrance, but that's really about it. No real reaction, no response, no movement. They're almost like cardboard figures at this point are the crowd. They don't appear to be making much noise at this point in the night, which is really unfortunate given the match we're about to see for what is perhaps maybe the best non-tournament match on the entire card. Sorry, Matilda.
Yeah, and I don't need to tell you, man. Demolition, one of my all-time favorite tag teams of any era. If you asked me today, I might say Demolition. Tomorrow might be Hart Foundation. I've flip-flopped over the years, but those two are my 1A and 1B by far above every other tag team ever. And dude, like Demolition's music, you're right. Like, I don't know what it was. It was awesome. I mean, most of the wrestlers, I think at WrestleMania IV didn't even have music yet. And then, Demolition has, that rocking out.
Right. They're starting to develop music for some of the talent here. Jake the Snake debuted his music here at WrestleMania IV. I think Beefcake will have music here by May of 88, if I remember correctly. So they're starting to incorporate more wrestlers, some more of the top stars with theme music at this point. But Demolition, they've had it for a while. They got before they had the lyrics after the Piledriver album came out, they had the instrumental version of this song as well for months beforehand, and that was still pretty damn cool. It matched their character, and you knew when you hit this music hit that somebody was about to get their ass kicked.
Yeah, who sang their theme song? Was that actually like
I believe that was Rick Derringer. No, it was Rick Derringer.
Okay, I never knew. I mean, I guess when I was a kid, I always just pictured like Axe and Smash were actually singing the words.
Sure, I get that. I used to do that quite a bit with the sitcoms. I would think it was somebody in the show, and I don't know. You look back in hindsight, it's like, well, maybe not. But it was cool, and I agree with you. I think my favorite two teams of all WWF history had to be Demolition and Hart Foundation. They were there at the same time, which is just even awesomer. If that's a word. I don't know if it is or not. But anywho, just going back. Yeah, okay, thank you. And but back and forth. Yeah, I got a bat. It depends on what month it was of what year. Yeah, I think the Hearts were better then. But then Demolition was better the next month. So, yeah, I got to agree with you. Two of my top favorite teams of all time. Absolutely. And Demolition here are going to take on coming out next is the tag team champions, Rick Martel and Tito Santana. But it's amazing to think this time a year ago, it was the Can-Am connection of Tom Zink and Rick Martel. Yeah, they were opening WrestleMania 3, but with quick action and a hot response at the Silver Dome. And here the crowd they're just kind of sitting here. And no knock on the solid team of Strikeforce, but what was fresh and new with the Can-Ams just felt old hat here with the Strikeforce formation. Even though on paper, fundamentally, easily, you got to say the better team is Tito and Martel rather than Martel and Zink. But Strikeforce just never seemed to get over to the level of the Can-Ams. Though again, you couldn't really put together a much better wrestling tag team than Strikeforce.
Yeah, I mean, athletically, like everything about them, you would think on paper that they would have, been one of the great tag teams of the era. And I guess, they were the tag champions, so I'm not taking that away from them. But, I mean, they were never really high up on my list. I guess maybe the longevity just wasn't there to even get behind them. Yeah, I don't know what it was. They just didn't connect with me as a fan, and I was definitely rooting for Demolition in this match. And I will say this, too, to your point. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was because, the crowd's just kind of like taking a mental breather. But, yeah, the crowd just kind of are like sitting on their hands during this match, and that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I have somewhere in my notes here during this match, I theorized that maybe the crowd is more dead in this match than any other match on the show because they know what's coming next. They know the World Championship match is next, and they're just waiting to get there at this point because we're about 4 hours into this thing.
Yeah, I'll give them that.
I think it's just poor placement on the card for this. This should have went on way earlier in the show to give it more credit, but it is what it is, and the bell sounds. We're underway, minutes away from history being made here. Again, as quiet as the crowd has been at times tonight, the buzz has never been lower than right now, which is, again, unfortunate. We just mentioned that, but bad placement here, absolutely, as the energy just kind of sucked out of the crowd. I assume waiting for that main event, but things are going to change here pretty rapidly as this match gets going. It's my favorite from each team starting things out. It's Smash and Rick Martel going to start this one as Smash hammering down Martel with those double sledge shots to the crowd's delight. Hey, the heel Smash beating on Rick Martel is what wakes a few people up. I wrote, uh-oh, that could be telling for the baby faces as Smash going to shoot Rick into the ropes, but Martel barreling back with a big crossbody, which Smash catches. Rick Martel, who's a pretty big guy, catches him in midair, but Tito Santana quickly rushing it, drop-kicking Martel down onto Smash, and it all breaks down into a four-way melee from there. The champions getting the better of Demolition, sending Axe to the floor, and a double clothesline on Smash going to get Strikeforce a 2 count as Jesse Ventura complains about all the double teaming, Gorilla Monsoon defending it, and Jesse responds, "It's getting too late in the evening to argue with you, Monsoon." So even the body is starting to take its toll on Jesse Ventura, this lengthy program, this lengthy WrestleMania.
Yeah, man, he just doesn't have the energy to argue anymore.
I don't feel like coming up with any more shit.
I think it was towards the beginning of the match as well, and maybe you had already alluded to it earlier, but didn't one of them, probably Gorilla, mentioned, are those suits even legal? Talking about
Demolition, the spikes.
Attire.
Right, yes, yeah.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Oh,
we've been wrestling in them for months, I think Jesse said, or something.
That it was over a year, Gorilla. You just now noticed that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think at this point in the show, they were both reaching and just trying to find anything to talk about. Pretty obvious in a couple of the matches, I think, late in this, if people really pay attention to the conversation they're having. Strikeforce controlling both of the challengers with arm bars, some quick tags in between, quick spots as well, until Mr. Fuji catching the attention of referee Joey Morella, allowing Smash to pick Santana up in a hot shot-like maneuver. But as they head back towards the ropes, Smash going to run Tito right into a clothesline from Axe on the apron. I don't know if you remember the spot, but I wrote, great spot, and it gives the heels the offense. They take over here.
Yeah, I do remember that, actually. It's one of my favorite moves in the match, or one of my favorite parts, because if you look, and obviously you did, man, that clothesline from Axe was pretty stiff, dude.
It was stiff.
He forced him to the ground.
Yeah, he laid that in there.
There was no joke, but yeah, I do remember, man. That was a pretty sweet part.
Well, Demolition take over from there, and boy, do they ever, double teaming Tito Santana, driving him back into their corner, another WrestleMania card, as Axe tells Smash to give me the boot, ramming Santana into the boot of Smash. Jesse Ventura again sneaking in the obligatory, I bet Tito wishes he was back in Tijuana selling tacos line. Got to get that in. It's WrestleMania after all.
He's not from Tijuana, Jess.
He's not from Tijuana, Jess. Yeah, it's
the 80s. We can talk like that.
Well, he does. I remember prominently the WrestleMania 6 lines, about eating a bad burrito or however that went, and things that may have happened afterwards. Oh, I like that kind of food, Jess, but it doesn't like me. So, but we'll save that for WrestleMania 6, as this will continue for years. Tito was once asked, did it bother him that Jesse Ventura constantly made these jokes, referred to him only as Chico Santana? First of all, I got news for you guys. His real name's not Tito either. It's Merced. So I don't think he cares if he's Tito or Chico or anything in between. And actually, Tito's book is called Don't Call Me Chico. He puts Jesse Ventura over for doing all of this. He said it kept focal point on Tito. People, whether you felt bad for Tito or whether you popped for it or anything in between, Jesse Ventura was talking about Tito Santana, and that was the end game to get somebody over, guys. And so Tito understood that, as did most of the boys in the old times. Everybody now getting butthurt over everything you say. But yeah, I just thought that was cool. Don't Call Me Chico was the name of his book. And people thinking, well, didn't that bother you that he referred to you? No, it was great. It got me over.
Yeah, I mean, Tito's right. What's that saying? No publicity is bad publicity as long as they're talking about you. I don't know if that was right, but it's something along those lines. So, yeah, I mean, it was keeping the focal point on him. It was keeping him relevant. I mean, I would say thank you to Just, too, if he was always talking about me during my matches, good or bad.
At least he spent time talking about Tito rather than saying hi to Terry, Tyrell, and Jade again later in the show here. As Axe in control here with a driving power slam. Got to get a 2 count here on Santana. Gorilla even referring to the heels here as awesome. He says, they are awesome, Jess. So even Monsoon, the babyface announcer, he can't deny the heels as we see more cheating and choking behind the referee's back here by Demolition. Smash with a vertical suplex. Shout out to Gordon Soley. Going to get another near fall on Santana. But Smash verbally not happy with that stinking call. Slow count by the referee, says Smash, as Axe then back inside, telegraphing a backdrop, and Tito going to lower the boom with an elbow to the back of Axe's head. But Smash wisely coming in and dragging Santana back to the heel corner to prevent the hot tag. How wise of the Demolition tag team, showing they're more than just 2 big badasses that come in there and kick people's butt and tear them apart. They actually have some tag team skills here. I'm not going to call them Arn and Tully, but that was still a wise move. Smash going in and realizing, I can't allow this hot tag. We've got Tito in trouble, dragging Santana back to their corner.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe they weren't considered ring generals, but they're, maybe some ring sergeants or something very close to it. They know what's going on. They know how to win a tag team match.
Well,
I'll give them props for that.
We're going to have to wait and see here, not very much longer, to see if they can win the big one. As Axe briefly back on the offense, shooting Tito into the ropes, but Santana comes soaring back with the most beautiful of flying forearms. Great bump by Axe, great shot by Santana, but a shit crowd response, I noted here, as Tito makes that slow crawl to his corner, but nobody hit that flying forearm better, and I don't know that it was ever performed better than in this match right here. Great bump by, again, like I said, by Bill Eadie, Axe of Demolition, but what an awesome spot. The double down, both guys on the mat, looking for that hot tag as Santana, but were you a big fan of the flying forearm?
I mean, Chico can fly, and I remember that forearm from this match. I remember it from a couple Survivor Series eliminations. Yeah, I mean, his forearm, yes. I mean, he did it like no other. I'll give him props for that.
He found a hold that he can make look really good, and he stuck with it. So kudos to him for that. As both men down on the ground, Axe going to make the tag out first to partner Smash, but Tito finally making the hot tag to partner Rick Martel, and Ricky comes in a house of fire, taking both of the Demolition down, drop kicks for everyone, even a pair of French-Canadian hammers, I wrote. I mean, if Ivan Putski can have the Polish hammer, I suppose Martel can have his own version here. Why not? The French-Canadian hammer, double axe handles across the chest, kind of an odd move for Martel, but it's effective, taking both Demolition down, as Martel then looking for, yes, the Boston Crab applied on Demolition Smash, the same move that Martel used to make the Anvil submit to win the titles back in October. Allegedly submit, I should say. Anvil denies that to this day. But yeah, the Demolition are in trouble here. Smash and the Boston Crab. Will it be the same for Demolition here tonight? Will Smash submit?
I don't know. We're going to have to see. And I'm glad you threw that in about the Anvil, because I was about to come to his aid and say, hey, he never submitted.
Well, it was very odd. They hadn't used that move up until that match, so it made it even more weird when Neidhart submits.
Did they have a true tag finisher?
Well, Martel would whip the guy off, do a drop down. The guy would jump over Martel into a flying forearm often, but not every week. So that was as close as a double team move as they had. But they were trying to get over the Boston Crab there for a while, as well as the finish of the tag team, which again, kind of weird. But yeah, Rick Martel locking it in here. His finisher, we would know that as the model as well in future years. But Axe going to try to rush in and save his partner, but he's cut off by Tito Santana. Referee Joey Morella, though, going to back Tito up. And now Mr. Fuji up onto the apron as well. And it all breaks down from here. Santana rushing back across, blasting Axe with what appeared to be a second flying forearm. I don't know if he meant to do that or not, but Axe taking a bump out to the floor And now Santana going to go after manager Mr. Fuji over on the apron, hammering him down, driving his face. You referenced that. These managers continue to take a toll. Fuji getting his face driven down into the apron almost too many times for my taste. I almost started feeling bad for Fuji there as the referee trying to separate Tito from Fuji. Meanwhile, the devious one had sent the cane into the ring when Tito first blasted him. And behind the referee's back, Axe picking up the cane and with both hands driving it across the back of the neck of Rick Martel, who goes down hard. Smash rolling on top of Martel as Tito incidentally just happens to shove the referee down, and Morella lands right at the shoulders of Rick Martel on the mat, and the referee makes the 1, the 2, and the 3.
It's over. Here are your winners and new World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, Demolition.
History made here as part of WrestleMania 4 as Axe and Smash become the new World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions. I don't like the way it happened, though, Jack.
Well, you know, things do happen in there, Gorilla, and although it looked to be totally illegal, the referee didn't see it. The referee's decision is going to have to stand.
What do you mean looked to be totally illegal? The guy clobbered him with a cane, Jet.
That's what I said. It looked to be illegal.
However, it will stay in the record books.
So I'm going to show a little bias here and state that I am happy to say we have new WWF Tag Team Champions. Demolition get the win and the titles. Match goes 8 minutes and 1 second.
And I am happy to say the least. I kind of feel bad for Fuji. He did take a beating over there, but I think a lot of it was that Morella? Was he the referee?
Right.
The referee there, he kind of like, stayed knocked out for a little long. So Tito's over there just kicking Fuji in the head over and over. And then at one point just like picks him up and like slams his face into the mat and thinks he's done. And then he kind of looks over his shoulder and says, I guess I got to keep going because the referee's not counting yet.
Well, they hadn't got the spot. Yeah, they hadn't got the spot going. I feel
so he's over there just taking a beating, man.
Right. Yeah. So they just had to keep doing what they were doing because that was their position at the finish of the match, and it just went on far too long. I had a little sympathy there for Mr. Fuji. I've seen other people in the past point that out too, like, geez, how long is Tito just going to beat the crap out of Fuji over there? But he really had no option. That was where they needed to be in order to have Tito's back turned to the pinfall. Like you said, it took a little bit to get there. Nevertheless, we have new tag team champions, as Jesse says, even though it looked to be illegal. We heard that in the soundbite. Gorilla Monsoon confirming that we do indeed have new tag team champions. The decision will stand in the record books, says Gorilla. Demolition begin their first of 3 historic reigns as WWF tag team champions. But did you notice the finish, the pinfall? What a crowd reaction. Now, it wasn't WrestleMania 6 level or anything near that, but after being nearly dead, the crowd rised to their feet and let out a collective pop for the heel Demolition, winning the tag team gold. And heels didn't get responses like that, at least not that loud, and in unison, for that matter, back then. So it shows you just how over and how cool the Demolition tag team were. They transcended being a heel or a face.
Yeah, and I mean, less than a year later, we'll see what happens with that. You know what I mean? Because the crowd did kind of, I'm sure, have a part in that decision. But yeah, man, like WrestleMania 6, I know we're not talking about that right now, but one of the top 5 biggest pops I've ever seen in my life. And I've actually, been in arenas, when Stone Cold's glass shattered, and I'll give him that, man. Like, there's no other pop like that. But that Demolition pop at 6, amazing. And 4, I mean, there were fans like us in the arena, apparently, because, we liked Demolition back when they were still, heels, and apparently some other people thought they were cool as well. So I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, I feel like they transcended that heel and face genre. They were just there. They were just cool, right? It was cool to like Demolition. They were cool. They looked cool. They kicked ass. I mean, they were one of the first badass tag teams. Obviously everybody's going to throw to the Road Warriors first, but Demolition, and a lot of people call them roadie ripoffs. I never looked at it like that as a kid. Yeah, they both had some spikes. Yeah, they both had some paint, but very different styles in the ring and very different looks overall. So I always loved Demolition. Axe and Smash here getting their first of 3 title wins. kudos to that. I'm looking forward to covering that for the remainder of 1988. But this was sort of a resurgence for Bill Eadie, who plays Axe. He was formerly the Masked Superstar, and a whole new level of over for Barry Darsow, the former Crusher Khrushchev here. And by this point in Strikeforce's reign, they just become, I don't know if I want to call it stale, but they were just there. You know, WWF hadn't really done them any favors. They didn't really do anything. Lots of rematches with the Harts on the house shows, but nothing really going on TV for them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wasn't watching TV, like live TV, you know, watching them back in these times. But I will say, like, as an adult, even now watching it, I could see why, you know, maybe they didn't last. I love Rick Martel, you know, Tito. I'll give him, you know, he's worthy of, you know, his own, you know, respect in the ring. But to me, they're almost just like plain. Like, if I could say that, I don't know what I mean by like cookie cutter, average athletic guys, and it's just like that didn't get over for me anyway.
And you talk about the cookie cutter. We've talked about the cookie cutter promos of the Young Stallions, the Killer Bees, the Rougeau brothers. They're all the same team. Maybe a little different. The Rougeaus are French Canadian. The Killer Bees have striped trunks. They gave them masks at some point to kind of differentiate them a little bit. But at the end of the day, the promos are the same. Hey, we're good guys, and we're going to do the best we can as good guys. And it was kind of more the same with Strikeforce as well. You know, they didn't have that additional heat. They didn't feel like world beaters when they were cutting promos. And I dare say the Bulldogs, I mean, outside of some steroids and a British accent, they too kind of would have fell in that line. But between Dynamite being able to take a few bumps and Davey Boy's insane strength, I mean, they certainly were leaps and bounds, I think, above all the other baby faces here as far as being different. But at the same time, it's just a lot of the same here right now in the WWF in regards to the babyface teams. Now, that's going to change very soon. We've already talked about the Hitman earlier in the Battle Royal. Hart Foundation, yeah, they're going to be on again, off again, but they will be a tag team more often than not over the next several years as babyfaces. We know the Rockers are coming in the month of May, so things are going to change here. Some of these other teams better step up or they're not going to be here much longer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, man. The Rockers. Let's just get us to Survivor Series 88, man, and then we'll talk again.
Oh, man.
I kid, of course. But no, man, I'm really looking forward to it. Like you said, a lot of tag team. There's going to be a lot changing in that environment, and I'm looking forward to it, man.
And just some quick context, Jesse, before you depart this show. From the Demolition themselves here, Smash has stated that they were told maybe just a couple weeks before the pay-per-view that they were actually getting the straps here, which was commonplace back in the day. They didn't really give you a heads up months in advance of their plans, but certainly you saw it coming. Even the babyface announcers, Vince McMahon, Gorilla Monsoon on TV week after week, putting Demolition over, even worrying for Strikeforce, who were the champions, but they seemed like the underdogs heading into this as far as commentary would have suggested on television all the way leading up to the pay-per-view. And even here, yes, they cheated to win, but they still won the match. They beat Strikeforce in their very first outing against one another. And while Smash had mentioned that, Axe had talked about the finish with the cane because it looked a little stiff there. Now, if you go back, guys, and watch it, you can visibly see Axe essentially trying to break the cane over the back of Rick Martel there, using one hand on each end of the cane, trying to bend it, break it. And you can tell he was putting some force into the cane, but it just wouldn't break. And Axe had stated the cane was meant to break there, which would have made for a great visual for the title change. But instead of using their typical old canes, which were more dried out and ready to break, ready to crack, they were stuck with a brand new cane and it wouldn't break at all, wouldn't budge. So Axe stating that when he whacked Martel with it, well, it didn't feel so good for Ricky.
That's a cool little tidbit. I didn't know that, about the Demolition finding out just a couple of weeks before. I didn't know about the cane was supposed to break. I guess that would have been a better visual. But yeah, man, that wasn't like your typical working hit with the cane there.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't the old baseball bat.
You could tell
swing.
he followed through. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. He tried to
put some oomph into it.
Yeah. He tried to force the cane through the body of Rick Martel, but also rather than taking that baseball swing that everybody takes when they hit you with the old cane gimmick, he has his hand on opposite ends, trying to force it, like I said, through the body of Martel there. But the decision stands, Jess. We have brand new WWF Tag Team Champions. Looking forward to talking all about that in the weeks and months to come. It's Demolition.
Go Demos, baby.
The Demos will get you. As that's going to finish it up here, man. I appreciate you coming back on the show and closing out another great segment of matches here. Macho Man advancing to the finals, going to be taking on the $1 Million Man in just a couple minutes here on the Grenade Show. We're going to finally find out who the undisputed WWF champion will be. But in the meantime, we've seen our first of two now guaranteed title changes as Demolition win the tag team gold. We know we're going to see new heavyweight champion, whether it will be the Macho Man or Ted DiBiase. Again, just a few minutes away from finding out. But man, I appreciate it. And I thought I picked a pretty good spot on the show for you. We were both huge Demolition fans growing up, one of our favorite teams of all time. And I'm just happy you were here to kind of go back and enjoy this with me.
Oh, yeah, man. I hope you're going to put the Demolition theme music on this show before that match or something, man. You have to do it. I'm not telling you what to do, but I would love to hear it when I listen back. But, yeah, man, anytime I could get on here and talk about Demolition, any of those guys, this was my favorite era by far. It's always a pleasure, man. Anything I could do to just jump on and, contribute any way I can and relive the good old days, man. I love doing it.
Yeah, and we're getting so close to that really familiar roster that me and you used to play with our G.I. Joes and things of that nature back in the day, because right around the corner in the next couple months, it's the Big Boss Man, it's the Rockers. By the fall, Arn and Tully are going to be here. The Blue Blazers headed in. We've got so many familiar names heading in that's going to be here for the next several years, including Mr. Perfect. Even the Red Rooster going to be making his way in here. So lots of familiar names right around the corner just after WrestleMania 4. Even Sean Mooney in the Event Center about to make its debut. So it's going to be a fun time after WrestleMania 4. I know you're going to be listening to those shows very carefully. Lots of great promos and memories that we have for that. But, man, I just appreciate you taking the time out to being a part of both parts 1 and part 2 of the WrestleMania 4 review.
Anytime, brother. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, that was another fun time, and I knew he'd put over our love for Demolition. Congratulations once again, I might add, to the brand new WWF Tag Team Champions. And speaking of the demos, we get our final WrestleMania soundbite, another Coliseum video exclusive here. Craig DeGeorge standing by with Mr. Fuji in the brand new WWF Tag Team Champions, Axe and Smash, Demolition.
All right, thank you. The Tag Team Championship changes hands at WrestleMania 4, Mr. Fuji, to your delight.
Excellent. All the hot training Axe Smash did, it pays off. It pays off well. Now we are the new WWF Tag Team Champions. That's right, because Master Fuji wanted it. What Master Fuji wants, he gets. And we're the ones that produce. We're the ones that show him. We're the champions.
A team of destiny. You know and everybody else knows. This was the first meeting between Demolition and Strikeforce. We told you, Strikeforce, you couldn't hide forever. All you had to do was put your name on the dotted line, put the gold belts up, and we'll take care of the rest. Well, you signed the contract. That was your first mistake. The second was getting in the ring. But we took care of everything else. We won the match. You'll do the trying, but we're still the champions, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Boy, Craig's voice, just ridiculous. Had to be a rib to force this out here. Force Craig to conduct all these interviews. I wrote, where's Lord Alfred when you need him? But we hear Smash utter those very familiar words that we will come to know over the next many months. What Master Fuji wants, Master Fuji gets. And in their very first meeting with Strikeforce, the Demolition win the titles. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The epic first reign of Demolition begins. But we've still got one more championship match in us here tonight, believe it or not, guys. Match number 16 on the docket. And we are finally here. It's time for the final match in the WWF Championship Tournament. Randy Macho Man Savage taking on the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. And in order to do this historical moment proper justice, going to bring back Jammie Ward one more time to close out the night. Jammie, are you ready for the finals of the WWF title tournament?
I am ready to rumble, Ray. Let's do it.
Well, here
we are. I can't say that. That's copyrighted, isn't it?
Copyright, yeah. I don't even know. Oh, I might have to edit that out. As we are finally here, guys, 40 hours later, but we finally made it to the finals of the WWF title tournament. featuring the Macho Man, Randy Savage, with the lovely Miss Elizabeth taking on the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, with no Virgil. But more on that in just a little bit, guys. As we see right now, the presenter of the WWF title belt, the lifestyles of the rich and famous Robin Leach, prancing out, showing off the new Winged Eagle WWF title belt on a red velvet display, which would have been made for a great debut here at WrestleMania, a brand new championship, a new design for a new champion, a new era. It made sense, Jamie. Would have been awesome. But, brother, that doesn't work for me, dude. Hulk Hogan just had to be the first one to wear this fucking belt. So he actually wore this to the ring at the main event, knowing he was going to lose it 10 minutes later. I presume just so he could say that he wore it first. To quote the gorilla, what a piece of work.
As one-time gorilla is correct. I shouldn't say that. I'm a Gorilla Monsoon guy too. More Jesse, but
I love Gorilla.
But I like Gorilla. You know, the catch is when Gorilla did the Spectrum Wrestling with Dick Graham.
Yeah.
I despised it because he replaced my man Cal Rudman.
Killer Cal, back to the interviews, doing the interviews.
Killer Cal, him and Dick Graham were my home team.
I think Killer Cal signed his own demise for various reasons, but that's just my theory.
Yeah, but that's another story for another day. I didn't like Monsoon when he took over there, but when he became a lead announcer for like the Wrestling Challenge, and a lot of these other house shows, I enjoyed Gorilla, and I liked them all the way up the rest of the way. As I told you before, I got my first ever tickets through Gorilla Monsoon.
Right? Yeah.
I always liked them. I just didn't like them replacing my man Cal Rudman.
I get that. Yeah. I got to tell you, man, Cal Rudman was quite the character, and had the whole music industry, at his fingertips. But yeah, it's the Dick Graham Cal Rudman duo. They would have been interesting. Maybe we could have got a B-roll. That would have been nice if there would have been like a secondary commentary team. We could have flown them in and had them do a match here at WrestleMania 4. That would have been something else. Maybe put Bob Uecker in there with them. I don't even know what would have happened. As speaking of the Uke, out next is the guest ring announcer. It is Mr. Baseball Bob Uecker. Poor Bob never did find Vanna, but it won't be long now, Jamie. If only had thought of this 3 hours ago. Just introduce her, Uke. As out next, he does introduce the guest timekeeper, the lovely Vanna White, who was surrounded by security down that. Did you see the security? I mean, Elizabeth had security, but Vanna really had security here on the way to the ring.
Yeah, they were taking no chances of anybody reaching out and causing a wardrobe malfunction on Vanna.
Yeah, everyone making sure to greet the Donald. Did you notice Robin Leach, Bob Uecker, Vanna White, everybody before they got in the ring, they had to go over and greet Donald Trump.
Well, it was his Trump Plaza, kind of.
Kind of. Yeah, I wonder, you think they were obviously told to do that. As Vanna White, though, with a nice kiss on the cheek of Uecker, who sells it with a very bashful glow, may have even made a mess on himself based on his physical orgasmic response, but just great sell job by Uecker. But he finally meets Vanna. He finally gets his kiss. All is right in the world, Jamie. The 3 storylines everyone came for here tonight. We got the return of Matilda. Bob Uecker finally meets Vanna White. And now the big one. We're about to crown the brand new, undisputed WWF champion.
All 3 of them dealt with hot women. Vanna White, Matilda, and Elizabeth.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Ivana Trump. But no, she left after the beefcake match. She finally had enough. I guess Donald let her slide for the remainder of the night because she never returns, not even for the title belt match. Unbelievable. As we see the $1 Million Man make his way down to the ring, no Virgil in sight after that suplex on the floor, but DiBiase instead, once again accompanied by his hired gun, Andre the Giant, which could spell danger for the Macho Man and Elizabeth. Because remember, guys, it was Andre ringside that played a big part in DiBiase beating Savage by countout at the recent Saturday night's main event. And a countout here would give Ted the title.
Right. Ted doesn't have to get to 1, 2, 3.
So fun little story that they told us at Saturday night's main event that we didn't even think was useful, but here it is. It all goes together. Out next, though, is indeed the Macho Man, along with the lovely Liz in matching white attire for their 4th and final entrance of the night. As Gorilla again reminds us that this is, in fact, a happening, Jamie.
Definitely happening. And Elizabeth is in her number 2 favorite outfit for myself.
I'm going to go along with you. I'm right with you on these numbering these outfits.
Blue was number 1, white was number 2.
I'm going to go with black number 3 just because it was black, kind of cool. And then we'll put pink in last place.
Pink
I wasn't really I didn't really care for the pink one. But I don't know why we're discussing that. We'll leave that for Joan Rivers. And the referee here, the same reason this whole thing started. So we talked about Joey Morella reffing the Hogan-Andre match. The referee here sticks out to me even more. It's Dave Hebner. At least let's hope this is Dave Hebner, right? Because it could be Earl or the imposter Hebner. Wouldn't it have been something if they did the twin Hebner spot here again at WrestleMania? I mean, seriously, who booked Dave Hebner into this match?
Even my dad, who didn't watch every single week, but knew what was going on, said, wait a minute, isn't that the same referee that screwed Hogan out of the title to begin with?
Now, let me put some context on you for this, Jamie, really quick, too, because you might not know this. By WrestleMania here, based on the video footage they were showing, they're trying to hide the fact that the twin Hebner angle ever even took place. The story they're telling by this point is, well, a referee was paid off. So they're not even saying it was a Hebner. But you'd have to think they should at least look into things, right? It could have been Dave, but yeah. But I don't know if you were finished with your father's story. I do apologize, but I wanted to let you know.
No, I was just going to say, even my dad picked up, wait a minute, this was the guy that was in the ring, whether it was the one that got pulled out or the one that was in there originally. If it is the one that got pulled out, why are you taking that chance again? My dad picked up on this. So not great idea of who to put as the referee here. They probably would have been better off throwing Pat Patterson in there, like WrestleMania 1.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, yeah, good call.
Or having some kind of special guest referee for the match.
Right. Well, the only thing I can come up with is the story goes that Randy Savage loved Dave Hebner as a referee. He loved his count. There was a great authority to the way his hand slapped the mat. And Savage was the one that requested Hebner be the referee in the Dragon match at WrestleMania 3. So the only thing I can come up with here is maybe he made that request again. Whether it makes sense or not, having Dave Hebner involved in this one. It's the only thing I can come up with. As the bell sounds, and away we go. Quick collar and elbow tie-up, sees DiBiase back Savage into the corner and look for a cheap shot, but the Macho Man blocking it and delivering an elbow between the eyes of the $1 Million Man. As Teddy stumbles back, though, Macho coming after him, but is immediately tripped up by Andre the Giant on the floor. I wrote, wow, right out of the gate. We see how this one's going to go.
Well, we know this isn't going to be, and I knew, because we were approaching the 4-hour mark here, it wasn't going to go a 30-minute Ricky Steamboat match here, but we knew it was going to be pretty quick. And you got to get the mandatory spots in as soon as you can.
Well, they did tease at the beginning of the show when they announced the time limits for the tournament that the finals would be to a positive finish, no time limit. But again, like you said, it wasn't going to be a 30-minute match with Ricky Steamboat, because, well, nowadays we know that pay-per-views and closed circuit are blocked off by the hour or the quarter hour even. And of course, it was slated to go 4 hours. But also, I'm pretty sure that this is not the place to do a 30-minute match right now at the end of this event. I don't care how good it is.
While, myself and everybody else where I was came back to life during this match. Most people were either standing on their feet or, cheering and everything. There were a lot of tired people. That was forced adrenaline by that point.
Yeah.
It was a long night.
But, the story being told right now is right out of the gate, Andre the Giant interfering, tripping the Macho Man just seconds into the match, letting you know that that's going to happen time and time again. As Dave Hebner, he didn't see the interference, but he warns Andre anyway, as the crowd already getting wise to this, beginning to chant, Hogan, Hogan. Many fans even standing up and looking towards the aisleway, but no Hulkster. I wrote, F him, dude. So this crowd already trying to tell the story of things to come.
Yeah, we all knew what was going to happen. Most fans in there knew exactly how this match was going to end. Even my dad knew how this match was going to end.
Well, I wrote, let's get the focus back on the Macho Man, as clearly the fans, Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder, can clearly already see what's coming around the corner, and including your father, the casual fan. As Macho and DiBiase going to trade hammerlocks from here, Savage landing a shoulder tackle is Macho off the ropes a second time, where he is again tripped up by Andre the Giant. as DiBiase trying to take advantage but missing an elbow drop, Macho Man popping up off the mat, threatening Andre as the fans once again chant for Hulk Hogan. DiBiase, though, finally gaining control, left-handed clothesline, barely gets him a 2. Then Teddy, looking for a sunset flip? Just looked really weird watching the $1 Million Man trying to perform a sunset flip here, a heel with a sunset flip spot, but Savage, he blocks it with a fist to the bridge of his $1 Million nose.
Yeah, but DiBiase was, and he always proclaimed he was a great wrestler.
I'm not denying that. I love DiBiase wrestling.
He would know all this stuff. In other words, what I'm trying to say is it would be unrealistic for him to do a sunset flip, even though it is usually a babyface move and not a heel move.
Well, we've seen heels try it, or at least try that pinfall roll through, and the babyface blocks it. So I'm not saying it's never happened. I just don't believe I've ever seen DiBiase do this in the heel roll, and it just looked very vulnerable. But it was a great spot for where it was at in the matchup. It's Macho's turn now to land a clothesline, which gets him a near fall on a 2 count. Is DiBiase going to back off? Discussing strategy now with Andre the Giant over in the corner. And the talk, it apparently works. Is DiBiase back on top? But only briefly. Is Macho Man going to duck a clothesline and land a running elbow before landing a patented leap over the top rope and the big neck snap? Always loved that spot. But the bump here, tremendous from DiBiase. Randy Savage grabbing DiBiase by his hair, running across the ring, leaping over the top rope, dropping DiBiase, neck snap across the top rope. DiBiase taking an awesome backflip bump. I wrote tremendous.
This is why DiBiase should have been NWA champion and UWF champion and WWF champion.
Oh my God, DiBiase is a babyface or heel. He was great at both. You know, I mean, I've been covering his babyface run with Roman in the UWF right now, but man, I mean, you can't deny his heel run either. And just underestimated is DiBiase in regards to what, not his wrestling ability, but his bumping ability as well.
I felt like I was the only person in the crowd rooting for DiBiase in this match.
Wow, okay.
The crowd was solidly into Macho Man.
Well, admittedly, as was I. I was a big Macho Man fan, at least during this period. Not so much the Macho King era, but that's another story for another day. As Savage quickly rushing back in with a big high knee, sending the $1 Million Man going over the top rope and out to the feet of Andre the Giant on the opposite side. Macho going to try to capitalize, immediately climbing to the top rope, looking for that patented flying double axe handle out to the floor. But this is a great sight here. We see Andre the Giant standing in the way of Ted DiBiase, basically daring Savage to jump off the top rope. Andre's body working as a protective shield for the $1 Million Man. And Macho Man going to think the wiser and climb down, but great storytelling here.
Yeah, Andre's a much better bodyguard than Virgil.
Yeah, totally eclipsing Ted DiBiase.
Right, and even though we know that Andre's not in the best of health here, that's still an intimidating sight. If you want to look at it kind of in real life, you want to come off and jump down, and here's this 7'4" guy in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just think about it for a minute. Andre's standing there daring, telling Savage, come on. And even the Macho Man, the crazy, wild Macho Man says, maybe not, brother, As a Savage going to climb down, but he finally has enough of all of Andre's interference. Now, mind you, the Giant did nothing illegal by simply standing there, but Macho has had enough of all the chicanery, and he goes over and speaks with manager Elizabeth up on the apron. And just like that, off she goes, running in her high heels. God bless her. Elizabeth apparently heading back to the locker room. But I found this funny as Elizabeth, she doesn't even get all the way down the ring steps before the crowd begins popping. They already know what's coming next. And we've seen it twice before. We saw it in October, and we saw it more recently just a few weeks ago on Saturday night's main event on NBC, but we'll save that for those who don't know. It's coming in just a couple minutes. You know what? Let me ask you, what did you and your dad think when Elizabeth went running backstage? Did you know what was coming next?
My dad knew what was coming next.
Okay, well, I knew it was a foolish question, but I had to ask anyway. It seemed like the entire crowd knew what was coming next, and it wasn't even when Elizabeth started going up the aisle. I mean, literally, she hadn't even came all the way down the steps, and the crowd was already popping. Like, they knew what was going to happen now. As meanwhile, in the action, DiBiase attacking Savage from behind, planning him with a trifecta of awesome $1 Million fist drops. I always love those. The fans again chanting for Hogan, Hogan, as Gorilla and Jesse have to pretend they're the only ones in the arena that have no clue where Elizabeth went. But it doesn't take long to find out, guys, as mere seconds later, Elizabeth returns. with Hulk Hogan by her side. As the fans do erupt, Jamie, lots of noise here for the Hulkster.
Oh, it was deafening in the convention hall when Hogan came out. Whether we like Hogan or not, big picture from what we know about him, Hogan was still over in 1988.
Oh, yeah, I'm not blind to that. I'm not somebody that dislikes something and tells my own version of it. I can sit here and put somebody over all day for what they've... You got to understand, I don't know how many people I've had to defend Hulk Hogan to online, and it kills me because you've got me defending Hulk Hogan, but, there's some people just delusional as to what he did for the business. Even Dave Meltzer is going to tell you what he did for the business. But, there's just some people that just see things their way, and that's just the way it is, whether it's fact or not. But I see what you're saying here. I'm not a Hulkamaniac, but I can see what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, the way I wanted this tournament to work out when I saw the seeding and everything, and yes, I heard the leak of Savage winning, or DiBiase originally winning, then they changed it to Savage. But I was hoping that when we got to One Man Gang and Savage in the previous round, that both of them would get counted out.
Oh my God! What a fart! What heel heat!
DiBiase exactly would back his way in to the championship without ever actually beating someone to get it.
Wow! Yeah, that would have been. I don't know how that classic booking.
That's what
I
was hoping for. But I was an amateur booker in my early 20s, and I still am today in my late 50s.
Well, we're gonna close out the show at that point with Demolition and Strike Force. If that's, oh my goodness. But yeah, maybe. Well, Uecker wouldn't even have never found Vanna White if that was the case. Poor Uecker. That's the worst part of it all.
That's a good point. Maybe they would have found each other backstage earlier.
It's possible. As Hulk Hogan now arrives ringside, pulling himself up a chair, foreshadowing things to come. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't stop by to say hi to Donald Trump like everybody else who's come out here. But the Hulkster going to be a good little boy and merely watch on as a spectator, at least for now. As Hogan going to ham up his return to the ring, DiBiase inside the ring working a chin lock and then hammering away on the Macho Man. DiBiase looks bothered, though, by the Hulkster's arrival, as does Andre the Giant, who is standing across the ring on the opposite side. And speaking of the Giant, as DiBiase distracts referee Dave Hebner, Andre going to pull the Macho Man out to the apron in hopes to work him over. But around comes Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster running full force around the ring, blasting Andre with a hard forearm shot to save the Macho Man, who is then able to climb back inside the ring. But DiBiase cuts Savage back off with a clothesline and an elbow drop, getting himself a 2 count in the process. The $1 Million Man stays on top, vertical suplex, gut-wrench suplex. Also both get DiBiase a couple of 2 counts. Teddy then going up to the top rope, but he's met by Randy Savage, who slams him off. And the Macho Man immediately rushing to the top rope, looking to hit that quick, patented flying elbow drop. This is the same sequence he used to beat Butch Reed in the first round. Slams DiBiase off, goes straight up top for the elbow, but DiBiase rolling out of the way. The Macho Man misses the elbow. You don't see that every day. Not just Macho missing the elbow, but a heel rolling out of the way.
Yeah, well, that's to give, DiBiase respect that he's a thinky man.
Yeah, definitely gives him more credibility as a main eventer by being able to do such a thing, because we just did not see that very often. DiBiase, though, with Savage down, waiting for the Macho Man to get up, and the $1 Million Man locking in his brand new finisher, debuting it here today, the Cobra Clutch Hold, which he aptly calls the $1 Million Dream. As they get close to the ropes with the hold, Macho Man may have a chance to catch a break, grab hold of that top rope, but Andre getting involved, swatting Savage away, getting the attention of Dave Hebner. And while Hebner argues with the Giant, Hulk Hogan, oh man, gonna sneak in from behind with the steel chair, brother, and blasting it across the back of the $1 Million Man. Down goes DiBiase. Needless to say, Teddy immediately releasing the $1 Million Dream, collapsing to the mat. Both men now down as the Hulkster slyly scoots back out of the ring and rests his arms and chin on the apron as if he's done nothing wrong. I wrote, typical Hulk Hogan. I feel like this isn't far off from the real persona of Terry Bollea.
The highlight of the broadcast was Jesse going off on him after he does this. I told you, Monsoon.
Oh, yeah, just classic Jesse. I mean, if Hogan ever gave him any reason, to tell it like it was, this was certainly it. I can't say unprovoked. We've seen Andre do some things during this match, but at this point in time, Hogan taking advantage with Hebner's back turn, blasting DiBiase with a steel chair, a little revenge from earlier tonight, I guess. And with both men down, it looks like the Macho Man, the first to begin to stir. Again, Savage making the ascension to the top rope. And this time, he delivers it. It connects. Yes, the patented flying elbow drop onto the $1 Million Man. And the Macho Man making the cover. He gets the 1, the 2, and the 3. We have a brand new, undisputed WWF champion, the Macho Man, Randy Savage. Match goes 9 minutes and 17 seconds.
And it was a good 9 minutes and 17 seconds.
That wasn't bad.
For the first time in my life, I got to see a new champion crown live.
And you got to see a full tournament. You got to see a little bit of everything.
And I got to see a full tournament, a great tag team match. I got to see the Honky Tonk Man.
Matilda's return. Come on, don't forget the reason you went.
I love me some Matilda.
Okay.
She was my number 2 female for the evening. Elizabeth, Matilda, and Vanna.
Okay. What about Peggy Sue? Where does she fit in there?
I like Peggy Sue, too. But
I'm a Peggy Sue fan myself.
Actually, I think Sherry looked better with the wig than without the wig.
I'm going to go with that. Although some of her costumes without the wig were far better. Randy Savage scoring the win, the brand new WWF champion. And, of course, it's the Hulkster, not Robin Leach. I don't even know what they brought him out here for. Hulk Hogan presenting Randy Savage with the championship belt. So last year, it was Randy Savage losing his Intercontinental title at WrestleMania III in that history-making classic confrontation against Ricky Steamboat. Fast forward 1 year later, and history did indeed beckon the Macho Man as he captures his first WWF Championship belt. Congrats go out to the Macho Man as the Hulkster comes in with his chair to fend off the disgruntled heels at ringside. And then Hulk gonna celebrate with a brand new power couple of Randy and Liz, holding their hands high, Elizabeth with tears of joy in her eye. Overwhelmed with the entire story here, I would have to think. Her real-life husband capturing the world title.
3 years after making $35 a night in Memphis. Life is good.
Yeah, and I don't know the story. I've been covering that.
Maybe $50 a night.
Well, you're being kind, I think. But yeah, absolutely. Randy Savage not even on TV right now in the Memphis territory in '85. So I don't know what the hell was going on right before he came. But he made a good call, and he made a good jump here to New York, I'd have to say. Like you said, who would have known 3 years later he'd be not only in the main event of WrestleMania, but the WWF champion, the man who replaces Hulk Hogan, at least for a year.
Yeah, and if I couldn't have DiBiase as champion, I had no problem with Macho Man winning the belt here.
So Hogan comes in, and I'll give him this much credit, though. He had to make the grand entrance for the match. He had to be involved in the finish. He had to hand the belt over to the Macho Man. But at least during the introduction, Fink's intro of Savage as the new WWF champion, at least Hulk left the ring for a minute to allow Savage to bask in the ambiance, so to speak.
I'm sure Vince had to tell him to jump out of the ring for that moment also.
I believe so. I'm totally, this was not a Hogan decision, I don't think, because he literally jumps out of the ring. As soon as Fink makes the announcement, back comes Hulk Hogan to celebrate with the Macho Man hoisting the manager, lovely Elizabeth, up onto the shoulder of Randy Savage in a true sign of affection and appreciation for his lovely valet. A memorable picture in wrestling history as we conclude WrestleMania IV.
And that's the beginning of the Mega Powers.
It is indeed. Well, technically, they formed many months ago, but this is really, we heard the term Mega Powers a few times, but this is truly where they really form. This is where they become a unit.
Right, and by the end of the year, we're going to get...
Lust in the Eyes?
Yeah, we're going to get Lust in the Eyes. Yes, we're going to get the match... No, that's a year away. Never mind. I thought we were getting a match in the movie, but that's an 89. I'm jumping way ahead.
Well, that's okay. I hope to get there someday.
But this is the beginning of Lust in the Eyes.
Well, things here, originally the story goes DiBiase was supposed to get the WWF title, and it didn't really go as initially planned. I'd say that this was much better, a better decision for everyone, however. So I got to say thank you to the Honky Tonk Man who kind of started this entire domino effect. But think about it, Jamie. Last year, this time, DiBiase was in the quickly failing UWF promotion, getting ready to be owned by Crockett promotion. Fast forward, though, a year later, and he's in the main event of WrestleMania IV. I'd say whether he won the title or not, he's a winner either way.
Yeah, all thanks to the American Dream, baby, not being a Ted DiBiase man.
Well, we've known that for many years, at least going back to 1981.
Maybe even 1980, as we kind of
very,
investigated.
very possible. But I'd say their match at Saturday night's main event just a month prior was better. From a wrestling standpoint, a much better match. And they'll continue to have matches, fun matches, throughout the course of the spring and summer here, DiBiase and Savage. This was so loaded up, though. It was like a dog and pony show. Lots of shenanigans going on with Hulk and Andre. Like you said, we knew it wasn't going to go long, so it was what it was. And they told a story. They didn't have time to do a whole lot of wrestling here. Great bumping by DiBiase, though. And kudos to Randy Savage. Great sell job. And the Mega Power storyline, like you said, it really kicks off right now. And even though Hogan's about to go away, we'll have this visual of these three in the ring etched in our memory banks for the months to come.
Yeah, but we're going to get, this goes to SummerSlam, correct?
We'll get the tag team match.
With the tag team match, okay.
Yes.
And Jesse can't believe he saw Elizabeth in a swimsuit.
Well, hey, man, it was you take what you can get back there in 1988. Worked
Very
for me.
true.
But wow, man, it took a while, but we finally got there. I mean, 4-hour event and then 7 hours here on the show. But we got a brand new WWF champion, the Macho Man Randy Savage, as Gorilla Monsoon concludes this epic event by mentioning that he has goosebumples, Jess, up and down his back.
Well, he is a gorilla after all, so he can't have, goose pimples.
I guess not. But yeah, what a way to close the show, the Macho Man. What a visual, Randy Savage, to get that still photo of Savage hoisting Elizabeth up on his shoulder to celebrate, Hulk Hogan pointing to the new power couple of the Macho Man and Liz. What a fun night overall here at WrestleMania IV. You got to take the good with the bad. If I could eliminate a few things to make this thing a little longer, a little shorter, I would. But in all, making this a two-parter, it's been a fun time. Part 1 flew by. I went back and listened to it, got a lot of great feedback about it. Had one of the patrons say, fastest 4 hours of his life. He really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I like these shows that we put on anyway, Jamie, but I got to say, I thoroughly enjoyed the first part, and I know we're going to enjoy this one too when it comes out later this week.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I enjoyed hearing Gene Jackson, who exactly wasn't raised on the WWF, giving his opinions on some of the stuff. And then your brother was just awesome. I love hearing guys that are just real wrestling fans giving their opinions on what's going on.
Yeah, it's always fun. I mean, he knows how things operate, but he's also just a really big fan, and we can always go back to our memories together, collective memories of the Ultimate Warrior or Demolition or just any of the talent, really, and some of the things that we recall. So it's always fun getting all these different takes and things. And, of course, you being there front and center for this event made it all the more special. Jamie, want to thank you again for being a part for both parts of the WrestleMania IV review.
As I always say, Ray, it's my honor, my pleasure to be on with you anytime.
And wow, what a fun night in general, guys. Got to thank Jammie Ward, Gene Jackson. Got to thank my brother Jesse for joining us once again this time around. Part 2 of the WrestleMania IV review. I didn't want to refer to this as the definitive edition, much like WrestleMania 3. But I feel like after we broke it down, I think, yeah, we can call this the definitive edition of WrestleMania IV, the review. Because I don't think we left any stone unturned. Lots of great feedback last time around. Hope you guys enjoyed this one too, but we're not done yet. As we conclude the pay-per-view, we're going to go off to a little segment I like to call Break It Down.
Break it down!
All right, we're going to be breaking down the match results here because we walked in with a potential 18 matches. Now we wind up getting 16 of those. Of course, 2 buys in the tournament. And in the Battle Royal, I guess you could call it a screw job, but it's a Battle Royal. There really are no rules. There really are no friends. Now that leaves the remaining 15 matches on the show. 9 of them feature pinfalls, which means 6 of them end in schmozzes. That means 40% of the show ended in non-finishes, disqualifications, countouts, and that epic draw. Then analyzing the show, only 2 of the first 8 matches featured clean finishes, and 2 of the last 8 matches featured clean finishes. So once again, eliminating the Battle Royal, with also featured some chicanery. Looking at the 15 quote-unquote normal matches on the show, only 4 of the 15 matches featured clean finishes. Basically a quarter of the entire card. So needless to say, this was peak Vince McMahon refusing to allow people to do jobs, even on pay-per-view, even at WrestleMania. But you gotta figure 16 matches over 3 hours and 45 minutes, give or take. That averages out to 14 minutes a segment. And you factor in all the backstage interviews, the intermission, the Hogan Andre video, Jesse Ventura posing, Rick Rude and Jake getting 20 minutes of TV time. It comes to even less than that for the remainder of the card. Maybe, at best, 12 minutes per segment. So at least it wasn't like they were having any long drawn-out segments. It's more just there were so many. As I offer you now my closing thoughts on the entire WrestleMania IV event. Granted, it was a long and at times tedious show to get through, and it can be draining watching anything that runs 4 hours straight through. This was no different, guys, and I'm not going to lie to you. It took me 4 sittings to get through the entire show while I was taking notes and doing research. And at the end of those 4 sessions, I was tapped out each and every time. Now, much like Jammie, I thought the tournament format sounded good on paper. But to me, many of the matches in the tournament lacked proper backstory to generate any heat, like, say, a Muraco Bravo in the first round. Now, the crowd, well, they didn't help matters, of course. Still not happy with that whole high roller thing, but at the same time, the booking didn't always give the fans a reason to help matters. So while that whole high roller thing around ringside hurt the fan reaction overall, I thought the fans, they still made enough noise to know that they were real fans out there, real wrestling fans out there as well. And you can call me biased, but I'll never really completely dump on this show, as lots of big things happened here. And it takes place in the midst of the Hulkamania era. Honestly, it's the beginning of that 88 through 1990 stretch of familiarity with a lot of the same talent and that upgrade in production. Walking into this, we were guaranteed 1 new champion tonight, and we wound up with 2. Brand new tag team champions Demolition, and of course a new era for the WWF Championship with the Macho Man Randy Savage and the lovely Miss Elizabeth here in 1988, leaving the Honky Tonk Man right now the longest reigning champion for some time to come here. As Hulk Hogan, for all intents and purposes, now off to film No Holds Barred, so his appearances here on WWF TV will be sporadic at best until later this summer. In the WWF, they were never accused of having the greatest quote-unquote wrestling shows, but the emotions were there as they told the story of the Macho Man fighting his way through all the adversity. And let us not forget the true MVPs of this show, not just the Macho Man and the lovely Liz, but how about the amazing commentary all night long from Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse Ventura? I'd say there's more memorable lines out of this show from Gorilla and Jesse than maybe any of the events they've ever done. And then factor in Bob Uecker. The Ueck returns and knocks it out of the park once again. If Ueck hit a home run at WrestleMania III, this was surely a grand slam at WrestleMania IV. And as I finish reminiscing, I got to go back through the different times in my life watching this show. As a kid, I loved it. 4 hours of WWF wrestling? You can't beat that. Now, as a teenager, I'd skip through the tape a little. Maybe a little Rude Jake, fast forward a little Hulk Andre. And as an adult, I avoided this show because after the Battle Royal, I found myself turning it off more often than not, to be honest with you, because I knew there was another 3.5 hours before the big payoff. So yes, to answer your question, I'm fully aware that this show isn't for everyone, but there's a bias here that I just can't shake. I will always remember this show fondly, even if it wasn't the best. And maybe not as fondly as a WrestleMania 3 or WrestleMania's 5 through 7 era, but it's still a hell of a fun night with all the wrestlers that I grew up on. And that'll do it, guys. That concludes, I guess, what we'll now call the definitive edition of the WrestleMania IV Review. Part 2 now in the books. For those who missed Part 1, go back and give it a listen. Don't be intimidated by the 4-hour tag there. Listen at your leisure, pick it up and put it down as you see fit. But I guarantee you it's 4 hours of enjoyment with the same guys you heard right here this time around. As that's going to do it, we're going to wrap things up right here. And unlike the week we quote-unquote took off in between Parts 1 and Part 2 of the WrestleMania IV review, that was an entire week of research, recording with different guests, splicing it all together. Lots of editing, lots of work went into this show. I hope you guys really enjoyed it. But again, hopefully it gave everybody a little additional time to listen to that big 4-hour Part 1 episode. But also, I want you to know, even though there wasn't a new episode, I was working diligently to get this one out. And that said, I'm spent, guys. This was a ton of work. And after any good WrestleMania review, I think I have truly earned a week off from the grenade. So next week here on the program, look for a special, we'll call it a bonus show here in regards to the WrestleMania IV review. And I'll be back in 2 weeks' time to continue on our path through 1988 in the World Wrestling Federation. But just because we're taking a week away from the grenade does not mean there's going to be any downtime on any of the other programs here on the WrestleCopia Podcast Network. So technically, no, I'm really not taking a break, just from the grenade for 1 week only, guys. Hey, even Vince gave his boys 3 weeks off after this one. So in the meantime, I encourage everybody to stop over to WrestleCopia.com. Check out a lot of the other great podcasts we have going right now. There's absolutely something for everyone there to listen to. And another reminder to follow me on social media for all the latest goings on here at WrestleCopia. You can find me on X, formerly Twitter, at Wrestling Grenade. Also, Facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. Over 11,000 followers right now on Facebook and counting. And once again, if you really enjoyed these WrestleMania IV reviews, you want to keep hearing shows like this continue on, I greatly encourage everybody to join that $5 all-access tier over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. An insane amount of gifts for just $5. And it's your support, your $5, that enables me to keep shows like the Wrestling Memory Grenade and all of the other great podcasts over there at WrestleCopia up and running. So we greatly appreciate your support. And hey, if you get a minute, stop on over to Apple or your favorite podcast streaming platform and leave us a 5-star review and tell them why you like this show. I'd be happy to give you a shout out right here on the Grenade. And all right, with all of that said and done, it's time to close up shop here this week. And we'll be back here on the Grenade before you know it. But until then, this is Ray Russell saying, from pillar to post and coast to coast, you pull the pin and I'll pick up the pieces right here on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. I'll see you next time. Don't miss it. Be there!
While we're waiting for the hookup here, Gorilla, I want to say hi to Terry, Tyrell, and Jade back in Minnesota.
Terry, Tyrell,
and Jade.
Hey, how about getting your foot off my shoulder?
There's not hurt for Jade! Hey!